Welcome back. Now, Maharashtra seat sharing, as far as the opposition is concerned, the MVA's tussle continues. Sources have informed NDTV that Congress is only going to get 2 seats in Mumbai. Sources say Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction is likely to contest 4 seats, and of the total 6 seats, 2 for the Congress. Now, this will be a setback as far as Congress leader Sanjay Nirupam is concerned. According to sources, Congress has only 2 seats in Mumbai. Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction will get remaining 4. Congress will get North Central Mumbai and North East West. Congress has given up the claim for the Northwest Mumbai Lok Sabha seat. This is the seat where Sanjay Nirupam has been, in fact, asking to contest this election. North Mumbai seat is also Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray's share. The formula is 4-2. Now, will Sanjay Nirupam, who has been continuously saying, come what may, he is going to fight the election. Does that mean he's going to rebel against the Congress party? Will he fight as an independent, or will he join the ruling alliance at this moment? That now is an open question. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika, who is joining us with more details on this. Radhika, now that's the key question. Sanjay Raut, who has been a long-term Congress leader, what are the options for him if this formula is enacted?
Yes, as far as Sanjay Nirupam's stand is concerned, he has always opposed the MVA alliance in itself. He's not been very active when it comes to a lot of work of his party. He's been, throwing a lot of rants as far as the entire MVA formula is concerned, alliance is concerned. So there had been disputes as far as Sanjay Nirupam is concerned within the alliance, and he's been a vocal critique of Sena, of UBT Sena also. Now, there is a possibility Sanjay Nirupam may not be contesting from the constituency that he's been contesting from. Congress has almost given up that constituency. In most likelihood, it would be Sena, that will UBT Sena, that will be contesting from that particular northwest constituency. So, in this whole equation, MVA equation, as far as Mumbai is concerned, Congress would fight in 2 seats, which is North Central and North East constituencies. Northwest will be going to Sena and other 4 constituencies as well. As Congress wanted an equal share in Mumbai constituency list, however, looks like Congress has conceded and has agreed to take just 2 seats, and which means UBT Sena will get 4 seats. As far as the entire MVA formula is concerned within Maharashtra, we are made to understand that both Sena and Congress may get equal number of seats, perhaps a little more for Sena. So 18 to 20 seats each for Congress and Sena, and perhaps 10 seats for NCP, close to 10 seats for NCP. This is the formula that MVA may arrive at. Of course, there were series of meetings today. One was headed by Sharad Pawar along with several MVA leaders. Seats were discussed, but no consensus yet, no final declaration of or announcement has happened yet. Perhaps it will take another couple of days. And in the entire state of Maharashtra, at least about 5 to 6 seats are in dispute among the allies within MVA. But as far as Mumbai is concerned, looks like 2 will go to Congress and 4 will go to UBT Sena. Sanjay Nirupam may not be contesting this time. And will he rebel against the Congress? That remains to be seen.
That will be an important, in fact, question that will only be answered in the days to come once the formal announcement actually is made. But it's not only trouble there as far as the opposition alliance is concerned. The seat sharing formula has not yet been arrived at, even with the ruling alliance as well. Eknath Shinde's 45-seat pitch in Maharashtra for the upcoming assembly, elections. For the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, Shinde had said that will bring Narendra Modi back to power. Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has also said that Prime Minister made Ram Temple a reality. He said in the meeting with his MLAs, the next election will be the real test. The work you do as an MLA will decide how your progress book is, and which will decide whether you get a ticket or not for the assembly. Your work in Lok Sabha elections will determine your ticket for the assembly elections.
ये पार्टी की बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बैठक थी। लोकसभा चुनाव शुरू हुए हैं और महाराष्ट्र में उत्तर प्रदेश के बाद 48 सीटें हैं। इसमें 45 से ज़्यादा सीटें हमें महायुति को लानी है और मोदी जी को उनके हाथ मजबूत करने हैं, मोदी जी को फिर से प्रधानमंत्री बनाना है। ये आढावा बैठक आज हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, पदाधिकारियों को ली हुई है।
Let me go across to Radhika, who's joining us with more details. Radhika, all this is all right for morale booster, but what as far as the seat sharing formula within this alliance is also concerned? I mean, there are too many stakeholders, uncertainty whether Raj Thackeray, what role is he going to play if after he has joined the alliance as well. So what's happening in the ruling alliance at this moment ahead of Lok Sabha?
Certainly a lot of uncertainty at this point because we believe that today, in fact, post the meeting, there could be some sort of consensus on at least a few seats. That's what we were made to understand yesterday. However, nothing really concrete happened today post meeting of Eknath Shinde with his set of MLAs and MPs. Of course, he did make that statement saying that Mahayuti is going to win 45 seats, Prime Minister Modi is going to come back to power, and he's also given instructions and directions to MLAs saying their work in these elections will determine their assembly tickets and so on. Besides that, when we did ask him about the seat sharing formula, he said discussions are still on and we will tell you in due course, but that has not happened yet. We know that BJP wants close to 30 seats. Sena is negotiating hard for 15, 16 seats. They may end up getting just about 12 seats. All the 13 MPs, existing MPs of Sena, want tickets. Will that happen? Not sure. NCP only going to get about 4 seats. NCP also trying hard to get more seats. Certainly a lot of seats under dispute, at least about 12 seats, including seats in Mumbai, are contentious as far as Mahayuti is concerned, and also the MNS equation. We did ask Eknath Shinde about his thoughts on MNS allying with NDA. He did not say much, but from sources we believe that Sena is not very happy with this possible alliance that could happen with MNS, because that would divide Marathi seats and so on. So at this point, no clarity on whether there will be an alliance with the MNS.
Right.
If so, how many seats will he be given? And as far as the other Mahayuti alliance partners are concerned, when will the final list be out? No clarity yet, perhaps in a couple of more days, but more meetings certainly in the days to come.
There is still a lot of meetings and hectic parleys which are going on to try and come to a conclusion on the 48 seats of Maharashtra, and both the alliance at this moment on the edge before the election candidates are announced. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, in a serious allegation against the government weeks before the Lok Sabha elections, former Congress President Sonia Gandhi has said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made a systematic effort to cripple the party financially after the party's accounts were frozen by the Income Tax Department over non-compliance. The Congress party said there was no level playing field for the Lok Sabha elections. Rahul Gandhi also attacked the government for freezing the party's accounts, calling it a criminal action by the Prime Minister and Home Minister Amit Shah. He said that due to the freezing of the party's accounts, the party was not being able to campaign, and the BJP instead had filled its coffer through the funds via electoral bonds. The BJP has dismissed the Congress's charges and said the party is seeking to create an alibi in utter desperation over its imminent defeat.
Mr. Rahul Gandhi, what do you mean by this? Don't insult Indian democracy. राहुल गांधी, भारत के लोकतंत्र को इस तरह से आप शर्मसार नहीं करें। ये देश आपकी पार्टी से बड़ा है, ये देश का लोकतंत्र आपसे बड़ा है। और आज इसी देश में आपने झूठ बोला है, गाली दी है और सब देश ने देखा है। अब देखिए, इन्होंने जब इनको पेनल्टी लगी तो ये सीआईटी अपील के यहां गए, ये स्टे एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट हो गया। उसके बाद फिर ये गए सीआईटी के यहां, कमिश्नर अपील के यहां, वहां भी रिजेक्ट हो गया।
Systematic effort is underway by the Prime Minister to cripple the Indian National Congress financially. Funds collected from the public are being frozen, and money from our accounts is being taken away forcibly. However, even under these most challenging circumstances, we are doing our very best to maintain the effectiveness of our election campaign.
साजिशन मुख्य विपक्षी दल का बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दिया गया है ताकि हम पैसों के अभाव में बराबरी से चुनाव ना लड़े और ना लड़ पाए। ये सत्ताधारी दल द्वारा एक खतरनाक खेल है। इसके दूरगामी प्रभाव होंगे क्योंकि अगर डेमोक्रेसी
All right, news coming in at this moment. In fact, in the electoral bonds case, after the SBI has disclosed the data to the Election Commission. Now, the Election Commission has put this data out on its website. This is the latest coming in. The name of the purchasers of the bond, denomination, specific number of the bond has been revealed. Name of the party that has encashed the bond has also been revealed in the Election Commission's, the data which has been now published on the Election Commission's website. This is the, remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have been discussing this story. The SBI today has said that they have given all the data, including the serial numbers, the alphanumeric numbers to the Election Commission of India. The ECI has now said that they have put this information on to their website. Sunil Prabhu joins me with more details on this. Sunil, like we were discussing earlier, the Supreme Court, once it puts its foot down, of course, that has to be, it's mandated and has to be followed. Now, what is important as far as this data which the Election Commission has put out, what does this mean and what does this signify?
Well, as you rightly pointed out earlier to this hour, I was telling you that this data will be shortly put in, and the Election Commission has complied with the Supreme Court's directive to forthwith disclose these details. What this will do is very simple and straight. It's a data entry job. All that data that is coming, now you will have to correlate with the recipient, that is the political party, and the URN, that is the unique reference number of the thing, will have to be then put in that context. So it's in this regard that we will definitely now see the Supreme Court direction being fulfilled in its entirety. So that means who has given it, say if it was company A to political party B, that company A's URN number will be matched with the political party B or C or D respectively. So you'll be able to see who they have donated and how they will go through this entire process. So that's something that is now going to be in public domain. As I said, this is a little bit of data crunching that is required, but believe me, this can be done in breakneck speed, even though the State Bank of India, as you rightly pointed out, was wanting 4 months. And every effort, as I said, by chambers of commerce, by the government of the day, as well as the State Bank of India, were attempting to ensure that this data does not come out. Now this is going to be in public domain, in public scrutiny, to realize how political parties have been getting their funding, how it has favored the political parties that are in power, be it at the center or in the state, and how things have played out.
Is there a worry, Sunil, that once now this clear set of data is out, it will be easy to match who got how much money from whom? The allegations of quid pro quo or pressure being put in, is there a worry that this could open floodgates as far as petitions are concerned in the Supreme Court and other courts as well?
Well, in terms of transparency and accountability, it's important. What did the right to information do? It actually opened up and made it a rightful claim for all of us to be able to get data in the public domain. You can't keep it away from the public because, after all, in a parliamentary democracy, this is the essence. This is, in the sense, what the Constitutional Court has actually done. It has allowed you now, you people like me and anybody else, to actually be able to get this data. The right to information came in because you wanted to do NREGA at that time, the National Rural Employment Guarantee Program, and it was required to be transparent so that the Mahatma Gandhi NREGA would be able to, so the general public would be able to demand from the DM and SP. The whole problem has been the government has been opaque, and especially political parties, unless you whip the stick, crack the whip against them, they are not going to give data at all. We saw that from the 2018 to the 2019, major political parties, be it the BJP, be it the Congress, be it the Trinamool Congress, haven't disclosed data. The small regional parties who have actually come clean with all the data possible, wherever possible, on who their funders were.
Absolutely.
And that is in the essence of parliamentary democracy and free play and transparency and accountability and probity in public life. This will definitely open, if you say floodgates, it will be on a case-to-case basis. If there has been acts of corruption, it will definitely have to be taken into account. If the CBI and the ED can start prima facie cases based on evidence that you have seen in the recent past, suo moto, what stops them from doing that in this present case too?
Absolutely, and at least the excuses that certain political parties are giving that they don't know, it was just dropped off to their office, and parties which are still waiting for some sort of a push to declare who did they get the money from, all that will now be public knowledge and for scrutiny as far as the general public is concerned ahead of the 2024 election. Sunil Prabhu, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Brought to you.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुँच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach brands or if the brands approach you, you can monetize your posts, your stories, your reels, basically whatever content you post. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Oh, well, अब जाके हो सकता है. In the beginning, when brands just removed the accessories like chargers from the box, तो उस टाइम पे not everyone had these chargers, और sometimes हम देखते थे कि जो cables हैं वो अलग हैं, कहीं पे lightning, कहीं पे USB-C, कहीं पे micro USB, on the other side sometimes USB-C, sometimes USB-A वगैरह वगैरह. But now with USB-C coming in place, and now that it's been 2-3 years, जब थोड़ा टाइम हो चुका है, काफ़ी brands chargers remove कर चुके हैं, तो अब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ इसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है. For example, if I talk about myself, तो I have this charger from one of my old laptops, और ये I think 3 या 4 साल पुराना चार्जर है, and even today I use the same charger to charge all my devices. But now going forward, जब सबके पास में chargers हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इसका फर्क पड़ सकता है.
Is it okay to install a third-party battery in my MacBook?
To be honest, I won't recommend it. The reason is कि आप अगर एक MacBook की बात करते हैं, तो normally the battery should last at least 3 years minimum. उसके बाद अगर आप Mac को और लंबा यूज करना चाह रहे हैं, which the Mac is surely capable of, तो उस टाइम पे if you install a third party battery saving a few bucks here and there, तो उस टाइम पे ठीक है आपका काम चल जाएगा, but then the experience might not.
It's It's an end of an era. Rituraj Gaikwad will take over as the new captain of the CSK from Mahendra Singh Dhoni, as the Indian cricket legend relinquishes captaincy of the Chennai Super Kings for the upcoming IPL season.
It is absolutely an end of an era for MS Dhoni and for Chennai Super Kings, because remember, MS Dhoni has been the captain of, and the fans as well, yes, absolutely. And MS Dhoni has been the captain with this franchisee since the tournament began, that is in 2008. There was only a 2-year period when Chennai Super Kings was banned in 2016 and 17, when MS Dhoni was not the captain. He, in fact, captained the Pune franchisee. But he has been there, won it all. He has won 5 titles with Chennai Super Kings. He has, in fact, won 2 Champions Trophy as well with this franchisee. So there is a lot of history, and there is a lot of trophies that he has brought to this particular team. And there was a brief period in 2022 when he relinquished his captaincy. He gave it to Ravindra Jadeja, who only captained for 8 matches, and then MS Dhoni had to come back and take over the captaincy. And then in 2023, we all saw what happened. MS Dhoni, captain right from the beginning, went on to win the trophy for the 5th time. And there were a lot of speculations whether MS Dhoni is going to be playing his last season with Chennai Super Kings. Then he came out and announced that, well, it is going to be 1 more year that the fans are going to get to see him. And he very recently joined the Chennai Super Kings camp. And there were speculations about who's going to captain the side, because there was a cryptic message that MS Dhoni put out on Facebook talking about a new role, and a lot of people thought about what it might be. Then turned out to be an ad campaign, but when you look at it in the hindsight, this is what it means. Rituraj Gaikwad is taking over the reins from the most successful captain in the IPL.
All right, with that, it's a wrap on this Bulletin News and Updates. Continue on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Supreme Court stays centre's fact-check unit notification. It says Bombay High Court has to first decide. The Bombay High Court had allowed the centre to notify the Unit Editors Guild of India. Welcomes the court's decision. Setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the alleged liquor policy case. Delhi High Court declines interim relief to the Chief Minister. SBI files compliance affidavit in the Supreme Court. The SBI furnishes all details of the poll panel. Now, poll panel also puts up the details on its website. Congress accuses BJP of systemic effort to cripple parties financially. BJP hits back, says Congress creating an alibi for defeat.
Brought to you. This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because यहाँ पे this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और यहाँ पे what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है. And what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है. At the same time, it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जिसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time, यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very sleek form factor, and this packs a 6-speaker system as well. So let's see up close how is this Apple's latest MacBook Air with M3 chip.
The beloved MacBook Air just got a superpower upgrade with the brand new M3 chip. Ready हो जाइए for blazing fast speeds, longer battery life and mind-blowing AI capabilities. Apple claim करता है कि the M3 chip is up to 60% faster than the already speedy M1 chip. Imagine करिए कि editing videos, creating music or even casually crushing your enemies in an intense game, ये laptop काफी आसानी से ये सब कर ही सकता है, no sweat. Apple promise करता है whopping 18 hours of battery life on a single charge. That's almost a full day of work or actually even play बिना किसी power outlet की जरूरत पड़े. Talk about freedom. The new neural engine makes this the best MacBook Air yet for AI tasks as well. Think about super intelligent photo editing and much more. You can also now hook up 2 external displays, perfect for those who need a big screen workspace like for editing and all. The MacBook Air M3 is a sleek, powerful and undeniably cool way to compute on the go. If you're looking for a laptop that's as light as air but packs a serious punch, it's time to catch this upgrade.
फ्रेंड्स, इस नए MacBook Air के आने के बाद 2 इंटरेस्टिंग बातें हुई हैं. पहली बात तो ये कि हमको एक नया MacBook मिल गया है विद M3 चिप, द MacBook Air. यहाँ पे 2 अलग-अलग साइज हैं. दिस वन इन पर्टिकुलर द 15-inch वेरिएंट स्टार्ट्स एट 1,34,900 रुपीस. बट the second thing is even more exciting because Apple has reduced the price for the 13-inch variant. क्योंकि अगर आप 13-inch का M2 चिप वाला MacBook Air अब लेते हैं तो उसकी प्राइस 20,000 रुपए कम हो गई है. And now you can get it at just 99,900 rupees. So basically the lineup for the MacBook Air, M1 chip भी है, M2 chip भी है, and this is the latest M3 chip. You can choose basis of your requirements or your budget, and I would say all these laptops, they are really good because Apple Silicon के साथ में the kind of optimization Apple has done in terms of performance, battery, the entire experience, it's really elevated. तो अगर आप ये लैपटॉप लेना प्रेफर करते हैं, let's say for college या maybe even for professional work, I would say this would be a really good pick.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact 2 different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G smartphones. Interesting design, interesting configuration और काफी fresh लग रहे हैं दोनों phones coming straight.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Special focus on the big Carnatic music divide on the show and why treated water could be the solution for Bengaluru's water shortages. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour. The BJP releases third list of its candidates for the Lok Sabha polls. The focus this time is on Tamil Nadu, where it releases a list of 9 candidates for the 20 seats it's contesting. Fields former Governor Tamilisai Soundararajan from Chennai South, Party President Annamalai from Coimbatore as expected. In neighbouring Karnataka, FIR filed against Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje after the Election Commission ordered the Karnataka Chief Electoral Officer to take action in the hate speech case and complaint against her from the DMK. Supreme Court slams Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi for not appointing Ponmudi as minister, takes a strong view against him, says he has time till tomorrow to take action, otherwise the court will pass orders. Staying with the Supreme Court, it stays the centre's fact-check unit notification. The Bombay High Court had allowed the centre to notify the unit. Editors Guild says the Supreme Court stay is a welcome relief. But first, a quick check of that political story breaking this evening. The BJP announced its list of candidates, its third list, but this time specifically focused on the state of Tamil Nadu. Party President Annamalai will contest the Coimbatore seat as expected, which he's been nurturing for a while now. Former Governor of Telangana, who just recently quit and returned to state politics, Tamilisai Soundararajan will contest from the Chennai South seat. Remember, she contested from the Thoothukudi seat in 2019. Pon Radhakrishnan and L. Murugan, both former presidents of the BJP. Pon Radhakrishnan will contest from the Kanyakumari seat and L. Murugan will contest from the Nilgiri seat, where the DMK's A. Raja is the incumbent MP. Joining me now, Sam Daniel. Not many surprises there, Sam, as far as the BJP's list is concerned.
That's right. As we were reporting for quite a few days, Veera Raghav, they have fielded high-profile candidates, including the politician-turned-governor-turned-politician Tamilisai Soundararajan, to make sure that would make up for the drawback in terms of lack of a strong alliance in Tamil Nadu, particularly after the AIADMK had snapped ties. Interestingly, Tamilisai Soundararajan would face DMK's Tamilachi Thangapandian in South Chennai and also AIADMK's Vishnu, the son of veteran ADMK leader Jayakumar. In Nilgiris, it will be a fight between DMK's A. Raja and BJP's L. Murugan and the AIADMK candidate. In Coimbatore, it will be fascinating. After a long time, the DMK is fighting there, and there we will have Annamalai from the BJP and again an AIADMK candidate. Pon Radhakrishnan in Kanyakumari, a veteran leader who lost earlier consecutively 2 times to the father-son duo, Vasant and late Vasant and his son Vijay. This time it will be again one more candidate from the AIADMK alliance. So they hope that this high-profile nature of these candidates and what they call the impact of Prime Minister Modi's frequent visits to Tamil Nadu would actually help them to win seats, not just expand their footprint. But many would argue it's going to be a tough battle. It may make headlines now, but in terms of the vote percentage, the BJP has a very negligible percentage, less than 3%, and they have just one ally, that is the PMK. Right. With all these, will they be able to take on 2 Dravidian giants? That's something we'll have to wait and watch. But certainly, these candidates will make the election in these seats
right. The 2 Dravidian giants that you're talking about have never been able to, the hold that they have on the state has not been able to be broken by any third front. But staying with Tamil Nadu, and stay with us, Sam, a strong and stern message from the Apex Court to the Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi, who refused to administer oath of office to K. Ponmudi, the former Higher Education Minister of Tamil Nadu, and refused to allow him to be re-inducted into the cabinet. He had to resign after a conviction in a disproportionate income case. Despite the Apex Court staying his conviction, the governor refused to allow the re-induction of Ponmudi into the state cabinet. Following this, the DMK government in the state moved the Apex Court with a contempt plea against the governor, as in an earlier case, the court had directed the governor to act on the advice of the Council of Ministers. Strong remarks from the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud there, who was hearing the case and said and I quote, "If we do not hear from your person tomorrow, we will pass an order directing the governor to act according to the constitution. We are seriously concerned about the Tamil Nadu governor and his behavior. He has no business to do this. He is taking on the Supreme Court." So strong words there, Sam, from the Chief Justice of India. Any quick reactions you're picking up, both politically from the government as well as from the Raj Bhavan there in Chennai?
The ruling DMK is quite happy. They welcome this, and for them it's a shot in the arm. But from the Raj Bhavan, there is no response yet. In fact, the governor has been going on with his business in terms of sharing pictures of the meetings he had, this time with some foreign visitors. But we expect some kind of
Right, I'm sorry, Sam, we'll have to interrupt you for some breaking news that's coming in. We'll keep a close track of that important political story there in Tamil Nadu. Enforcement Directorate team is at Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. Inside the residence as we are speaking, searches are on. 12 ED officials are set to be part of this team. Remember, this has been an ongoing confrontation for many, many months now. It will be very interesting to watch how this plays out in the national capital. In fact, one of the big confrontations that's been part of the sharp political focus. I believe we can go across to our reporters now in just a bit to get us the latest as far as the information coming in from the national capital is concerned. 12 ED officials, we can say, we can confirm at the moment. It's a 12-member Enforcement Directorate team that's set to be part of this exercise. They are inside the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Remember, they have been knocking at his doors. There have been several summons that were sent, which he had refused to respond to. This is as part of investigations in what's been known as the Delhi liquor scam. So those are pictures that you're seeing there coming in from the national capital. 12 ED officials have entered Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the national capital there. So that's the information we have. I believe we can go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, give us the information you're picking up at this stage. Right, we will have to wait for our reporter Vasudha Venugopal to join us now. But as I was mentioning, this is an important political story. Obviously, will have sharp political reactions from the INDIA alliance as well as from the government. It's been part of an ongoing confrontation. The exercise has been played out for many, many days now, but we can confirm that 12-member Enforcement Directorate team is at Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. That's the bit of breaking news that's coming in from the national capital. An important political story there. Obviously, these ED raids have had strong political ramifications, sharp political reactions and exchange over this coming in, not just from Delhi. Remember, just a few days ago, BRS Chief K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter, Kavita Kalavakuntala, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, which led to a lot of drama there in Hyderabad. Now, of course, this could be potentially another escalation in this entire confrontation that's been playing out. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal has been seen as a key figure both in terms of the opposition and in terms of attacks from the government as far as this particular case is concerned. How this plays out could be extremely important and could have many, many different political ramifications. I believe we can go now across to my senior colleague Vasudha Venugopal. Vasudha, if you can fill us in terms of any information that you're picking up at the moment, just give us a context to this 12-member ED team that's entered Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the national capital.
Veera, what we understand is that the ED team is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. The Delhi Chief Minister has been under the lens of investigating agencies for over a year now. Senior ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party cabinet have also been, scrutinized. Some of them are in jail. This is all with regard to the excise policy case. And this comes just hours after the Delhi High Court refused to grant any interim protection to Arvind Kejriwal. Remember that he has been skipping multiple ED summons and he had actually sought a stay on them, seeking that, no coercive action should be taken against them. But if you look at what the court had said, the court in fact said today that it had heard both sides and that it was not inclined at this stage to grant protection to the Chief Minister. And in fact, the respondent is at the liberty to file a reply. This is what the court said today. In fact, the court had listed the Chief Minister's application seeking protection for further consideration on the 22nd of April, when his main petition, that is when the main petition is actually scheduled for hearing. But in fact, Arvind Kejriwal also filed a fresh plea today demanding assurance from the ED that no arrest would be made if he actually complied with the multiple summons. He has been issued multiple summons in the past, 8 summons, but he had skipped all of them. And he had in fact said that the Enforcement Directorate should give him assurance before the court that there should be no coercive action against him if he complies with the summons. This is what he had said in his petition. But he had moved the court in the wake of the latest summons, and this was the 9th summon that was issued by ED, and the ED had asked him to appear before the agency on Thursday, but clearly the court refused to sort of grant him any interim protection, which is what has in some ways also led to this. And now what we understand is that the ED team is at Mr. Kejriwal's residence. This is something that Aam Aadmi Party has been talking about, but remember, there is an investigation that is going on into this case. Multiple people have been arrested. We saw what happened with K. Kavita also. So both ED and CBI have been looking at this case. There is a scrutiny of a money laundering angle out there. Senior leaders of the party, including Mr. Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, have also been under the scrutiny of investigating lens for the alleged corruption. So this is yet another episode that is unraveling. We don't know what is going to happen right now. There's a lot of suspense yet. We've seen some of this happen during the arrest of former Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren a few days ago. But as of now, what we know is just hours after the Delhi High Court sort of refused to grant interim protection to Arvind Kejriwal, based on his plea, the ED team is now at his residence. The team is inside the CM's residence. It has a warrant. Searches are going on, is what we know, and the Delhi liquor policy is again the highlight of this entire investigation.
Right, the Delhi liquor policy, which has been the focus as far as the ED is concerned, as far as the AAP is concerned as well. Vasudha, obviously there are massive political reactions that could play out as this evolves in New Delhi. So this is our big breaking news and top story. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Kitty, who is joining us from the studios as well, and to you, Vasudha. But obviously, as I hand over to Kitty, this political ramifications of this could be enormous.
Absolutely, Veera. This is some big breaking news that we are getting at this point in time. Well, ED team, a 12-member ED team is at Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. What we are learning is that the team is already present inside the Chief Minister's residence with a warrant. There are 12 ED officials who are said to be the part of this team. What we do understand today itself, in a setback for Arvind Kejriwal, the court had denied protection from arrest for him, and after which we are looking at this action by the Enforcement Directorate. The 12 ED officials who are said to be a part of this team are present inside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. What's going to happen? That remains to be seen. My colleague Aishwarya is also now joining us live on the broadcast, getting us more details there. He's tracking the action at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us? All right, we'll go to Aishwarya. We are learning there is some more information that is coming in at this point in time. The ED team is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. This is some big development that is taking place in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case. Well, the court, we do understand, had denied protection from arrest for Arvind Kejriwal. This came as a big setback for him today. He had filed a plea in the court. He had sought interim protection. But that was denied, that was refused by the court to him, after which this big development that is taking place at this point in time is what we are looking at. All right, Aishwarya is joining us back on the broadcast. Aishwarya, what is happening there?
Well, a 12-member team of Enforcement Directorate has reached Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and currently the raids are underway as far as the Chief Minister's residence is concerned. The first time the Enforcement Directorate team has reached at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and this comes after the setback that Arvind Kejriwal received today, where the Delhi High Court refused to grant any interim protection from coercive action to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in connection to the Enforcement Directorate summons that was issued to him in the Delhi excise policy case. Remember, there were 9 summons that had been served to Arvind Kejriwal, to which he was non-cooperative, as being stated by the Enforcement Directorate in the application that was filed by the agency in the magistrate court as well. And now it is the Enforcement Directorate team who has reached Arvind Kejriwal after today. The Delhi High Court refused to give any sort of release to him. It has been also stated that Arvind Kejriwal, who had demanded assurance from the Enforcement Directorate that no arrest would be made if complied with multiple summons, but certainly on the other side, it is the court which has stated that there would be no relief. And soon after that, today, what we are witnessing is Enforcement Directorate team of at least 12 members have reached at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, which is at Civil Lines, and now the raids are underway. We have seen in the past, for the benefit of our viewers, that whenever Enforcement Directorate teams have reached and raided several of the key players in the alleged Delhi excise policy case, be it senior leaders like Sanjay Singh or Satinder Jain, we have seen possible arrests being made of those accused as well. Sanjay Singh's residence was raided by Enforcement Directorate team early in the morning. Later in the night, he was taken along with the Enforcement Directorate team and got arrested. But whether this will happen in the same case of Arvind Kejriwal, or it is just raids that will take place and the documentation evidence that the Enforcement Directorate is seeking in this alleged Delhi excise policy case, that would be is something remains to be seen. But big development as far as the Delhi liquor policy case. For the very first time, Enforcement Directorate team has reached at the Delhi CM's residence.
You are saying that this is some key evidence that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. What we do understand is also, it was the first time that the ED in its official statement had named Arvind Kejriwal. Before that, he's not been named as an accused. He's not been named anywhere in the complaint or the FIR that have been registered in this case. First time, for the very first time, his name came up in the ED statement in which the ED had said that Kavita, BRS leader Kavita, had conspired with Arvind Kejriwal with Sisodia for favors in liquor policy. Is the ED looking at that statement from the view of, viewpoint of that, with taking that into consideration, that it has reached Arvind Kejriwal's residence, or is it possible that the ED could have more evidence in hand? Aishwarya.
Well, in the last few days, there had been several rounds of investigation and statements being recorded by the Enforcement Directorate at the ED headquarters. Remember, when there was an arrest which was made of Kavita, it was a statement that was recorded. And at that point of time as well, Enforcement Directorate clearly stated that they wanted to confront Kavita with the key accused in the case, and therefore, the reason perhaps they needed more time as far as the custody of Kavita is concerned. Now, after Kavita's arrest, it is Arvind Kejriwal who had been under the radar, and it has been also stated in the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate that the key meeting that took place with the South Group in five-star hotels in Delhi, and also when Arvind Kejriwal was in attendance, it was also the Delhi Chief Minister who knew all about what's happening, and therefore the reason Arvind Kejriwal had to be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, when the ED has reached at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, what sort of documents, what sort of statements the ED wanted to record is something that remains to be seen. But a massive team, 12-member team, had reached Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and currently the raids are underway as far as the alleged Delhi excise policy.
Okay, we've seen some high-profile arrest in this case already. I'll go to Aishwarya. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha here as well. She is with us on the broadcast, tracking the developments as well. We've seen some high-profile arrest earlier as well, Vasudha. And, a number of Aam Aadmi Party leaders have been in the ED net in connection with the case. What does it, after the ED officials now reaching at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. It's quite possible he could be arrested. He could be taken into custody. What's the way forward now? What is the Aam Aadmi Party really looking at now?
Of course, Kitty, I think that is a question for which we'll have to wait for a few more hours to sort of, get an answer to. But remember, like you rightly said, the CBI also arrested Manish Sisodia, who was this high-profile education minister of the Kejriwal cabinet in Delhi. And he was arrested in February 2023 last year because the CBI did find problems with the formulation and the implementation of the Delhi excise policy, which of course then eventually got scrapped. But then there was problem with that, and what the agency had then said was that certain vendors, who allegedly gave kickbacks to the party, which was later on used for its political campaigns, especially in Punjab and Goa, those vendors were given special preference and priority, and there was large-scale corruption involved in this whole Delhi excise policy, which is why former Minister Manish Sisodia was also arrested. And of course, after the CBI case, what we saw was the ED, filed a case against, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the PMLA. Right. And, in that, the agency did allege that the money that was earned through the excise policy was, diverted through various Hawala channels, and it was spent in the Aam Aadmi Party campaigns, like I said. And like Aishwarya was also saying, and you were also mentioning, that there have been high-profile, arrests in this case, including, not just politicians, but also, some of the officials, some of senior members of the party. And last week we did see ED arrested, BRS leader K. Kavita in the same case, and she was allegedly, she was alleged to be playing a key role, lobbying for a South group, which was apparently very active in this entire controversy, and this, it was very active to get a license, in Delhi for this excise policy under this policy. Right. And we also saw Satinder Jain and of course Sanjay Singh sort of getting embroiled in this controversy and in this investigation, and they are already behind bars.
But had anybody thought that this could reach to Arvind Kejriwal as well? Well, the ED officials now are at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. We are learning now it's a team of 12 ED officials who are at the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. What's going to happen next? Nobody knows. Will he be arrested, or what is the action that the ED going to take after this? That remains to be seen. We do understand the ED has been sending him multiple summons. Around 9 summons were sent to Arvind Kejriwal to appear before the agency in connection with the Delhi excise policy case, but he did not comply with the summons. He instead went to the court and he was asking for relief from the court, but the court refused to do so. The court refused to give Arvind Kejriwal relief in the case, and instead the court had said that ED can actually reply on the application that has been filed. Now, just after that happened today morning, and after that we are looking at the ED team now reaching at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. What really happens next? That remains to be seen. My colleague Aishwarya, if he's with us on the broadcast, he is tracking the developments on the ground. He is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence at the moment. Aishwarya, if you can hear me, what more can you tell us? What is the action taking place at Arvind Kejriwal's residence as of now? All right, we'll go to Aishwarya in just a bit. We're learning, gathering more information in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case. We do understand this action has been necessitated by the ED team. The ED team is already at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. We've seen some high-profile arrests that have taken place, that have been made in connection with the liquor policy case. And the South group nexus is also has been talked about by the ED, by the CBI in the charge sheets that have been filed. BRS leader, we do understand, K. Kavita has already been arrested, and she's in the ED custody as of now. My colleague Aishwarya joins us back on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us? What is happening on the ground?
Currently 12 members of team of the Enforcement Directorate is inside Kejriwal's residence. They came in several cars, and there were earlier 9 summons which were issued to Kejriwal, to which Arvind Kejriwal had called these summons illegal on the basis of having the entire matter sub judice. As far as Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, they have hinted it out earlier in several few occasions that it could be Arvind Kejriwal next will be arrested. And certainly that's the line Aam Aadmi Party has always taken. But it was Arvind Kejriwal who ultimately challenged the summons at the Delhi High Court issued by Enforcement Directorate. Earlier, remember, it was the Enforcement Directorate team also who reached out to the Magistrate Court, stating that it is non-cooperation on the part of Arvind Kejriwal when summons have been served, and when in batches of three and again three, two of the hearings and applications were filed by the Enforcement Directorate. On March 16, remember, Arvind Kejriwal was summoned to the court. He appeared in front of Magistrate Court, to which he got bail of 15,000 rupees, and he came out. But that didn't mean that Enforcement Directorate cannot reach out to and could not summon Arvind Kejriwal, and that happened too as far as the 9th summon is concerned. Now, today, when he didn't got any relief from the Delhi High Court, ultimately it was Arvind Kejriwal residence that we are witnessing currently. Enforcement Directorate has reached, and the raids are underway. Now, what sort of evidence, what sort of statements the Enforcement Directorate team is looking forward after K. Kavita being arrested? Because when K. Kavita was arrested, it was Enforcement Directorate team which clearly stated that they wanted to confront with several of the other key players of the alleged Delhi excise policy case, and therefore the reason perhaps now these developments are taking place.
Okay, stay on with us. I'm also being told Vedant is also joining us on the broadcast. He's also getting us more details. Vedant, we do understand you have some more details regarding the ED searches that are taking place at Kejriwal's residence.
Right, Kiju. So what we're picking up from sources right now is that a 12-member team has reached Arvind Kejriwal's residence and is there to serve a summons. This is what we are being told by sources as of now. And I also spoke to senior leaders within the Aam Aadmi Party. And what we are being told is that they've been caught completely off guard. They did not anticipate this sort of, an ambush really by the Enforcement Directorate team there. And this has come clearly immediately after the Delhi High Court sort of came down hard at Arvind Kejriwal. And also a key point that the Delhi High Court made, in response to Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi's argument that there is no evidence. That was the key point that Arvind Kejriwal also made in court, that there is no evidence, there is no incriminating evidence that has been found. And to that, the Delhi High Court said that till the time Arvind Kejriwal appears for summons, it will not be clear as to what is the sort of capacity and the evidence that the Enforcement Directorate wants to confront Arvind Kejriwal with. So taking a cue from that, the Enforcement Directorate has landed up, sort of ambushed Arvind Kejriwal. It remains to be seen. It's going to be a long night of searches is what we are being told from sources. Remains to be seen whether he's taken in custody or not. So far, we cannot go that far because sources within the agency are telling us that they are there just to serve summons, but searches are going on.
So, yes.
Remember, Arvind Kejriwal has already been summoned 9 times, which he has all of the summons that he has skipped. Remains to be seen what happens tonight.
Right, Vedant, we do understand. We've been talking about this before also, that, Arvind Kejriwal has not been named as an accused in the case so far. But the ED team, as we do understand, is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. What it is looking for, it's looking for more proof, more evidence in connection with the Delhi policy alleged scam case that it is looking at. So what we do also understand is that this is right after K. Kavita's arrest and the ED official statement in which it had mentioned Kejriwal's name. It had mentioned that it was the conspiracy between Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders, and the South Group, which has been headed by K. Kavita. This is what the ED so far has said, that the ED team reached Delhi Chief Minister's residence today. It is on the basis of that, are we looking at these developments?
That's a very important point, Kitty, because remember that was a key development in the investigation. Just 2 days after K. Kavita was taken into custody, the Enforcement Directorate, via sources, senior officials from the Enforcement Directorate had told us that as per the investigation, as per the questioning, what has come out is that there was a sort of a nexus between the South Group headed by K. Kavita, former Excise Minister Manish Sisodia. We must remember that Manish Sisodia was heading the Excise Department back then, and Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and that there was a sort of a conspiracy, and that is the evidence. That is the sort of, the sort of evidence that has come out in the questioning. That is what the Enforcement Directorate wants to confront Arvind Kejriwal with. Now, this is all in the realm of allegations. The Aam Aadmi Party says that no money trail has been established so far. Because remember, that is what the Supreme Court had said earlier as well, that the money trail has to be established within 8 months as far as Mr. Manish Sisodia's bail hearing was concerned. Now, Arvind Kejriwal, remember, has already challenged the summons in the Delhi High Court. The next hearing is on the 22nd of April. And before the next hearing, the Enforcement Directorate sort of landing up at Arvind Kejriwal's residence is critical, because the Aam Aadmi Party will make the point that this is illegal because a court hearing is pending. This is unconstitutional based on that. So that aspect also we must keep in mind. But certainly a very important development with the searches now underway at Kejriwal's residence.
Right. All right. Let me go across to my colleague Vasudha also here. All right. I'll go to Vasudha in just a bit. But we do understand that the Aam Aadmi Party so far has been making these claims that they have, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have information that suggests that there are attempts being made by the probe agencies to arrest Arvind Kejriwal. Well, Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi, in a number of press conferences she's held in the recent few days, she said that there is conspiracy that is being hatched to have Arvind Kejriwal arrested. But what we are now at this point in time learning is that, according to the information that's coming in, is that the ED team could have gone to Arvind Kejriwal's residence to serve him summons. This is for the 10th time, remember. For the last 9 times that the summons were issued to Arvind Kejriwal, he did not appear before the agency. All right, we have some live visuals now coming in. We are learning this is Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj as well, who was trying to go to Arvind Kejriwal's residence, but he's not been allowed. Look at the deployment of the police that has been made right outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. The ED team is inside and the police officials are standing outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Nobody is allowed to enter the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. That was Saurabh Bharadwaj, senior Aam Aadmi Party leader and MLA as well, who tried to go to Arvind Kejriwal's residence. We do understand it's in view of these hectic developments that are taking place that Aam Aadmi Party leaders have started to come to Arvind Kejriwal's residence now. But whether the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal takes place or not, that's a big question here. There's a big question mark on that because the information that's coming in at this point in time is that it could happen that Arvind Kejriwal could just be summoned by the ED in connection with the case. Remember, he's not been made an accused in the case. He's just been named by the ED in its official statement after Kavita, the BRS leader and daughter of Chandrasekhar Rao, was arrested by the ED. But in that very specific statement that the ED had released, it said that there was a conspiracy hatched between K. Kavita and senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, in the Delhi liquor policy case. Well, that is some big development that is taking place at this point in time. Look at those visuals on your TV screens. There are some live visuals also coming in at this point in time. Much activity that is taking place right outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence at this point in time. All right, I'm being told there's some more information that's coming in. We'll try and get in just a bit. All right, there are some reactions also coming in. Listen in.
ये जो मर्जी षड्यंत्र कर ले हमारे खिलाफ, कुछ नहीं होने वाला। और मैं भी डटा हुआ हूं इनके खिलाफ, मैं भी नहीं झुकने वाला। ये कहते हैं बीजेपी में आ जाओ, हम छोड़ देंगे। मैंने कहा बिल्कुल नहीं आऊंगा बीजेपी में।
Action from Arvind Kejriwal from 4th of February. We do understand Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Atishi, also recently had hinted that there is a possibility that Arvind Kejriwal could be taken into custody, could be arrested by the CBI or the ED. But there was information with the Aam Aadmi Party. That is what she had suggested. But now what we are looking at this point in time is that the ED team is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. It's a 12-member ED team that is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. What really happens there seems, is something that we are looking at, and that is the visuals that are coming in. All right, Saurabh Bharadwaj in those visuals speaking to the police officials right outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. The Aam Aadmi Party leaders looks like are a bit worried at this point in time, as the ED team is presently inside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Whether it's going to conduct searches, it's going to take Arvind Kejriwal into custody, or what happens, nothing is confirmed at this point in time. We're also learning the ED team could have just gone inside Arvind Kejriwal's residence to serve him summons, but it's a 12-member ED team. What could possibly go wrong? Well, that remains to be seen. It's a possibility that Arvind Kejriwal could be taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, he's been summoned multiple times by the ED in connection with this case, but he's refused to comply with the summons. 9 times the summons were issued to Arvind Kejriwal in connection with the Delhi liquor policy case. He refused to comply with those summons, and this could be the 10th time that the ED team has gone to serve him summons, or this could be a possibility that it could be taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate. Let me go across to my colleague Vedant, who joins us back on the broadcast. He's getting us more details. Vedant, as you've been telling us, there's a possibility that the ED team could just be at Arvind Kejriwal's residence to serve him summons, but also the question is that it's a 12-member team that is at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. What are we expecting?
Kitty, in plain and simple, these can also be looked at as intimidation tactics as of now. Because remember, we are being told by sources, very senior sources within the agency, is that the Enforcement Directorate team has arrived there with a summons. That's what we know so far. Though they are inside as we speak, so possibly there are searches also taking place, and after that there could be that the matters could escalate, because as of now we don't know whether there is an arrest warrant or not. What we can say for sure is that he does, the Enforcement Directorate team does have, a summons with them. So this is the 10th time that Arvind Kejriwal is now being summoned. Before this, the ED team has never, personally or physically given Arvind Kejriwal summons. And as I said, this could be viewed as intimidation tactics, because Arvind Kejriwal, remember, as you said, has not complied with the previous 9 summons. This is the 10th time that he will be summoned. And now, many would say that the Enforcement Directorate has tacit approval from the Delhi High Court, because the Delhi High Court has said that as of now they cannot be inclined towards one particular side until the time the Enforcement Directorate actually files a reply in the court. They cannot provide protection against coercive action.
देखिए, प्रथम दृष्टया जिस तरह से पुलिस अंदर है और मुख्यमंत्री जी के निवास में किसी को जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी के यहाँ रेड मारी गई है, और उनके मन में क्या है ये नहीं मालूम, बट ऐसा दिखता है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी को गिरफ्तार करने की पूरी तैयारी है।
तो क्या सर आज मुख्यमंत्री को जाने दो? तो यहाँ पर आपने सौरभ भारद्वाज को सुना, जिन्होंने कहा कि
Bharadwaj speaking to the media, saying that there is a possibility that Arvind Kejriwal could be arrested by the ED. It's a raid that is taking place at Arvind Kejriwal's residence by the Enforcement Directorate team. Well, there's a tweet also now, reaction coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party that says, this is by Atishi now, after Saurabh Bharadwaj, who's right outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence and has spoken to the media also just a while back. This is Atishi, who's tweeted saying that this is Modi ka extortion department. देश को बताए आम आदमी पार्टी नेताओं के घर, ऑफिस, पैतृक गांव में छापे और बैंक लॉकर खंगालने के बाद भी उन्हें एक पैसे की भी क्या रिकवरी हुई. So the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that the ED has been conducting raids, has been taking Aam Aadmi Party leaders into custody, arresting them, but has not been able to find even a single rupee from the house of any of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Well, that's the tweet on your TV screens that has been put out by the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me now go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal also. She's also joining us on the broadcast back with more information. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party has reacted, Vasudha, saying that well, what was expected. This is Modi ka extortion department. This is what Atishi also has been saying so far in her press conferences, also suggesting that it's a possibility that Arvind Kejriwal could be the next, could be arrested by the ED or the CBI in the Delhi liquor policy case.
Yes, Kitty, and it's very interesting to know that in the morning, one of the only MP candidate who has been refielded from Delhi, Manoj Tiwari, put out this tweet saying that "Hathi ke daat chabane ke alag aur khane ke alag," and and then he also basically took us, he basically attacked Arvind Kejriwal on X on this particular thing that the party has been putting on this whole thing about victimhood. Like even Atishi's tweet says this, but she has also been holding press conferences talking about how Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have been offered money. Now, of course, BJP has been rebutting that, but in the last few years, we have seen Aam Aadmi Party's political clout, at least in Delhi, sort of being challenged by the BJP very seriously, which is why we saw the arrest of not just Manish Sisodia, but also other leaders like Satinder Jain. We also saw Sanjay Singh, the Rajya Sabha MP who has been sort of renominated again. He also, is behind bars. But it's very important to understand that there are 5 important questions here. One, the fact that will a political startup like Aam Aadmi Party that actually rode on the back of, anti-corruption, something like the Anna Hazare movement, can it be able to sort of, take something like this? Who's going to be the natural leader of Aam Aadmi Party? Well, we have seen Atishi being pushed a lot. We've seen people like Saurabh Bharadwaj come up, but there's also Bhagwant Mann, who is actually a sitting chief minister. How is this going to play out in this whole Aam Aadmi Party versus, plus Congress alliance that has actually firmed up in Delhi, but of course Congress is yet to sort of nominate its candidates. What is the timing of this? How is this going to play out on the politics of internal politics of Aam Aadmi Party? And of course the big challenge of Delhi, the capital Delhi, who rules it. This is something, 2014 Narendra Modi came to power. 2015 the party did not win Delhi, and that was seen as a big setback for the BJP, and this repeated in 2019. So this finally, I think, is the biggest setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, and the party would have to actually think a lot. And in fact, maybe in introspection, it could be that the excise policy was probably, was something that they should have thought about, that of course the leaders must be thinking about right now, because the centre clearly has been not very friendly with them right from the beginning. So this is something that
well, yes, and Vasudha, it's important to note here, it's not just about the Aam Aadmi Party here. It's also the other parties. All right. We are learning Saurabh Bharadwaj is once again going to speak to the media. We are expecting.
हाई कोर्ट के पास पूरा का पूरा मामला था. हाई कोर्ट ने ईडी को समय दिया है 22 अप्रैल तक का कि आप अपना जवाब दाखिल करें कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी क्यों जरूरी है. और अब जिस तरीके से ईडी अरविंद जी के घर में फिलहाल है, बाहर पुलिस का बड़ा बंदोबस्त दिख रहा है, घर के अंदर जाने की मनाही है, उनके फोन से ना मुख्यमंत्री जी से ना उनके सचिव से कम्युनिकेशन नहीं हो पा रहा है. ऐसा लगता है कि ईडी वालों ने उनके फोन्स वगैरह भी ले लिए हैं. पूरा का पूरा अंदेशा ये है कि अंदर रेड चल रही है और बहुत जल्द उनको गिरफ्तार करने वाले हैं. एक बात इससे साफ है, अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी को किसी से डर लगता है तो वो अरविंद केजरीवाल है. अगर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विकल्प इस देश में कोई है तो वो अरविंद केजरीवाल है. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को हो सकता है वो आज गिरफ्तार करेंगे, मगर हर गली में, हर मोहल्ले में, हर गांव में, हर कस्बे में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सोच वाले नए अरविंद केजरीवाल पैदा होंगे.
बीजेपी की तरफ से,
और वो सोच जो है, उस सोच को आप गिरफ्तार नहीं कर सकते. अंग्रेजों ने भी बहुत लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया, 10-10 साल जेलों के अंदर रखा, हाउस अरेस्ट के अंदर रखा, मगर जो आइडिया होता है उसको गिरफ्तार करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. और ये बहुत गलत परंपरा आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शुरू की है कि अपने विरोधियों को आप जेल में डाल दें और अकेले ही चुनाव लड़ें, तो ऐसा प्रजातंत्र में होता नहीं है। ये सीधा सीधा एक अत्याचार है कि आप एक छोटी सी पार्टी, आप तो कहते हैं कि सुपारी जितनी पार्टी है, इतनी छोटी पार्टी है। जब इतनी छोटी, मैडम मैं आपसे बात नहीं कर रहा प्लीज, है मैं ANI को बाइट दे रहा हूं। जब इतनी छोटी पार्टी से इतना बड़ा डर है कि इनको गिरफ्तार ही करना है, कैसे भी गिरफ्तार करना है, तो ये बात आज जो है, इनका जो अत्याचार है वो आज पूरे देश और पूरी दुनिया के सामने आ गया है।
सर आपने अंदर जाने की, सर एक सवाल सर सौरभ सर, एक सवाल।
All right, that's the latest that we are getting. Well, Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party hitting out at the BJP, saying that, the people of the country stand with Kejriwal. Well, remember the Aam Aadmi Party now on Twitter also has started this hashtag with I stand with Kejriwal. All right, we are learning Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is moving Supreme Court. The Aam Aadmi Party seems to have moved the Supreme Court now against the action by the ED team. We'll try and get more details about that. My colleague Aishwarya at the moment is at the ED office at this point in time. Aishwarya, what more details are coming out now?
Well, we have been told that Arvind Kejriwal's team has reached out to the Supreme Court and an email has been sent to the Supreme Court registry, and an urgent hearing is being sought by the legal team of Arvind Kejriwal. Abhishek Manu Singhvi's team is the legal team currently of Arvind Kejriwal, and they are seeking an urgent hearing from the Supreme Court to get some sort of relief as far as the possible arrest has been claimed by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, I am at the ED headquarters, and just behind me are these visuals of Delhi police personnels being deployed in heavy numbers as far as Enforcement Directorate headquarters are concerned. Senior Delhi police officials are also on the spot. There has been heavy barricading that has been put forward outside the Enforcement Directorate office. Several key officials have already reached at the Enforcement Directorate's office, and now police deployment has also been increased. That hints what is something that time will tell, but there you can see in the visuals senior Delhi police officials also now speaking to the local police personnel as well as the Enforcement Directorate officials as well, because there has been Enforcement Directorate team which reached at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal, taking that search warrant along with them to raid over there. More than 10 to 12 officials of the Enforcement Directorate team is at Kejriwal's residence, and at Enforcement Directorate headquarters as well. The movement of police officials had enhanced. Delhi police officials are in large numbers. Barricading have been put forward, and they are on standby as well. But on the other side, Arvind Kejriwal is trying to get some sort of relief. Big breaking update coming in from Aam Aadmi Party's end is that they have emailed already to the Supreme Court registrar, and they have sought an urgent hearing so that
we do understand. Sunil Prabhu is also on the broadcast with us. Aishwarya, I'll come back to you. He's getting us more details on what the Aam Aadmi Party is doing now. We do understand that Arvind Kejriwal has approached Supreme Court through his lawyers now. Sunil, what more details are coming up?
Yeah, they're in the process of doing so because the High Court had refused to give permission. But the question is about listing, whether it can be done urgently, immediately, tonight, midnight. That is something that they have requested. Whether the Chief Justice of India will oblige at this stage is something that has to be done. What is the urgency? These are factors that need to be taken into account. This is something that finally the Chief Justice of India, who's the master of the roster, will take that important decision. So there have been really no precedents to ensure a midnight hearing in this case, because if you see Hemant Soren, there is a clear pattern. Whenever they have attempted to arrest a chief minister, they do it in the evening, where you don't get an opportunity to appeal to the court. And it's in that context that once that happens, and in case he is arrested, as is being pointed out by the ground reports, it will be extremely difficult. Then it becomes infructuous, actually, the petition which has been filed. So it's in this context that whether he'll get relief or not, is a matter of thing as we speak. As you can see, the Enforcement Directorate has already started what is called, questioning the Chief Minister. And if they do take him into custody, then this petition also becomes infructus at this present given moment, because this was to seek protection. So we'll wait and see. The advocate, and I've spoken to the top lawyers of Mr. Kejriwal, who don't want to be named at this stage, but definitely all options are being followed to ensure that they can give some kind of legal relief and legal reprieve to the Chief Minister of Delhi.
Absolutely. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party at this point in time is trying its best. It's trying all it can in order to make sure that Arvind Kejriwal is not arrested by the ED. The ED team, as we do understand, is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Well, the raid is taking place since about an hour now. We'll try and get more details about that. My colleague Aishwarya also continues to stay with us on the ground, and Vasudha Venugopal also continues to be with us on the broadcast here. We'll come back to Sunil Prabhu as well. It's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Brought to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Welcome back after the break. A big breaking development taking place at this point in time. We're learning that the 12-member ED team is presently at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Sources are telling us that the ED is conducting raid at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. It could be possible that Arvind Kejriwal could be arrested by the ED officials tonight, but there is a likely possibility as well that the ED team could have gone to his residence to just serve him summons in connection with the Delhi excise policy case. So, we'll try and get a clear picture on that in just a bit. My colleague Aishwarya continues to be with us on the broadcast here. He's right outside the ED office at this point in time. There are hectic developments that are taking place right outside action that is taking place outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Aam Aadmi Party leaders have started to make a beeline. We do understand Saurabh Bharadwaj is already present outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. However, he's not been allowed to go inside. Let me go to Aishwarya first. He is getting us more details. Aishwarya, we do understand that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying its best to ensure that Arvind Kejriwal is not taken into custody by the ED tonight, and has moved the court against the same. But it's a possibility that an urgent hearing by the court might not take place.
Well, it all depends on the Chief Justice of India as far as the roster is concerned, and whether he gives permission for that urgent hearing that Kejriwal's legal team is
सैकड़ों अरविंद
केजरीवाल खड़े हो जाएंगे इस देश के संविधान को बचाने के लिए।
तो अभी क्या आप अंदर जा रही हैं? हो रहा है?
अभी तो देखिए अंदर जाने का सवाल नहीं है, अभी तो पुलिस यहाँ पे भारी संख्या में तैनात है, तो अभी हम यहीं पे इंतजार करेंगे।
अभी आएंगे क्या? और आप लोगों के नेता या कार्यकर्ता आ रहे हैं, खबर मिल रही जैसे जैसे?
वो तो स्वाभाविक है। आप ऐसे लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री को गिरफ्तार करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि पूरी दिल्ली भर से लोग आएंगे। दिल्ली के लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल से प्यार करते हैं। दिल्ली के लोग अरविंद केजरीवाल को अपना भाई मानते हैं, अपना बेटा मानते हैं, अपने परिवार का सदस्य मानते हैं, क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली वालों की जिंदगी में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन किया है और इसी वजह से मोदी जी को डर लगता है अरविंद केजरीवाल से।
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Atishi, who's already at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, we do understand, are outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence as they've not been allowed to enter his house because of the ED team's presence there. Well, the Aam Aadmi Party is alleging that it's on the directions of the Modi government. The action is being taken by the probe agencies, and now we do understand a 12-member team is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. A raid has taken place, but will Arvind Kejriwal be arrested tonight? That's the big question. That is something that we are looking at. All right, Aishwarya continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, what are we expecting? What more information is coming out at the moment?
Well, the questioning has begun of Arvind Kejriwal, and this comes under Section 50 of the PMLA Act after Enforcement Directorate team reached at the Chief Minister's residence. Soon after that, the questioning has now begun in the alleged Delhi police liquor policy case. Now, you know, on one side, Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party trying to get some sort of relief. It all depends on the Chief Justice of India, who makes the roster of the hearings and whether he gives permission for the urgent hearing that Aam Aadmi Party is seeking. Legal team has already sent an email to the Supreme Court registrar. Now, whether that happens or not is something that remains to be seen. But it all depends on the Chief Justice of India, whether he lists that hearing as being requested by the legal team of Arvind Kejriwal. On the other side, it is already Enforcement Directorate team which has reached, and questioning has begun of Arvind Kejriwal in regards to the liquor case. And it is also on one side at the Enforcement Directorate office where I am reporting from. Let me quickly show you these visuals around as well. Heavy police deployment at the Enforcement Directorate office. Delhi police personals have been deployed in huge numbers. Barricading had been put forward and only media personals are being allowed here to report from, nobody else as far as the expectations are concerned, because senior Delhi police officials have also come over here and they had a word and they had looked about the arrangement as to what has happened.
Heavy police deployment is being seen right outside the ED office as well as Arvind Kejriwal's residence where the action is taking place. We'll come back to you, Aishwarya, in just a bit and try and get more information as developments take place. It's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Brought to you.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is, you know, one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, you know, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. सो उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. यू नीड टू मेक श्योर कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक सर्टेन लेवल पे पहुंच जाए. एंड उसके बाद इफ यू अप्रोच ब्रांड्स और इफ द ब्रांड्स अप्रोच यू, यू कैन मोनेटाइज योर पोस्ट, योर स्टोरीज, योर रील्स, बेसिकली वट एवर कॉन्टेंट यू पोस्ट. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Well, अब जाके हो सकता है. You know, in the beginning, when brands just removed the accessories like chargers from the box, तो उस टाइम पे नॉट एवरीवन हैड दीज चार्जर्स. और समटाइम्स हम देखते थे कि जो केबल्स हैं वो अलग हैं, कहीं पे लाइटनिंग, कहीं पे USB-C, कहीं पे माइक्रो USB, ऑन द अदर साइड समटाइम्स USB-C, समटाइम्स USB-A वगैरह वगैरह. बट नाउ विद USB-C कमिंग इन प्लेस एंड नाउ दैट इट्स बीन 2-3 ईयर्स, जब थोड़ा टाइम हो चुका है, काफ़ी ब्रांड्स चार्जर्स रिमूव कर चुके हैं, तो अब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ, इसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ आई टॉक अबाउट माई सेल्फ, तो आई हैव दिस चार्जर फ्रॉम वन ऑफ माई ओल्ड लैपटॉप्स, और ये आई थिंक 3 या 4 साल पुराना चार्जर है. एंड इवन टुडे आई यूज द सेम चार्जर.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening and welcome. Fast-paced developments, ladies and gentlemen, are taking place in the national capital, where the Enforcement Directorate team has reached the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. It is hours after, ladies and gentlemen, after the High Court did not give any reprieve, did not give any relief or interim protection to Arvind Kejriwal. I will, we have been tracking this story for the last couple of hours. What you see on your screens right now is the residence of Mr. Kejriwal, where you can see a lot of police. The minister there, Saurabh Bharadwaj. My colleague Aishwarya is also joining us from the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. We'll get you the latest and the most authentic information here on NDTV. Let's start 8 p.m. with the headlines, and we'll get you live updates on this story after these headlines. All right, 12-member Enforcement Directorate team reaches Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. ED starts questioning Arvind Kejriwal under PMLA Act of 50. Enforcement Directorate team reaches the Chief Minister's residence with a search warrant. Sources tell NDTV Aam Aadmi Party moving top court for urgent hearing. Aam Aadmi Party sends a letter to the Supreme Court's registry. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party sources tell us that Abhishek Manu Singhvi could lead the charge for this hearing as far as this case is concerned. Election Commission of India releases full electoral bonds data. EC releases fresh data which it has received from the SBI. SBI submits new data to the Election Commission this evening. Massive war of words and a face-off between the Congress and the BJP over the freezing of Congress party funds. Congress alleges no level playing field, says systematic effort to cripple the party financially. BJP says Congress only creating alibi for defeat. Bharatiya Janata Party releases a third list of 9 candidates in Tamil Nadu. The BJP chief fielded from Coimbatore, ex-Telangana governor from Chennai South. End of an era. CSK, that is the Chennai Super Kings, get a new captain. Dhoni out, Rituraj Gaikwad in as the new captain for this season. All right, we are continuing to track the story that we broke here first on NDTV. Enforcement Directorate has begun questioning of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in connection with the alleged liquor policy scam in the national capital. What we have been told by our sources that the questioning at this moment is being conducted by senior joint director level officers of the Enforcement Directorate. A team of 12 to 13 officers earlier, about an hour back, reached Mr. Kejriwal's residence in the national capital with a search warrant. His questioning has just started and it is being done under Section 50 of the PMLA Act. Now, what we are being told is that there is massive police deployment around the Aam Aadmi Party fears that Mr. Kejriwal is going to be arrested soon. This is what they think is the pretext being created as far as, Mr. Kejriwal is concerned. Remember, today, the High Court had denied any protection on a plea which was filed by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and had said that they are not at this moment likely to give any interim relief, and the next hearing on that matter is going to take place on 22nd of April. Let me very quickly at this moment, because ladies and gentlemen, these are very fast-paced developments which are taking place at this moment. Sunil Prabhu, my colleague, is joining us to give us a sense, because we are hearing that a senior lawyer, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, could move the Supreme Court to seek some sort of protection as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. Aishwarya, my colleague, is joining us from the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. We'll also in a short while be joined by Vedant, my colleague, who is going to be at Mr. Kejriwal's residence, where all the action at this moment is taking place. Aishwarya, let me come to you first. Just give our viewers a sense. What is happening? A 12 to 13 member team, joint director level officers are questioning Arvind Kejriwal. What else do we know at this moment?
Well, Ankit, what we know so far is that at least 12 to 13 members of Enforcement Directorate team reached at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and with a search warrant, the questioning has begun of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in connection with alleged Delhi liquor policy case. It is under Section 50 of the PMLA Act that the questioning has begun. Now, on one side, the Aam Aadmi Party clearly calling it a dictatorship of Modi government. Political war of words have already erupted. But it is Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal's legal team which is also seeking a quick relief from the Supreme Court. An email has been sent to the Supreme Court registry. Now, it all depends on the Chief Justice of India whether this urgent hearing that Aam Aadmi Party is seeking for some sort of protection for Arvind Kejriwal's arrest is something that remains to be seen. On the other, where I'm reporting from is Enforcement Directorate headquarters, where heavy police deployment can be seen. Barricading has been put forward by the Delhi police personals, and senior Delhi police officials are also at the spot looking at the possibility of arrest of Delhi Chief Minister. This deployment has been enhanced. Remember, K. Kavita already in custody of Enforcement Directorate, and soon after that we heard from the Enforcement Directorate officials that it is K. Kavita who Enforcement Directorate wanted to confront with key players of this particular case. And today, after a huge setback by the Delhi High Court, where Delhi High Court clearly stated that they cannot give interim relief to Arvind Kejriwal at this moment, when 9 summons was already served to Kejriwal, it is the Enforcement Directorate team who reached at Kejriwal's residence for the very first time, and now questioning has begun. Now, same sort of sequence is something that we saw in Jharkhand, in Ranchi, where Hemant Soren's residence, at Hemant Soren's residence, Enforcement Directorate team reached late in the night, so that there is very less possibility of any sort of relief from the accused end. Now, in this evening as well, when ED teams had reached search warrant, with a search warrant, questioning has already begun. Now, it all depends on the Supreme Court whether that hearing is listed or not. If not, then certainly there could be more trouble for Arvind Kejriwal in the upcoming few hours.
Yes, clearly it looks that it's only getting more and more difficult for Delhi Chief Minister. What are the options before him is the question that I want to ask Sunil. And I was looking at what exactly is the Section 50 of the PMLA, which we are talking about, Sunil. In fact, Saurabh Bharadwaj is speaking. Let's cut across to it.
और जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, ऐसा प्रतीत हो रहा है कि उनको तुरंत जो है ईडी गिरफ्तार करके ले जाना चाह रही है। हालांकि शुरू में ये कहा जा रहा था कि सिर्फ सम्मन देने आए हैं, मगर मुझे लगता है कि ये बात झूठ है। सम्मन देने का सिर्फ एक बहाना है। अंदर सर्च चल रही है। मुख्यमंत्री जी के और उनके ऑफिस के लोगों के पास फ़ोन का एक्सेस नहीं है, बिना फ़ोन के हैं, और अंदर सर्च ऑपरेशन जो है ईडी का चल रहा है। अब वो सही है, गलत है, मगर अरेस्ट करने की तैयारी अब पूरी तरीके से देखी जा सकती है। जितना डर अरविंद केजरीवाल को आज भारत की सत्ता को से लग रहा है, भारत की सत्ता को लग रहा है, अरविंद जी से लग रहा है, ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और ये एक अत्याचार है। ये एक छोटी सी पार्टी जो अभी आई, उसको कुचलने की, उसको ख़त्म करने की पूरी केंद्र सरकार अपनी पूरी ताकत से उनको ख़त्म करने की कोशिश कर रही है। मैं फिर ये कहूँगा, अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार आप कर लोगे, मगर उनकी सोच को आप गिरफ्तार नहीं कर पाओगे। जितना अत्याचार करोगे, उनकी सोच उतनी ज़्यादा गली गली मोहल्ले मोहल्ले में फैलेगी।
थैंक यू सर।
So minute by minute briefing being done by Aam Aadmi Party now. They are saying that the officials came, Ankit, with just a search order. But what has happened and is ongoing right now is that the premises of the Delhi Chief Minister's home is being searched. Their phones have been confiscated.
That's right. In fact, I've been told that not only his, but his family members, those who are present inside the residence at this moment, their phones have also been taken away as the questioning has begun. So that is what Saurabh Bharadwaj was also saying, that they have zero contact with either the Chief Minister, his family, or their staff. Sunil is with us. Sunil, at this moment, what sources are saying that Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi or his team is trying to move the Supreme Court. What are the options that they have at this late hour?
Well, they've already moved the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice of India, as I said, is the master of the roster. And we'll have to wait and see if he feels that this is an urgent matter of individuals' liberty. What is the urgency for a midnight hearing at this present juncture? Is it because of apprehensions that are being sent by Saurabh Bharadwaj, or is it the law of the land? And that, I think, is the essence of what the Supreme Court Chief Justice will take and then decide on this important aspect. Because will heavens come down immediately if if that matter is not heard at tomorrow morning at 10:30? This is not a death case or something like that where there is certain immediacy. So as you rightly pointed out, there's standard operating procedures of a raid that is taking place at the Chief Minister's residence, with everybody's phones being cut off, no communication with them. It is can the Supreme Court for the Chief Minister give some preventive thing? This is the same thing that happened with Hemant Soren, and let's remember Arvind Kejriwal himself had been fearing arrest not once but at least 7 to 10 times. He has been speaking about this on a continuous basis. So will the Chief Justice of India oblige the legal team of Mr. Kejriwal, led by Mr. Abhishek Singhvi, to give them a midnight hearing and then hear this entire case? We'll have to wait and see, because the problem is that what has been moved in by email is against the High Court judgment. And let's remember that, in case he gets arrested tonight, then that becomes infructus. You'll have to put in a fresh application and that matter will have to be heard. And then you have to go through the appellate court, the normal courts of the, and there is a clear procedure, clear-cut procedure for that. You can't come to the Supreme Court directly. There have been attempts.
Talking about the procedure, what happened today, all that happened today, he got no protection from the court today. So perhaps the Enforcement Directorate was waiting for an order from the court to make their next move, understanding fully well that after getting no relief from the court, they can have this move in which they can knock at the door of the Chief Minister himself.
That's right. The Enforcement Directorate didn't want to waste time at all. Immediately after the courts completed, once they got the order from the Delhi High Court, did they move that procedure immediately, and you can see the swiftness in which they have acted to start this entire raid process. This has been a long pending investigation, the liquor gate as we know it. It's the South group as it's been formally called, where people's money had been, and as you know, the liquor policy at that time in Delhi had been given on and had been changed in lieu of the fact that a particular company would benefit from it. Right. Of course, neither one has actually succeeded, but it's in this context that I'm not getting into the merits of that case, but ultimately there has to be an entire process that has to be followed. And can the Supreme Court really intervene just because it's the Chief Minister of Delhi? Is there a way forward? That's something that is all eyes on D.Y. Chandrachud, the Chief Justice of India, whether he will intervene at this stage.
So it's very interesting what you point out, that there is no urgency or immediate need for the doors of the Supreme Court to open at midnight. It has happened in the past, but that was because of death row case or other cases, but this is not really an immediate something that requires the Supreme Court to sit at midnight. We have Aishwarya joining us from outside the Enforcement Directorate. Aishwarya, give us a sense, what kind of barricading or preparations which have been put in place at the ED headquarters?
Oh, well, just a quick update before that. KTR just came out of the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Remember, K. Kavita has already been in custody of Enforcement Directorate, and KTR just stepped out. He did not comment on any of the issues as far as we asked him about Arvind Kejriwal being questioned and any of that, but he did not comment it. Although there has been heavy police deployment at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. If you can tell my camera person to just pan and show more police deployment at the ED headquarters. Senior Delhi police officials also present at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, and they have been briefed about the arrangements to be made over here, looking at the possible arrest of Arvind Kejriwal, because on one side, what we know so far is that Arvind Kejriwal already, his legal team has already approached the Supreme Court to get some sort of protection from the higher court, but it is already Arvind Kejriwal's residence, where we can see at least 10 to 12 Enforcement Directorate team members went inside. Senior ED officers at the rank of Joint Director have gone inside with a search warrant, and the questioning has already begun of Arvind Kejriwal. Now, that's the same pattern that we have seen in the case of Hemant Soren as well. Late in the evening, ED team reached over there and he got arrested, and that's just unlikely. But what we know so far is what Aam Aadmi Party clearly had been stating and hinting that Arvind Kejriwal might get arrested. This is what the same press conferences that we have seen of Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj at Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, where they have said that, after repeated summon, ED can arrest any time Arvind Kejriwal, and that's the allegations that they have leveled. But more deployment of rapid action force also at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Senior leaders like Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj already presented Arvind Kejriwal's residence. What they are alleging is that they have no contact with the family members of Arvind Kejriwal inside, and therefore the reason perhaps now Saurabh Bharadwaj making that allegation that it could be Arvind Kejriwal which could be arrested too.
Ankit, because since you have been speaking to Team Kejriwal, what are you picking up specifically in terms of what is the Aam Aadmi Party planning to do immediately? Because outside the Chief Minister's residence as well, there is extra deployment which has happened. Of course, this is similar to what we saw play out in case of Hemant Soren, but Hemant Soren had a plan B. Much before his arrest, there was a legislature party meeting which was held at his residence in Ranchi. There was a new person who was chosen as the head of the legislature party. There's no plan which has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party in case of an arrest of the Chief Minister.
I think that is what the most interesting part now would be, because Arvind Kejriwal has been saying that even if he's arrested, they have been saying that this entire procedure is being done to ensure that Arvind Kejriwal is kept away as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned. And he has already started a campaign in Delhi where he's saying that even if he is arrested, he's not going to resign. He will continue as the Chief Minister and the cabinet will run from the Tihar prison. As per Mr. Kejriwal and his legal team, there is no legal foundation on them for the Chief Minister to resign once he's arrested till the time, of course, he's not proven guilty. So what he's trying to, whether he does that, if he does that, that it will be the first time a sitting Chief Minister will be picked up, because even in Hemant Soren's case, the official arrest that the ED did was after he went to the governor's residence, resigned, and then he was, of course, officially arrested. But if that does not take place, then Arvind Kejriwal will become the first sitting Chief Minister to be arrested as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. And the other important aspect would be about Plan B. In my sense, if there is a position where he has to resign, Atishi will have to step up. That she's the de facto number 2 at this moment to run the government of Delhi.
But interestingly, what has been said here is the distinction that Ankit tried to make, Sunil, of the 2 arrests. Both Chief Ministers, both sitting Chief Ministers, present Chief Ministers. Hemant Soren, realizing fully well that he's going to be arrested, he goes to the governor's residence and resigns. In this particular case, The Delhi Chief Minister has been at loggerheads with the Lieutenant Governor. So it's very clear that the Enforcement Directorate, the agency, has permission from the Lieutenant Governor to carry on with its investigation, carry on with the process. What next in case if Mr. Arvind Kejriwal doesn't resign? Sunil.
Well, it will create a constitutional crisis.
Yes.
This dates back to 1996, 97, if memory reminds me of Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Yes.
At that stage, he was to be arrested by the CBI. And if you remember, there was the Joint Director UN Biswas at that time, who had asked for army presence and to arrest him. And how did he do that? All those issues, we'll leave that for another day, and that can be written in a storybook. But the truth being that a man like Lalu Prasad Yadav, who was in his prime in those years, decided to give it to his wife, Rabri Devi, as the chief minister. The rest is history, but there was definitely no precedent of that sort in those years. Now, of course, as you rightly pointed out, there's been Hemant Soren, there have been other occasions. But if Mr. Arvind Kejriwal wants to rule from the jail, from the ED custody, it will be a great disservice to the people of Delhi for whom he has been elected, because you can't function once you're arrested. You have become the property of the investigating agency, in this case the ED. It will create a constitutional crisis, and definitely this has never ever happened in independent India so far.
Yes,
let me ask you this, Maria and Sunil, both, if you can come in. If that happens, Mr. Kejriwal doesn't resign, if he continues to be adamant that he will run the government even from behind bars, does that become a fertile ground for the central government to exercise its power and possibly dismiss the government? Because as Sunil was saying, that it will create a constitutional crisis in the state of Delhi.
So possible president's rule,
So I'll explain that.
Yes.
Delhi is extremely difficult case. It's not a normal state. Please remember, it has a special status. It's a union territory which has got statehood. And it's extremely, if you look at the Constitution of India, it has a very special provision that is done. In fact, the chief minister or the ministers are administered oath of office by the Lieutenant Governor only after the president approves.
Yes.
So there is an entire process that is done. As I said, Delhi has a very, very special status. And that's the reason for why you have seen recent court judgments that have come. Not one, not two, but at least 3 constitutional courts have given judgments on Delhi. And yet they have been overturned by Parliament on a case-to-case basis, as recently as you saw, where they usurped the power, the Lieutenant Governor usurped the power of the services. And what has Mr. Arvind Kejriwal been doing? Putting all the onus back on the Chief Secretary and the bureaucracy to act, be it on any issue which the Lieutenant Governor has been going across the city and saying, this is so terrible, this is so pathetic. So Mr. Kejriwal, the intelligent man that he is, has said, yes, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, please act immediately. Ask your Chief Secretary to take necessary action. And at all powers are with you. Because ultimately, who are the losers? There are people like you and me who live in Delhi. Delhi has been in a complete mess thanks to the fight between the center and the Aam Aadmi Party and the state. And the Lieutenant Governor and Arvind Kejriwal, who are the ultimate losers. It's the Aam Aadmi, the poor people, who haven't been able to get their basic rights and their basic services which are due to them.
Yes. So it's been almost 1.5 hours since the interrogation of Arvind Kejriwal began at his home in the national capital. In Civil Lines is where his official residence is. His party claims that there is no communication whatsoever between the officials at the Chief Minister's residence and many of them who have gathered outside his home. Saurabh Bharadwaj, Atishi, all these are ministers in Mr. Kejriwal's cabinet. But this is a constitution crisis towards which Delhi is heading, unprecedented clearly. And Ankit, there are ministers of Mr. Kejriwal's cabinet, the Deputy Chief Minister, the former Health Minister, Satyendra Jain, all of them are behind bars. There are very few who are present in the cabinet now who, after Mr. Kejriwal, there is no plan B. Political successor, he has not chosen either. In case of Lalu Yadav, as Sunil was pointing out in 1997, overnight, the Chief Minister said that his wife, Rabdi Devi, will be the next head of the CLP, which is the legislature party, and she was sworn in the presence of 4 to 5 leaders of the RJD. Right now, again, it's an unprecedented situation, but here is the Chief Minister who has said he will not be resigning. What are you picking up from his office?
There's this alleged Delhi liquor scam case. Arvind Kejriwal, if the Chief Minister gets arrested, he'll be the 4th big leader of the Aam Aadmi Party.
That's right.
Who has been arrested in this case. Remember, it all started with Manish Sisodia, who has been behind bars for over a year now. Apart from that, Vijay Nair, who was the communications in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party, was also arrested in the same case. And then Member of Parliament Sanjay Singh, who has been arrested in the same case. And interestingly, just a few days back, when K. Kavita was arrested, the ED put out a press release in which they said that there is clear evidence with them to corroborate or to establish a link between the South lobby headed by K. Kavita and the Chief Minister himself. They named Arvind Kejriwal in that press release.
That's right.
So when Arvind Kejriwal, if he is arrested, then he becomes the most high profile. Of course, with the Aam Aadmi Party, he's the supremo. He's the man who gets them the vote. The difficulty in the Aam Aadmi Party, the discussions that were happening in the Aam Aadmi Party were for the Lok Sabha elections. If Kejriwal is put behind bars, if a Manish Sisodia or a Sanjay Singh is put behind bars, it's Arvind Kejriwal who can encash on that sympathy. He can go and seek vote, for them and for his party. But if Kejriwal is put behind bars, except Punjab, where Bhagwant Mann is an able administrator and, of course, a campaigner, what happens in Delhi and other places where the party is hoping for some electoral gains this time in Lok Sabha election 2024?
Yes, and Sunil, let me come back to you again. What will be Congress party's response now? So far in Delhi, there has been a back and forth by local leaders who have been questioning Aam Aadmi Party, but now alliance has been forged in the run-up to Lok Sabha elections. There is a seat-sharing arrangement which has been worked out. What will the Congress say if the Chief Minister actually gets arrested?
Well, there are two sides of it. One, of course, is the case must follow its course, but more importantly...
Okay. Sunil, just hold on to your thoughts, 30 seconds, because Vedant is standing right outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Over to you, Vedant. Who do you have?
That's right, Amar. Joined by Senior Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Mayor Shaili Oberoi. What has
and connect with Vedant again. Yes, Sunil, please continue.
So for the Congress, it's a difficult situation, as you rightly pointed out. One is, of course, that they have an alliance. They have always held that, the truth must come out in this entire case. But they also have said that this enforcement directorate is being used as a tool to oppress the opposition. And it's a political vendetta that is taking place. Maria, you can see it yourself. The BJP had to replace 5 of the sitting BJP MPs because of the non-performance in Delhi. And as I was talking to you about it, the fact that the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party have been fighting it out.
6, in fact, Sunil. Except for Manoj Tiwari, all of them have been changed.
So you can just imagine the kind of public the discourse that is taking place. The fact that the Aam Aadmi or the common man on the streets of Delhi hasn't really got relief in terms of work, in terms of getting better roads, better sanitation, better water facilities, name it, and it's in this context we'll have to wait and see how things play out.
All right, and this is a big story, in fact, which is developing at a very fast pace. Trust NDTV to get you the 360-degree view and the latest updates. We have to slip into a very short break at this moment. Our focus will continue on this top story after a short break. Stay tuned.
Cool.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी एबिलिटीज हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुंच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach brands or if the brands approach you, you can monetize your posts, your stories, your reels, basically whatever content you post. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Well, अब जाके हो सकता है. You know, in the beginning, when brands just removed the accessories like chargers from the box, तो उस टाइम पे not everyone had these chargers. और sometimes हम देखते थे कि जो cables हैं वो अलग हैं, कहीं पे lightning, कहीं पे USB-C, कहीं पे micro USB. On the other side, sometimes USB-C, sometimes USB-A वगैरह वगैरह. But now with USB-C coming in place, and now that it's been 2-3 years, जब थोड़ा टाइम हो चुका है, काफ़ी brands chargers remove कर चुके हैं, तो अब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ इसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है. For example, if I talk about myself, तो I have this charger from one of my old laptops, और ये I think 3 या 4 साल पुराना चार्जर है, and even today I use the same charger to charge all my devices. But now going forward, जब सबके पास में chargers हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इसका फ़र्क पड़ सकता है.
Is it okay to install a third-party battery in my MacBook?
To be honest, I won't recommend it.
The Delhi High Court refused to grant any protection to the Delhi Chief Minister. The Enforcement Directorate is at the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. It's a 12-member ED team which is presently questioning him under Section 50 of PMLA Act. In fact, what we are being told is that the questioning is happening. This is under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. It's a team of 12. They are presently inside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. They have a search warrant. The phones of Mr. Kejriwal and his entire family have been confiscated. Delhi Minister and other leaders of Aam Aadmi Party are outside the Chief Minister's official home at Civil Lines in the national capital. Aishwarya is joining us. He's outside the ED office, the ED headquarters in the national capital. I want to understand the preparations which have been put in place by the ED about what looks inevitable now. Aishwarya, in terms of barricading, in terms of police presence, because this is a sitting chief minister that we are looking at, and the ED understand fully well that he has his supporters in the national capital.
Well, just because K. Kavita is already in custody and she is here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, already security was beefed up, but soon after the news came in, as Enforcement Directorate officials reached Arvind Kejriwal's residence, senior Delhi police officials rushed to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Let me quickly show you these visuals around and explain what's happening over here. As far as barricading is concerned, they have been deployed in large numbers. Entire ED headquarters have been blocked. Nobody has been given permission apart from ED officials and Delhi police officials to go from this part of the road inside the Enforcement Directorate office or at this stretch, and more police deployment has been done. Senior Delhi police officials have already come in and they have briefed the police security which was deployed over here to be on standby looking at the possible arrest of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. But on the other side, it is rapid action force which has been already deployed at Delhi Chief Minister's residence over there, where Enforcement Directorate team is currently questioning Arvind Kejriwal. So the police personals are well prepared because he is sitting Chief Minister. Aam Aadmi Party has a huge cadre, and already the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party has started coming out and had started tweeting in favor of Arvind Kejriwal. Already cabinet ministers are there at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. So to look at the law and order situation, Delhi police is well prepared over here.
Aishwarya, hold on to your thoughts. Vedant is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and now we are being told that Section 144 has been imposed outside Mr. Kejriwal's residence, which means there cannot be a gathering of more than 4 people. So what is the Aam Aadmi Party planning to do? Will they be holding protests? There are several ministers of the party. The Speaker of the Delhi Assembly, who's also from the Aam Aadmi Party, is present there. There are other leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, the ministers of Mr. Kejriwal's cabinet. All of them have gathered there. We'll try and connect with Vedant in just a bit. But KTR was there to meet K. Kavita. She was, of course, taken into ED custody after questioning at her residence in Hyderabad. She is believed to be allegedly, as the ED claims, supposed to be the main person involved as part of that South lobby, and she was allegedly directly in touch with Mr. Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. That is the charge that ED has leveled with regards to this ongoing investigation in the Delhi liquor policy scam. We'll try and get our guests also who are joining us, but for the moment, going back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, again, as you said, rapid action force present. The Aam Aadmi Party is saying that people of country are with Mr. Kejriwal, and they have leveled some sharp allegations of misuse of agencies again. But this is coming only and only after the Delhi High Court refused to grant any protection to Mr. Kejriwal.
Well, certainly today was a setback for Arvind Kejriwal, as he had challenged the summons issued by Enforcement Directorate, although Aam Aadmi Party had time and again repeated the same thing, that these summons are illegal when the matter is already sub judice. But today Arvind Kejriwal got no relief from the Delhi High Court after he challenged those summons of ED, and Delhi High Court stated that they are not going to give any sort of interim relief to Arvind Kejriwal. The plea was very simple. It was Arvind Kejriwal who has requested Delhi High Court that he should not be arrested, and he is ready to give all the answers to the Enforcement Directorate. Earlier, remember, they were at 2 occasions, Enforcement Directorate reached the Rouse Avenue Court and filed the petition saying that Arvind Kejriwal is non-cooperative in the investigations and the summons being sent to him, and therefore the reason, perhaps on March 16, it was Arvind Kejriwal who was directed by the magistrate court that he had to appear physically. He went over there, but he got bail on those applications filed by the ED. But it was Enforcement Directorate who sent 9th summon today after a setback. It was Enforcement Directorate team reached at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal with a search warrant. What Aam Aadmi Party leaders are claiming is that he can be arrested very soon.
What the Enforcement Directorate had said in its press note, which was released on Sunday, it had called the Aam Aadmi Party chief a conspirator in the alleged liquor policy scam. To quote the press note, it said that the ED investigation revealed that Ms. K. Kavita, along with others, conspired with the top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, for getting favors in the Delhi excise policy formulation and implementation. In exchange of these favors, she was involved in paying 100 crore to the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is what the allegation is. We have Salman Soz of the Congress Party joining us. Mr. Soz, this is a tough situation for you. I mean, the Congress Party's Delhi unit had been taking on Mr. Kejriwal, and now you have a situation where Mr. Kejriwal, of course, is being questioned at the moment. We really do not know what will happen next, but his arrest seems imminent. Prohibitory orders have been put in place as well. They have been imposed outside outside the Chief Minister's residence, but he doesn't have a plan B as to who will govern Delhi. He has been saying that he'll govern Delhi from the custody of Enforcement Directorate.
Maria, this is not a tough situation for us. This is a tough situation for you and us and the country. because we have now a government that is hell-bent on destroying democracy. Now, let me do a thought experiment with our audience. Imagine if Mr. Arvind Kejriwal had joined the BJP or allied with the BJP. I asked the people sitting at home, do you think there would be an ED summons for him? There would not be. Why? How do we know that? We know that because the BJP has inducted into its ranks those people who are now chief ministers but were called the worst things by the BJP.
There are certain preparations which are being made outside the chief minister's residence. Let me go straight to Vedant to get a sense of what's happening at ground zero. Vedant, what are you seeing? What is happening there, and where are the Aam Aadmi Party workers and ministers?
Well, Maria, here heavy deployment of police, and at the same time Aam Aadmi Party workers have started gathering here. The huge protests that are being planned is what we are picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party. You have councillors and junior ministers already on their way. Saurabh Bharadwaj is constantly here. Aam Aadmi Party senior leader and the mayor of the national capital, Shelley Oberoi, is also present here. And what we are being told is that other Aam Aadmi Party leaders will also make their way now. You can see protests have already started. They're protesting against the BJP. They're clearly saying that the agencies are acting at the behest of the central party. What we're also being told is that section 144 or prohibitory orders have been imposed all in areas around the chief minister's residence. And here you can see how protesters have gathered now in large numbers. Heavy deployment of not just senior police officials but also rapid action forces, paramilitary forces have been deployed here at the chief minister's residence. It's going to be a long, dramatic night. What we're also picking up from sources within the Aam Aadmi Party is that they're constantly trying to establish contact with with people inside the chief minister's office. His closest aide, Bibhav Kumar, is also about to reach here, is what we're being told. But currently, the Aam Aadmi Party has not been able to establish contact because what we're being told is that his phones have been seized. In fact, phones of Arvind Kejriwal's wife have also been seized, is what we're being told by sources within the Aam Aadmi Party. But dramatic scenes unfolding. It's a sitting chief minister, Maria, that we're talking about, and protests will only pick up now because Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj are on their way as well, and it's going to be a sort of a mobilization of Aam Aadmi Party workers that we will be witnessing in the next couple of hours, because what ED sources are telling us is that an arrest is possible in the next 2 to 3 hours. That's what we are being told, and a heavy mobilization is being planned here at the chief minister's residence. Section 144 has already been imposed.
We have Akshay Marathe of the Aam Aadmi Party joining us. We have Shazia Ilmi of the BJP joining us. Akshay Marathe, here is the chief minister who's saying that he'll be ruling from the jail. The question here is that this is more to do with governance and people of Delhi. Don't you think they'll suffer? There should be a plan B for him, just as Hemant Soren had, just as other leaders in the past have had.
Maria, with a straight face, if you're going to discuss this as if it's a trivial, frivolous issue, that a chief minister of the national capital has been arrested in a case that has been going on for the last 2 years, not a single shred of evidence has been presented in any court of law against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. He has not been called an accused even once by the Enforcement Directorate. But on the eve of the Lok Sabha election, 2 months before the election, he's being arrested. And we are discussing what will happen to his chief ministership. No, this is an issue of our democracy. The entire country today should be having alarm bells going off that 2 months before the election, Prime Minister Modi has arrested one of the biggest in our country. You hear of these things happening in Russia. You know, Alexei Navalny was arrested by Putin right before the election, and a few months later, that gentleman actually died in jail. That is what we are becoming today. We are becoming a complete dictatorship, and an aristocratic, quasi-autocracy has become what we have become today. And I'm shocked that on such a day we are discussing these, frivolous issues like who will become chief minister. Why has he been arrested? What grounds do they have to arrest him? Where is the evidence against him?
Since the Enforcement Directorate in its press release talks about the linkage that they have built and they have evidence to corroborate it, that's for another day because it's playing out in the domain of politics as well.
A press release is not evidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
A press release is not evidence.
I agree with you completely. Shazia, the charge that is coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party and also the Congress that perhaps the BJP has much to explain. That are you so nervous ahead of elections that you're going ahead with this kind of arrest?
You know, it seems that it was BJP which asked K. Kavita to confabulate and conspire and tweak the policy, the formulation and implementation of the excise policy, along with Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. It seems that BJP was the one who told Vijay Nair to make this phone call through Samir Mahindru and actually say that, oh, this is my man and how much money is to be spent. I think it was BJP which told Manish Sisodia, you know, that he should tweak the policy and, you know, cause all the blacklisted companies to be a part of this, and then feign ignorance and then retract the policy. So, I mean, you do corruption. We're talking about not just 100 crores here, but 36 crores in Delhi Jal scam. And these are facts that are presented in front of you. Okay. Manish Sisodia has been in jail for so many months. Why? Whether it's the Sessions Court or the High Court or Supreme Court, he has not got bail. Hasn't, where Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and Chidambaram are concerned, they've got bail. Even Lalu got bail. Even Tejasvi got bail. How come Manish Sisodia did not get bail? And what do you mean? If you're in the opposition, you're allowed to steal?
Okay, Shazia, because there are dramatic visuals, Akshay, which are coming in from ground. Let's cut across to it and also bring in Aishwarya now. Aishwarya, we are seeing protests that have begun outside Mr. Kejriwal's home. You can see all the leaders of the party seated outside his residence, and they are demanding perhaps an explanation by the government of India, because the sitting chief minister is being questioned by the enforcement directorate at his official residence, and there is this sense of misuse of agencies which they are alleging. Aishwarya, in terms of preparations, let me come back to you again. You know, you said the Rapid Action Force is at the ED headquarters. What else? Where is the, you know, the DG of Enforcement Directorate?
Well, these are twice to thrice in numbers what we have seen during Sanjay Singh's arrest. The cadres which came outside Sanjay Singh's residence when he was arrested, and it is sitting chief minister, and therefore the reason perhaps what we are witnessing is councillors to cabinet ministers to the cadres of Aam Aadmi Party who had reached, and they are protesting against the central government, alleging that this is dictatorship, and these are again a political witch hunt against the opposition leader. Enforcement Directorate being used as one of the key tool of the central government, and therefore the reason protest is something that we are witnessing outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence.
Just hold on to your thoughts. Let me go straight to Chief Minister's residence. That's where Vedant is. Vedant, over to you.
That's right, Maria. Shelley Oberoi is here leading the protests outside the Chief Minister's residence. Shelley, have you been able to establish any contact with the Chief Minister's residence?
No, nothing. There is no communication from inside, and this is really shameful what is happening today outside the house of the Chief Minister of Delhi, and the way the things have been moving is really shameful. And as we know that this matter is really going into the court, then why there is so hurry in such actions?
Right. And also, Shelley, what is the Aam Aadmi Party's strategy now? Have you planned mobilizations in the next couple of hours? Will we see massive protests across Delhi?
See, we have not called anyone here, and this is a love of Manani Mukhyamantri Arvind Kejriwal ji, the Honorable CM. That love and the blessings have brought people here today. And from this media, through this media, I want to tell everyone that Honorable CM have the love of Delhi people. They have the blessings of Delhi people.
Right. But do you have a strategy in place? What if Arvind Kejriwal is arrested tonight? What next for the Aam Aadmi Party?
See, we are just waiting for the action, what will happen in the next few minutes and few hours, and then we'll decide.
Right, Shelley, thanks very much. That was the mayor of the national capital and senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, Shelley Oberoi. But Maria, let me show you scenes unfolding outside the Chief Minister's residence. Massive protests here, and these supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party have gathered here. If Momin can keep following me, I'll show you visuals here. Just look at these protests here, Maria. They've just started, and they are picking up now. What we are also being told by Aam Aadmi Party sources is that senior Aam Aam Aadmi Party leaders Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj will arrive here in a short while, and they will be leading protests. The Aam Aadmi Party has planned massive mobilizations in the next couple of hours, even though Section 144 has been imposed outside the Chief Minister's residence. Massive deployment of rapid action forces, paramilitary forces. Maria, this will be a defining moment for the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, just right ahead of polls, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, likely arrest, because remember, Aam Aadmi Party has been anticipating this arrest for a long time now, and the legal team is in constant touch with the Supreme Court registry. What their strategy is that they want to sort of make the arguments before the Chief Justice of India, though an urgent hearing, a midnight hearing is unlikely, but the Aam Aadmi Party's legal team is in constant touch with the Supreme Court registry. And what we're also being told is that their phones, Arvind Kejriwal's phone has been seized already, and as per what our colleague Mukesh is reporting,
that there will be a midnight hearing, because now what Mr. Kejriwal's counsel is telling us is that they will be moving the Supreme Court tomorrow, because they have the documents which have been prepared as well. So clearly, in terms of preparations, they have understood that it is going to be about tomorrow. But Vedant, it is Section 144 outside the Chief Minister's residence. Then how is this kind of gathering being allowed?
Well, Maria, let me ask my camera person to pan and show you. There are 3 levels of barricading outside Chief Minister's residence. This is at the camp office, remember, Maria, and it is an elevated road. For those of us who've been covering the Chief Minister in the past couple of months, the levels of barricading has been increased. But even then, some supporters, in fact, sort of jumped over the barricades, and they're trying to get closer to the Chief Minister's residence. This road where I come to you from is outside that gate. Now remember, Maria, if I can ask my camera person to show you that gate, that is the gate that leads the road to the Chief Minister's residence. So beyond this point, neither the media nor supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party, even Aam Aadmi Party ministers, are not being allowed to cross this layer of barricading. The ED officials are inside. In fact, if I can ask Moment to show you, senior officials of the Delhi police, including the commissioner also, who was here a short while back, they are constantly deployed here, manning the sort of this key gate that is the entrance to Arvind Kejriwal's residence. It is outside this gate that these mobilizations and protests are taking place as of now. But Delhi police telling us that they are making sure that no protester sort of comes near this barricading, and they are starting to evacuate these supporters as well, because they are raising slogans, and this mobilization only seems to be increasing, Maria.
Politically speaking, Neerja Chaudhary, what do these images mean right ahead of elections for the Aam Aadmi Party and for the BJP?
Look, opposition leaders being arrested in certain cases by the agencies has not had much of a traction at the popular level. It has been a big issue for the opposition parties. It's even brought them together. But in Delhi, with this happening with Kejriwal, national glare, international glare, and the Aam Aadmi Party is well regarded in Delhi, still well regarded in Delhi. And Arvind Kejriwal, they may have lost ground a little bit, but he is still popular and has goodwill, as does the Prime Minister nationally. So will the worm turn that little bit in terms of public reaction coming on this issue? That remains to be seen, since we are now into election mode. Of course, Kejriwal's arrest has been expected since January. I remember last year in November hearing that sometime early January he's going to be arrested. But it's come several months later because he's evaded it, he's not gone there. Those are question marks, whether it should have been done or not done. But the political impact of it for Aam Aadmi Party, and because it's AAP involved, AAP has a tie-up with the Congress in Delhi. The BJP has been anxious about Delhi, of repeating their last performance of 2019, where they got 7 out of 7 seats. And they really, if you talk to them privately, they didn't expect that to happen this time. Now, there's going to be a major battle on in Delhi. It's also, war of perception, optics that you're seeing. And with a dozen ED officers going in, show of strength, and so on. I think it is a real drama being played out, but it's a question mark about the political impact. It may not be as it has been with other leaders of other parties in the opposition.
Okay, I have just enough time for the experts. Let me go back to Ashutosh quickly. Ashutosh, 30 seconds to you. In terms of the questioning which is happening, which is under Section 50 of PMLA, give us a sense of what exactly does it entail?
See, Section 50 of PMLA gives powers to the Enforcement Directorate to have the search and seizure, and they can issue summons to a person to appear before the authority and to answer their queries relating to a probe by the agency. Now, as we know that 9 summons were issued, on different dates, but Mr. Kejriwal had not appeared. He had 2 options: either to appear and cooperate with the investigation, or to challenge those summons. Now he moved to the Delhi High Court now asking for the interim relief that no coercive action should be taken against him, which has been denied by the High Court.
Ashutosh, just hold on to your thoughts. What we are being told now is that outside the Enforcement Directorate's office, the headquarters, the police presence is massive. And that's where I'll be going straight to our reporters. I would like to thank the guests and go straight to Ground Zero, where Vedant is. Vedant, coming to you, what are you seeing at the moment? Has the presence of Aam Aadmi Party workers and supporters increased? Or because the entire area entering civil lines, has that been barricaded to ensure the movement of public in general is stopped?
Absolutely, Maria. In fact, this entire area has been turned into a fortress. A new layer of barricading has just been put, and this, as you know, as mobilizations continues to increase, we just saw another company of rapid action forces also being brought in here at the Chief Minister, outside the Chief Minister's residence. So now you have the CRPF Jawans that have been deployed here, senior Delhi police officials, as well as rapid action forces. So you have, multiple companies of CRPF Jawans also being deployed here. And if Momin can show you these protesters here who say that they will be camping outside the Chief Minister's residence for the entire night, come what may. This is what their message is, though the police are trying to sort of make sure that the situation is under control. These are all Aam Aadmi Party workers, supporters here, also several councillors. Atishi and Saurabh are on their ways, what we are being told. Aam Aadmi Party sources tell us that they have received inputs, Maria, that the arrest will be made in the next 1 hour. That is what the Aam Aadmi Party says. Sources within the Aam Aadmi Party tell us that they have received these inputs, that a possible arrest could be made in the next 1 hour. But of course, you have heavy police deployment here. The police deployment outside the Chief Minister's, the main gate of the Chief Minister's residence has also been increased. In fact, a senior police official along with a team of 4 to 5 police officers went inside as well. So they are all here manning the Chief Minister's residence, and it's going to be a long, dramatic night today, Maria.
Absolutely. It's a developing story. Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, has been questioned now for 2 hours and counting. What next for him, what next for his party, and what next for people of Delhi? This remains our top focus here on NDTV. News and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Co-presented by Motorola, India.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Too much talking with very little being said, too many voices with hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front
and Center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because yahan pe this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और yahan pe what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है, and what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है, at the same time it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जो इसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time, यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very sleek form factor, and this packs a 6-speaker system as well. So let's see up close how is this Apple's latest MacBook Air with M3 chip.
The beloved MacBook Air just got a superpower upgrade with the brand new M3 chip. Ready हो जाइए for blazing fast speeds, longer battery life and mind-blowing AI capabilities. Apple claim करता है कि the M3 chip is up to 60% faster than the already speedy M1 chip. Imagine करिए कि editing videos, creating music or even casually crushing your enemies in an intense game, ये लैपटॉप काफी आसानी से ये सब कर ही सकता है, no sweat. Apple promise करता है whopping 18 hours of battery life on a single charge. That's almost a full day of work or actually even play बिना किसी power outlet की जरूरत पड़े. Talk about freedom. The new neural engine makes this the best MacBook Air yet for AI tasks as well. Think about super intelligent photo editing and much more. You can also now hook up 2 external displays, perfect for those who need a big screen workspace like for editing and all. The MacBook Air M3 is a sleek, powerful and undeniably cool way to compute on the go. If you're looking for a laptop that's as light as air but packs a serious punch, it's time to catch this upgrade.
फ्रेंड्स, इस नए MacBook Air के आने के बाद 2 इंटरेस्टिंग बातें हुई हैं. पहली बात तो ये कि हमको एक नया MacBook मिल गया है with M3 chip, the MacBook Air. यहाँ पे 2 अलग-अलग साइज हैं. This one in particular, the 15-inch variant starts at 1,34,900 rupees. But the second thing is even more exciting because Apple has reduced the price for the 13-inch variant. क्योंकि अगर आप 13-inch का M2 chip वाला MacBook Air अब लेते हैं तो उसकी प्राइस 20,000 रुपए कम हो गई है, and now you can get it at just 99,900 rupees. So basically the lineup for the MacBook Air, M1 chip भी है, M2 chip भी है, and this is the latest M3 chip. You can choose basis of your requirements or your budget, and I would say.
Good evening. Hours after the Delhi High Court refused to grant protection from arrest to Arvind Kejriwal in the liquor policy case, a team from the Enforcement Directorate has reached the Chief Minister's residence a couple of hours back and have begun questioning him under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister seems imminent on charges of corruption, a complete turnaround for the leader who made the jump to politics after founding the India Against Corruption movement several years back. Since then, much water has flown under the bridge. Kejriwal and his Aam Aadmi Party have been immensely successful, repeatedly defeating the Congress and the BJP in Delhi and in Punjab more recently, to emerge as the major national party. But today, this evening, the future of the Aam Aadmi Party, which relies heavily on Kejriwal, is being looked at. There are at least 12 officials inside the residence of the Delhi Chief Minister. They have a search warrant. The Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj reached outside the residence of Arvind Kejriwal along with several other leaders. There is a mobilization of Aam Aadmi Party supporters outside both the Enforcement Directorate office and Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Mr. Kejriwal has approached the Supreme Court for an urgent hearing. As I understand it, that hearing will take place tomorrow. It will not take place tonight. At the moment, no one is being allowed to enter the residence of Mr. Kejriwal, who's defied summons from the Enforcement Directorate on at least 8 occasions. Earlier today, the Delhi High Court refused to grant him relief from arrest. The Delhi liquor case pertains to allegations of a wrongful policy for liquor vends in the capital, which resulted in cartelization and resulted in a windfall, it is alleged, for the Aam Aadmi Party.
The Aam Aadmi Party has repeatedly said that there is not an iota of evidence which has come to light. But with the arrest of the TRS leader K. Kavita, who is alleged to be involved in the scam in promoting the so-called southern lobby of liquor manufacturers, there seems to be new impetus in the case of the prosecution, which has now moved in for interrogation that's now taking place, and presumably the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Some indicators that that arrest is now imminent, could happen at any stage. With Manish Sisodia, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, also behind bars in connection with this case, the Aam Aadmi Party will need to announce the name of a stand-in Chief Minister. Let's go straight across to NDTV's Vedant Agarwal, who's been tracking all the developments. Vedant is at the residence or outside the residence of the Chief Minister. What's going on around you?
Vishnu, let me pan around and show you that this is the main entrance to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. This has been completely blocked. It's being manned by senior police officials. In fact, the Commissioner of Police also came here to sort of just oversee the security preparations, multiple layers of barricading. And if Momin can show you that there's a layer of barricading here, and Section 144 prohibitory orders have been imposed outside the Chief Minister's residence. No gathering is allowed. And let me show you how Aam Aadmi Party supporters are mobilizing here. Remember, Vishnu, what sources from within the Aam Aadmi Party are telling us is that huge mobilizations are being planned in the next couple of hours. Senior Aam Aadmi Party Minister Atishi is also on her way, about to reach the Chief Minister's residence. These are Aam Aadmi Party supporters here, Vishnu, raising slogans. They are saying that they will be camping here for the rest of the night, come what may. In fact, multiple companies of rapid action forces, also CRPF Jawans. In a recent development, CRPF Jawans have also been brought in here, Vishnu, because remember, there's a sitting Chief Minister we are talking about, and his case is different from Chief Minister Hemant Soren because he had already resigned, and this sort of procedure is more complicated for Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now, what is happening inside the Chief Minister's residence? Aam Aadmi Party sources are telling us that none of them have been able to establish contact with anyone inside the Chief Minister's residence. His phone has been seized. His wife's phone has also been seized. The legal team of the Aam Aadmi Party is in constant touch with the Supreme Court registry. The midnight hearing is not going to take place, but dramatic scenes unfolding here outside the Chief Minister's residence, Vishnu. Aam Aadmi Party supporters, councillors, the Mayor of Delhi is also here, Shaili Oberoi, senior Aam Aadmi Party leader herself. She is overseeing protests here, and multiple companies of paramilitary forces and senior police officials deployed here, Vishnu.
All right, let's just run through a couple of details. I'm joined firstly by my colleague Aishwarya, who's also been tracking all the developments. Aishwarya, what's happening around you now, and any details at all on what the ED is saying in terms of what it is that they're now doing?
Well, at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, there has been multiple layer of barricadings that have been put forward by the Delhi police. Extra police deployment also can be seen over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. There are two reasons, perhaps. One, K. Kavita already in ED custody. Just a while back, KTR stepped out of ED headquarters. He met K. Kavita inside, who's already in custody, and looking at the possible likely arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Delhi police senior officials were present over here, and they briefed the police who were deployed in large numbers how to tackle the law and order situation, possibly looking at the protests over here as well if Arvind Kejriwal gets arrested. The sources within the Enforcement Directorate clearly telling us that the questioning of Arvind Kejriwal is still underway at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Senior officials of Enforcement Directorate had just met inside the headquarters about Arvind Kejriwal reaching to Supreme Court and what possible measures did Arvind Kejriwal have. Also on the other side, the digital evidences, the digital gadgets that our Enforcement Directorate is looking forward to, that has been now taken over by Enforcement Directorate team, which has went inside Kejriwal's residence as far as the search warrant is concerned. So all of those in a very fast pace, things are taking forward. Although there has been a little less deployment currently that can be seen at Enforcement Directorate headquarters. But as soon as the picture will change at Kejriwal residence, we'll get to hear more from the Enforcement Directorate.
Let me just quickly go back to Vedant. Vedant, while we focus on the immediate and the impending arrest of Arvind Kejriwal for a city as large as Delhi, one of the largest in the world, the question that a lot of people will be asking is, if Kejriwal gets arrested, then who becomes Chief Minister as a stand-in? Manish Sisodia, his deputy, also being questioned behind bars presently. So therefore, what is the line of thinking within the Aam Aadmi Party?
Well, I spoke to several senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, Vishnu, and they say that they have no plan in place as of now. But just look at very quickly the internal dynamics of the Aam Aadmi Party. Currently, the maximum number of portfolios are being, are held by Atishi. In fact, high-profile portfolios, including education, which was Manish Sisodia's department, that's also being held by Atishi. And in the past couple of months, particularly, Vishnu, the Aam Aadmi Party has really projected Atishi as the sort of the leader on the ground, somebody who has led massive protests against the Lieutenant Governor as well. She has, the departments being concentrated with Atishi. That sort of raised a lot of questions earlier, whether, it's sort of a centralization of the Aam Aadmi Party. But in the past couple of months, very cleverly, Vishnu, the Arvind Kejriwal has, sort of transferred all his departments to, close aides of his, including Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, two of the most trusted lieutenants of Arvind Kejriwal. And perhaps if a situation does arise where Arvind Kejriwal gets arrested, then perhaps the number 2 right now that we're looking at is certainly Atishi in the Aam Aadmi Party. But that, of course, is all in the realm of speculation. So Arvind Kejriwal is very much still the sitting Chief Minister of Delhi, and perhaps he'll have to resign and tender his resignation before he gets arrested.
Around you, we're getting some visuals of people being put into police buses. Can you just take a look at what's happening? Are those Aam Aadmi Party supporters being taken away by the police?
Well, Vishnu, that has been going on for a while now, because the number of supporters is only increasing. And here the police has been trying to sort of maintain calm here. So these supporters are sort of continuing to protest. The police van is deployed right there. So far, nobody has been detained here outside the Chief Minister's residence, but the police certainly have warned them that Section 144 is in place and they're not allowed to sort of gather here. So far, nobody has been detained, but certainly the number of
breaking news now coming in. Vedant, Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested. The breaking news at this hour is that the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested. He would likely be moved to the Enforcement Directorate in a little while from now. These are all his supporters being put into buses of the Delhi police outside his residence. Vedant, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. Stay with us. But the big breaking news now coming in. We are reporting that Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has been arrested in the liquor policy case. He has been interrogated for the last couple of hours at his residence. He would presumably be taken to the Enforcement Directorate in just the last little while. Let's go back to NDTV's Vedant Agarwal for the very latest. Vedant, go ahead.
That's right, Vishnu. The big breaking story right now, Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. 12-member team is currently inside. What we are being told right now by senior police officials on the ground is that he will be brought out in just a short while from now, and he will be taken to the Enforcement Directorate office here. And the police deployment has been increased. A police van has been brought in here as well, Vishnu, right outside the Chief Minister's residence. They're ready to sort of detain the Aam Aadmi Party supporters here. In fact, multiple layers of barricading. The traffic there, Vishnu, has been stopped entirely. If I can ask Moment to show you, the traffic is being diverted as we speak, because Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out now. This will have wide-ranging ramifications for the politics of Delhi. Truly, a turning point for the politics of Delhi, with Arvind Kejriwal being arrested there, traffic being diverted, police officials now beginning to sort of clear this way, because what we are being told is that this entire area will be cordoned off before Arvind Kejriwal can be taken out, from his residence. The 12-member team and the ED officials are still inside. This is the main entrance, Vishnu, from where Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out. Senior police officials have been deployed here, and the police will now cordon off this entire area before Arvind Kejriwal is brought out. And these police officials have now been deployed here. Senior police officials, the Commissioner of Police also present here. And
just one second, Vedant. Atishi, the minister speaking. Let's listen in.
राजनीतिक साजिश है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अगर किसी एक नेता से डर लगता है तो वो नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल है। 2 साल में जब से इस केस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है, 2 साल में 1 रुपए की भी रिकवरी ना ईडी ना सीबीआई कर पाई है। 500 से ज्यादा अफसर इस केस में लगे हुए थे, 1000 से ज्यादा रेड्स हुए। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं के घर, मंत्रियों के घर, उनके ऑफिसेज में हर जगह रेड हुई, लेकिन उसके बावजूद 1 रुपया आज तक नहीं मिला है। तो आज लोकसभा का चुनाव अनाउंस होने के बाद अरविंद केजरीवाल का अरेस्ट एक राजनीतिक साजिश है। लेकिन मैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कहना चाहती हूं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल सिर्फ एक इंसान नहीं है, अरविंद केजरीवाल एक विचार है। अगर आपको लगता है कि एक अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करके आप इस विचार को खत्म कर सकते हो तो आपको गलत लगता है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री थे, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। हमने शुरू से स्पष्ट किया है कि अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे। कोई भी ऐसा कानून नहीं है जो उन्हें जेल से सरकार चलाने से प्रोहिबिट करता है। उनका कोई कन्विक्शन नहीं हुआ है, उनका कोई कन्विक्शन नहीं हुआ है, वो ही दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। ये लड़ाई चलती रहेगी।
कानूनी लड़ाई यानी कि मुख्यमंत्री अपने पद से इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे, ये आपने क्लियर कर दिया है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। ये बिल्कुल साफ है और ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है, इस पे कोई दो राय नहीं है।
कानूनी लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेंगे? अब कानूनी लड़ाई का क्या होगा?
हम बिल्कुल सुप्रीम कोर्ट हमने केस फाइल कर दिया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल के अरेस्ट को क्वॉश करने का केस सुप्रीम कोर्ट में फाइल कर दिया है। अभी उसकी अर्जेंट मेंशनिंग के लिए हमारे वकील सुप्रीम कोर्ट जा रहे हैं। हम ये डिमांड करेंगे कि आज रात को ही इस केस की सुनवाई हो।
All right, the Aam Aadmi Party saying that they're going to the Supreme Court. They hope to get some sort of relief this evening itself. But the big breaking news now is that Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has been arrested. Let me go quickly back to Vedant before going back to Aishwarya. Vedant, it's clear that as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, even if Kejriwal goes to jail, he will remain Chief Minister from there. That's what they've clarified on whether there would be a stand-in Chief Minister. But go ahead, tell us what's happening around you.
Well, Vishnu, here, of course, the mobilization increasing and the police now beginning to make arrangements to clear this entire ramp. There's sort of a ramp that leads to Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and they will be clearing it and sort of barricading it from all sides before Arvind Kejriwal is actually brought out by the Enforcement Directorate team. He's still inside. Nobody is actually allowed beyond this point, beyond this barricading. Neither media persons nor, even senior ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party are not allowed to cross this point, this level of barricading. Arvind Kejriwal is inside that main entrance, and as Atishi made it clear that Arvind Kejriwal will not resign as a chief minister because he's not been convicted. That's an important point because he's not been named as an accused, he's not been named as a witness. He's just in an ED statement. There's the ED has alluded to the fact that he could be a conspirator in the case. But Atishi also making an important point that the lawyers of the Aam Aadmi Party are constantly in touch with the Supreme Court registry. They're about to reach the Supreme Court and mention the thing for urgent hearing. But here, of course, dramatic scenes unfolding, the entire area being barricaded. Supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party now gathering here in large numbers. 2 more buses of the Delhi police have now been brought in here outside the Chief Minister's residence. So, of course, dramatic developments taking place. Now he will be taken to the Enforcement Directorate office before he's produced before a court, before a magistrate. That is likely to happen tomorrow. But the police making sure that this entire ramp is clear before before he's actually brought out. So there you can see the police making all these preparations. 2 new buses have also been brought in. Fresh barricades being deployed. The senior, you also had the Commissioner of Police overseeing the arrangements here. There you can see some supporters being detained here, Vishnu. Some supporters being taken away by the Delhi police in these buses. So these are the supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party. And if I can ask Moment to keep following me, these supporters have been asked to sort of clear this ramp, and some of them being taken away by the Delhi police. Now they're going to the other side of the Chief Minister's residence because there you can see, Vishnu. Heavy mobilization there. More leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party coming here, and this entire area has been cordoned off. Traffic being diverted here, Vishnu. So all these supporters being taken away by the police in a van, in their police van. But of course, this number of supporters is only likely to increase. They're trying to jump over these barricades, but the Delhi police deploying more. Barricading there, Vishnu. They are going to the other side of the Chief Minister's residence because they've now been informed that Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested, and this will of course lead to heavy mobilizations across the national capital. There you can see a sort of a scuffle between the police and the supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party. So there you can see Somnath Bharti also present here, senior leader of the Aam Aadmi Party. Other senior leaders present. They're trying to protest, block this entire road that leads up to the Chief Minister's residence. There you can see, Moment, if you can pan and show them how more and more supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party are now trickling in. All of them have now been informed that Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and they've now taken to the streets. They've now taken to the main road.
All right, I'm going to come back to you in just a few moments from now. Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has been arrested. Let's go back to Aishwarya, who's outside the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Aishwarya, I'm told that Section 144, which restricts the right to assembly, has been invoked outside the ED office. Is that right?
Well, that's correct. In fact, more police deployment now can be seen. Senior Enforcement Directorate officials also arriving at the headquarters over here as soon as the news broke out that Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested formally by the Enforcement Directorate team, which reached Arvind Kejriwal's residence to us back. And Section 144 has also been imposed over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Possibly more police forces, as my camera person if can pan and show over here just at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. As far as the barricading is concerned, and the police officials, they have been deployed in large numbers as well. So clearly now the action will unfold from Arvind Kejriwal's residence to Enforcement Directorate headquarters. As far as what we are getting to understand from our sources is that continuous meetings being taken place by the Enforcement Directorate senior officials over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters as well. And looking at the possible law and order situation, Delhi police also very alert. 3 locations in Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal's residence.
All right, just hold on 1 second, Aishwarya. Let's go back to Vedant. There's a lot happening over there. I'll come back to you in a moment. Vedant, what's happening around you?
Well, Vishnu, as I said, heavy protests going on here. All of them have taken to the streets now. Somnath Bharti, senior leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, also present here leading the protest. He's a Member of Parliament candidate from the New Delhi constituency. You have, if I can ask Moment to pan and show you how the number of supporters is only increasing now here outside the Chief Minister's residence, and more of them have taken to the streets. Somnath ji, बताइए, Chief Minister को arrest कर लिया गया है. आम आदमी पार्टी की क्या रणनीति है?
हिंदुस्तान में डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो चुकी है. फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन यहाँ नहीं हो सकता. सुप्रीम कोर्ट को अपील करता हूँ, आपको आगे आना पड़ेगा, देश को बचाना पड़ेगा, संविधान को बचाना पड़ेगा.
क्या चीफ मिनिस्टर रिजाइन करेंगे आगे?
अरे ये सब मामूली बातें ना करो. हिंदुस्तान में डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो चुकी है. आपातकाल से बड़ी मुसीबत है यहाँ पे. मोदी ने देश पे कब्जा कर लिया है. इलेक्शन कोई यहाँ पे नाम मात्र का होगा, अगर होगा तो.
अगले कुछ घंटों में क्या हम देखेंगे? प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप लोग, अब क्या प्लान है आपका?
पूरा हिंदुस्तान सड़कों पे उतरेगा.
अच्छा, आप आम आदमी पार्टी का प्लान है कल सड़कों पे उतरने का?
मैं पार्टी की तरफ से भी नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता पार्टी क्या तय करेगी, लेकिन मेरे अनुसार पूरा हिंदुस्तान को सड़कों पे उतरना चाहिए.
और चीफ मिनिस्टर रिजाइन नहीं करेंगे?
अरे क्यों रिजाइन करेंगे चीफ मिनिस्टर? क्या गलती करी चीफ मिनिस्टर ने हमारा?
All right, so the Aam Aadmi Party there, Vishnu, making it clear that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will not resign from his post. Of course, this is the main road. Remember, Vishnu, a very a very busy road here outside the Chief Minister's residence. This is the main ISBT road that now has been completely blocked by.
All right, we'll get that signal with Vedant back up. As you can see, there is a lot of movement over there. Lots of supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party being pushed away on buses. The Aam Aadmi Party supporters have been mobilized. The Delhi Chief Minister has been arrested. These are live visuals coming in from just about the same area where Vedant was reporting. We'll come back to him in a few moments from now. But the big story over here, the Delhi Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal, has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the liquor policy case. He will be taken from his residence and taken to the Enforcement Directorate office. There is an appeal which has been made for an urgent hearing of the Supreme Court. Atishi, the senior minister of the Delhi government, says that as far as the party is concerned, Kejriwal will remain Chief Minister. He will remain Chief Minister and run Delhi even if he is behind bars. Now, there is no question of replacing him. But at the same time, they do seek justice from the Supreme Court. They are trying to push for a Supreme Court hearing this evening. There is no clarity now on whether that will take place. All of these developments started taking place in the last couple of hours. Approximately 3 hours back is when there was an ED team which went to Arvind Kejriwal's house and all of this started. He was interrogated. Telephones were taken away from his family members. A couple of tabs were removed as well, and then there was news which broke of the arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister. Let's go back to NDTV's Aishwarya, who's at the other location, which is the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Aishwarya, again, once he is brought over there, presumably in a little while from now, what is the process, what is the procedure before he's actually produced before a judge? I believe that's the protocol.
Well, possibly that will happen tomorrow. Arvind Kejriwal will be produced before the court, before the judge tomorrow morning, because there has been no urgent hearing which is taking place as far as what we are gathering information from Arvind Kejriwal's legal team as far as Supreme Court is concerned. Although they have sent an email to the Supreme Court registrar, but it is CGI who has not mentioned the overnight hearing. Although Atishi, senior minister in the Delhi government, clearly had been stating that they will reach to the Supreme Court. Now again, whether that application will be filed before the CGI, as he is the master of the roster, and therefore the reason perhaps he has to make that decision whether urgent hearing takes place or not. But as soon as Arvind Kejriwal is arrested from his residence, he will be directly taken to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. What's the process is that he would be medically examined. The medical team will come at Enforcement Directorate headquarters over here, and the medical examination will be done of the accused, in this case Arvind Kejriwal. That's the similar scenes which we saw when late night K. Kavita was brought at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters from Telangana. Her medical examination was done inside only. The team of doctors from RML Hospital arrived over here. They did the medical checkup, and same will be done in the case of Arvind Kejriwal. By tomorrow morning, when the court will resume, the Enforcement Directorate will take Arvind Kejriwal to the courtroom, and he will be produced before the court, where in normal cases, Enforcement Directorate seeks further custody. Same happened with K. Kavita as well. Currently at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, let me show you one more time quick visuals of what's happening over here. Although more media personals have gathered over here, because it is the sitting Chief Minister who has been arrested after he got a setback from Delhi High Court today, where Delhi High Court clearly stated that Arvind Kejriwal will not get any interim relief as he challenged those summons. 9 summons was served by the Enforcement Directorate, after which at least 12 members of team reached at the Enforcement Directorate, reached at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, I beg your pardon, and with a search warrant, later he got arrested. Now, huge protests being taking place at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and looking at that possible situation, both the roads at APJ Abdul Kalam Road over here, where Enforcement Directorate headquarters are, completely being barricaded. Heavy police deployment. Senior police Delhi officials already briefed the police who were present over here as to how to tackle if the supporters and the cadres of Aam Aadmi Party comes over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. So certainly in a very fast-moving pace, there have been developments which are happening. How soon he will be brought
hold
is
on with that thought. Let's go back to Vedant. He's outside the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. Vedant, any idea, any sense of movement which would indicate that Kejriwal is being brought out and being taken away?
Vishnu, what we are being told is that Kejriwal will be brought out in the next half an hour or so. And here you can see dramatic scenes unfolding outside the main road, outside Chief Minister's residence, the main ISBT road. Supporters have said that they will camp here for the rest of the night. And supporters now gathering in large numbers. Vishnu, all these are Aam Aadmi Party supporters right outside the Chief Minister's residence. And heavy police deployment here now as well. If I make my way towards the Chief Minister's residence, though there is very heavy traffic here as well. Traffic is being diverted outside the Chief Minister's residence as well. Dramatic scenes here, Vishnu. Look at this traffic that is stuck here. If I can just make my way from here to the Chief Minister's residence, and if Moment can keep following me, this is the way to the Chief Minister's residence. Heavy police deployment here as well. And what we are being told that Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out in the next half an hour. Moment, keep following me as I go towards the Chief Minister's residence. CRPF Jawans have also now been deployed here. More buses of the Delhi police are being brought. This entire road has been barricaded, Vishnu, and this is the road that leads up to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and he is currently inside with a 12-member ED team. A moment, keep following me, because remember, this is a way here, Vishnu, heavy police deployment here. So several of the Aam Aadmi Party supporters have been detained in this particular bus, and if I can go now towards the Chief Minister's residence, what we are being told is that this entire area will be cordoned off. This entire area this ramp that leads up to the Chief Minister's residence. So here, this is a place where the Chief Minister will be brought out. This is the main entrance to the Chief Minister's residence, Vishnu, and there you can see heavy police deployment. Look at how these rapid action forces, Vishnu, have now been deployed. Moment, if you can keep following me as I move closer to the Chief Minister's residence. So these are the rapid action forces that have now been deployed here right outside the Chief Minister's residence, Vishnu. The Delhi police van is ready to detain any protester that sort of create a nuisance here. That is the main entrance of the Chief Minister's residence. There's been an unprecedented rise in the number of these officials and paramilitary forces. Multiple companies of rapid action forces now deployed here. They have their anti-riot vehicle also here, making sure that they are all prepared before Arvind Kejriwal is brought out, because there's a matter of great sentiment, because you have more and more Aam Aadmi Party supporters now making their way towards the Chief Minister's residence.
All right, Vedant, we let you catch your breath for a moment over there. Within the next half an hour, we expect the Delhi Chief Minister to be arrested. Let's go through a couple of important points. Arvind Kejriwal arrested less than an hour back by the Enforcement Directorate. He will be taken to the headquarters of the Enforcement Directorate in a little while from now. This is in connection with the Delhi liquor scam, and it comes just a couple of days after a senior TRS leader, Kavita, was brought to Delhi, also in connection with this particular case, was arrested as well. We do know, and this is what the senior Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi said, that Arvind Kejriwal will remain the Chief Minister of Delhi. He will remain Chief Minister of Delhi as far as they're concerned. Even while he is in jail, he has not been convicted. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal is somebody who has evaded or decided not to be present despite at least 8 summons by the Enforcement Directorate. Today, there was an important hearing at the Delhi High Court which did not give him protection from arrest. And it was only after that was denied that Enforcement Directorate officials, within a matter of a couple of hours, went to his residence. They took away the phones of his relatives. They prevented people from getting in. Interrogation started. We are told that a couple of tabs were actually taken away from his residence. Simultaneously, the Aam Aadmi Party has moved the Supreme Court. Whether there'll be a hearing or not, we do not know. Section 144 has been invoked that is, the right to assemble has been restricted outside the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. That's where he's going to be taken next. What are the ramifications, all of this, for the Aam Aadmi Party, for people here in Delhi, and indeed for Arvind Kejriwal, because the allegations are very strong. Remember, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia, has been behind bars for several months now. We'll take a short break, more coming up.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G smartphones. Interesting design, interesting configuration और काफ़ी fresh लग रहे हैं दोनों phones coming straight from Samsung. और यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a few things. सबसे पहले एक काफ़ी interesting और premium design. Second thing is amazing durability because यहाँ पे on the front and on the back what we have is Corning's Gorilla Glass Victus Plus. At the same time यहाँ पे Samsung is promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों phones में Samsung ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज फीचर्स एंड ए सीमलेस एंड्रॉइड एक्सपीरियंस. सैमसंग ने इंडिया में ऑफिशियली डेब्यू किया है द गैलेक्सी A55 5G एंड गैलेक्सी A35 5G, bringing powerful performance and impressive technology to the popular A series lineup. Both devices boast stunning 6.6-inch Super AMOLED displays जो जाने जाते हैं for their vibrant colors and immersive visuals. With an ultra smooth 120 Hz refresh rate, you'll enjoy buttery transitions and log-free scrolling whether you're gaming या फिर catching up on shows. Plus, Corning Gorilla Glass Victus Plus offer करता है superior protection against those accidental drops and scratches. Capture your world with incredible detail. दोनों smartphones पैक करते हैं a triple rear camera setup with the A55 5G sporting a 50 megapixel primary sensor featuring optical image stabilization for blur-free shots, and the A35 5G भी disappoint नहीं करता है, offering its own OIS-equipped 50 megapixel primary camera with lenses that support versatility, stunning selfie.
Big breaking news story we continue to track. The Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested. Just a matter of time now before he's moved out of his residence. Before we get back to the story and all of the on-ground action that's been taking place, Aam Aadmi Party supporters being lifted, being put into buses over there. Let's get a quick couple of reactions. Aditi Fadnis and Amitabh Tiwari join us. Aditi, sorry to keep you waiting. Politically, what are the ramifications of Kejriwal being arrested?
Well, unlike the last time a sitting MP was sitting chief minister was arrested, for instance, in Bihar, Lalu Prasad Yadav, this time Arvind Kejriwal has put systems in place that will enable the actual functioning of the chief minister's office to continue, because he has transferred most of his departments to Atishi. And Atishi is being projected as the stand-in when he is not there.
But she denied that today. I mean, I suppose that makes political sense to say that, but I take your point.
Yeah.
But I mean, for what it's worth, she said that Kejriwal will continue running the government even if he's behind bars. But carry on, yeah.
So the issue is he is chief minister with no portfolio. So
Right.
I mean, his centrality to running the government is not really there. I mean, the government will run even if whether he's there or he's not there. All this business of, holding cabinet meetings in Tihar jail and so on is, I think, a bit fanciful.
Right.
But the fact is that he, unlike Lalu Prasad, who very hurriedly put his wife in place as chief minister and expected her to rise to the plate, In this case, I think the strategy is quite well thought out. The question is only what the LG is going to do now. Because for all practical purposes, and this is a legal question, I'm not at all sure what the legal
options
position
before
is.
the LG are. No, that's interesting.
Precisely.
Amitabh, would you have any thoughts about that? Could the LG essentially take over all functioning of Delhi right now with both the Chief Minister and the Delhi Chief Minister, arrested?
Yeah, so I mean, the AAP is claiming that Arvind Kejriwal could continue to be CM, while legally, I'm not sure whether that's allowed. Perhaps in letter, yes, but whether in spirit or not, that has to be seen. So the battle will move to the courts. But even the LG could jump in here and remove Kejriwal as chief minister, correct? Because we have seen that the relationship between the LG and the AAP government of the CM has not been great. So this episode raises many unanswered questions, and the answers to these questions will be known only in due course. One, of course, is who will be CM. One is whether AAP will be able to gain some sympathy vote out of this. The other is whether this sympathy will work in a national election or a Vidhan Sabha election. The other question is now who will be the star campaigner for the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha election. Will this arrest impact Aam Aadmi Party's expansion? Is it an end of the dream called AAP? Because AAP, it's ironic that AAP, which was a party formed against, or rather formed as a movement against corruption, now sees both its chief minister and former deputy chief minister behind the bars. And can this backfire for the BJP or the central government?
Sure.
With now ED raids and action against a lot of leaders. And now one also a question which needs to be answered is, will this unite the opposition? Does it give a mudda to the opposition, which is now largely in disarray with seat sharing pact also in major states still hanging in the balance?
All right, I'd like to thank you both very much for those comments. I'm going to go back to our reporter Vedant. There's a lot of movement outside Kejriwal's residence, and there's a lot of preparation outside the ED office. Vedant, go ahead with what's happening around you.
Well, Vishnu, as I said earlier, Arvind Kejriwal can now be brought out from his residence any moment now. Full-blown preparations being made by the Delhi police, rapid action forces being deployed here as well, paramilitary forces. You have the CRPF being brought in as well. These rapid action forces have now been asked to sort of completely be prepared for Arvind Kejriwal to be brought out of his residence. And what we're also being told is that the Enforcement Directorate has decided that Arvind Kejriwal will be spending the night today at the ED office before he is produced before a magistrate tomorrow, is what we're being told. Meanwhile, what we're picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party is that, sources tell us that they're constantly in touch with the Supreme Court registry. They, of course, were moving for an urgent hearing of their plea against the summons, against the arrest now. But that is unlikely. The hearing is likely to take place tomorrow. But outside the Chief Minister's residence, of course, many of the Aam Aadmi Party supporters have now been detained. They've been put in buses. This is more and more paramilitary forces are now being brought in. The key road there right outside the Chief Minister's residence, the key ISBT road that has been completely blocked, traffic is being diverted here because this entire area, Vishnu, will be cordoned off. In fact, I asked my camera person to pan around and show you the layers and layers of barricading here outside the Chief Minister's residence. In fact, the Commissioner of Police, you can see Vishnu. If I can ask my camera person to pan and show you, he has also just come in to sort of oversee the preparations here. Senior officials of the Delhi police being brought in here, and we can see some movement here now. More and more police officials being have gathered here right outside the Chief Minister's residence. The barricades are being may now be removed for Arvind Kejriwal to be brought outside. We are also being told that there's likelihood that Arvind Kejriwal would be taken out from the back gate and not from this particular gate. This is the main entrance of the Chief Minister's residence, which has been where there's heavy deployment. In fact, this deployment has increased in the past couple of minutes now, and senior police officials, the commissioner also present here overseeing the preparations. Rapid action forces present right outside. Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out any moment now, Vishnu.
Back with the very latest, the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal has taken place. He'll be shifted to the Enforcement Directorate in the next little while from now, it does appear. We'll take a short break, come back with the very latest. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए
Welcome back. In case you've just joined us, the big story we've been tracking hours after the Delhi High Court refused to grant protection from arrest to Arvind Kejriwal in the liquor policy case. A team from the Enforcement Directorate is at the residence of the Chief Minister. It seems just a matter of minutes, perhaps, before he is taken away. He has been arrested under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The arrest of Arvind Kejriwal on charges of corruption, a complete turnaround for the leader who made the jump to politics after founding the India Against Corruption movement several years back. Much water has since flown under the bridge. Arvind Kejriwal and his AAP have been immensely successful, repeatedly defeating the Congress and the BJP in Delhi and in Punjab to emerge as a major national party. But today, the future of that party, which relies heavily on Kejriwal, their tallest leader, is being looked at. There were 12 officials at least inside the residence of the Delhi Chief Minister's house with a search warrant. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of policemen outside. Rapid Action Force, which is an anti-riot force, deployed as well. Several ministers outside Kejriwal's residence. They haven't been allowed to go in. The cell phones of relatives have been taken away. The Aam Aadmi Party has approached the Supreme Court for an urgent hearing. They want a hearing today. Atishi, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, has said that Kejriwal will remain Chief Minister even if he is in jail, and that Kejriwal, she said, Arvind Kejriwal ek vichar hai, that he is a thought, he is a belief that even if he is jailed, the movement of the Aam Aadmi Party will remain alive. Let's go straight across now to NDTV's Vedant, who is outside the residence of the Chief Minister. Also, Aishwarya outside the Enforcement Directorate office. Vedant, across to you first. What's happening?
Vishnu, what we're being told, the latest that we're picking up from sources within the Chief Minister's office is that Arvind Kejriwal is being taken out from the back gate. So he won't be coming out from this particular gate. There's the main entrance, as I said. So any moment now, Arvind Kejriwal would be taken out. And of course, the Enforcement Directorate officials and the Delhi police have been coordinating his movement. And if I can ask Moment to keep following me, I can just show you how this entire road has been cordoned off. And you have Delhi police officials deployed throughout that road, throughout this main road. This is where Arvind Kejriwal will be taken from. He is most likely to be taken out from the back gate. So they won't take him out from this particular gate, given the fact that you have such massive mobilizations. And here, look at this road, Vishnu. Delhi police officials throughout this road, traffic movement has completely been blocked. So there's no traffic allowed on this particular road. You have, on both sides of the road, Vishnu, you have CRPF Jawans manning the road, and traffic is being diverted because there are lots of Aam Aadmi Party supporters that have already sort of hit the road, and this is only likely to increase in the next couple of hours. And on the other side, Vishnu, is where the Aam Aadmi Party supporters are protesting. So look at throughout this road. Moment keeps showing these visuals. Throughout this road, you have CRPF Jawans being deployed, and no traffic is being allowed. This is the route through which Arvind Kejriwal will be taken out. The back gate is on that side. This side is the front gate. And this is where Arvind Kejriwal will be taken from by the Enforcement Directorate in the next couple of minutes, Vishnu. It's a matter of minutes now, is what we're being told by by sources within the Chief Minister's office. And here you have more Aam Aadmi Party supporters gathering and sort of protesting, raising slogans. They are saying that they will camp on the road here outside the Chief Minister's residence in the next couple of hours. So more and more Aam Aadmi Party supporters now coming in, hitting the road, and they are saying that they will continue to camp outside the Chief Minister's residence, and they're protesting not just against the Lieutenant Governor but also against the Prime Minister. They say that this was all planned, and that the central agency, the Enforcement Directorate, is acting at the behest of the BJP. It was just hours after the court said that we are not inclined to one particular side, and that we would rather wait for the Enforcement Directorate's reply. It was just hours after that that a 12-member team arrived at the Chief Minister's residence with an arrest warrant. But remember, the procedure is a little complicated because he's a sitting Chief Minister, but a Chief Minister without portfolio. So that is critical as well. So this policeman now going there to detain Aam Aadmi Party supporters. So there's some movement here outside the Chief Minister's residence. So he will be out in the next couple of minutes. Vishnu, this bus is being taken there to detain all the protesters here outside the Chief Minister's residence. They have said that Arvind Kejriwal will not resign now, so he won't tender his resignation, because usually the procedure is, as we saw in the case of Hemant Soren as well, that a sitting Chief Minister needs to resign before he's taken into custody. But there you can see, Moment, if you can pan and show how senior officials of the Delhi police are now rushing towards the main entrance of the road, and this bus is being taken with them to detain protesters and make sure that this entire road is cordoned off. So heavy barricading there as well. So they are now placing those barricades on the other end of the road as well. So there you can see. So some movement now here. Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out from the back gate of the Chief Minister's residence and will be taken to the Enforcement Directorate. Sources within the agency say that they are determined that Arvind Kejriwal spend the night today at the ED office. So of course, it's going to be a long night of dramatic developments. Before he is produced before the magistrate tomorrow, he will be taken to the Enforcement Directorate today itself.
All right, let's go quickly across to Aishwarya, who's outside the Enforcement Directorate office. Give us a sense of what's happening where you are, Aishwarya.
Well, as soon as the news reached over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, more police deployment can be seen over here as well. There had been senior police officials which have come over here at this at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. So there are two possible ways to take any one inside the Enforcement Directorate. There are two gates, one at the APJ Abdul Kalam Road, but normally the Enforcement Directorate takes the person from this very gate, which is the main gate of the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, and at this location barricading has been done by the Delhi police officials. There have been senior ED officials also who have reached the headquarters a while back, and we've been told that continuous meetings and continuous monitoring of what's happening at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal is being done by the ED officials. Additional Directorate of the Enforcement Directorate, along with several other Enforcement Directorate officials, have earlier reached at Kejriwal's residence, and they are now, after taking the custody of all the digital evidences and gadgets of Arvind Kejriwal, now they are planning how, with the Delhi police officials, that how Arvind Kejriwal can be brought at the ED headquarters after the arrest was formally being made by the Enforcement Directorate officials. Now, certainly, on today night, there would be one medical examination that will be done inside the ED headquarters, and tomorrow morning again there would be a medical team that can do medical examination before Arvind Kejriwal is produced before the judge. So, in a very fast pace, the developments are happening. Although there has been protest which is taking place at the Arvind Kejriwal's residence, but at this. At Enforcement Directorate headquarters as well, from both the ends, the roads have been completely blocked by the Delhi police officials. So only media personals are being allowed to come inside, and Delhi police personals can be seen over here who are looking at the possible law and order situation. So three sensitive locations that Delhi police personals have noted till now. One is Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, second is Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and third is Enforcement Directorate headquarters. So all at three places there have been massive deployment of Delhi police forces, we have been told, had been deployed.
I'm just going to go back to Vedant for a moment. Vedant, our colleague Mukesh,
now being
reporting.
Brought out
from
the Chief Minister's residence, Vishnu. Here you can see the main vehicle of the Enforcement Directorate has now come outside, and Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out any moment now. So the entire police force is moving towards the back gate now, Vishnu, and Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out now any moment. Senior police officials, the commissioner also present here on the ground. And so they're about to make an announcement. Because Arvind Kejriwal is now being brought out from the back gate. This is the back gate here, Vishnu, just to give you a sense. This is the back gate of the Chief Minister's residence, from where he will be brought out. And there you can see a van full of senior police officials also there before the main vehicles come out. Before the main vehicle carrying Arvind Kejriwal actually comes out. So you have massive preparation and announcement also being made here by the police, asking protesters to clear the road. So this is a senior police official here making the announcement, asking protesters to clear the road so that those vehicles can be brought out. So you have protesters sitting here, camping right outside. Okay, so the police officials telling them to vacate the road entirely so that the vehicles can be brought out now. This is the route that those vehicles will be taken. They are likely to use force now. Vishnu, there you can see they are being detained here, right on on your television screens. These protesters being detained by the police now. They are being taken now to the police van here. If I can ask my camera person to show you how these protesters are being detained. They're being put inside buses now. So the police using force as well to make sure that this entire road is vacated. Momin, if you can keep, sort of away from them, because now these people are using force to take these protesters inside. They're being detained there. There you can see, Vishnu, all these protesters being taken in these police vans. There you can see, Vishnu, how these protesters are being taken in police vans because the vehicle, okay, I am being told by sources inside the Chief Minister's office that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has been put inside the ED vehicle, and that vehicle will be brought out soon. And this is a bus which will detain protesters who are sitting, camping on the road outside, across the road. There you can see the police using force to take these protesters inside, and if Momin can show you how the police now determined to sort of make sure that this entire road is vacated before Arvind Kejriwal is brought out. Because remember, in such situations, when you have protesters and supporters right outside, such a situation can go out of hand. Look at that Aam Aadmi Party supporter there. Sort of very dramatic scenes unfolding here, which is why the police sort of making sure that there's no protest when Arvind Kejriwal is brought out. Because remember, he's still the sitting chief minister. It is indeed a very sensitive situation, Vishnu. Section 144 has been imposed, which is why, you know, they can't allow matters to go out of hand, given the fact that it's a sitting chief minister you are dealing with. And the vehicle carrying Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out soon, Vishnu. But right now, the police detaining all these Aam Aadmi Party protesters. Several of them were detained earlier itself. This is the back gate. So, okay, let's move towards the back gate of this road where Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out from. There are several protesters there as well. Moment, if you can pan and show how the police is managing traffic at the same time. So there you can see. Moment, if you can show them how all protesters are being put inside those buses. The police determined to make sure that this entire stretch of road is in fact vacated before Arvind Kejriwal is actually brought out. So traffic earlier was not being allowed to move, but now they have allowed traffic to sort of move on this particular stretch of road. The other side of the road has been completely barricaded, so there's no traffic movement on that side of the road. And if I can make my way quickly to that side of the road where my camera person is and show you how there are protesters here as well, and they are being detained now by the Delhi police. So look at that sort of scuffle taking place between Aam Aadmi Party protesters and the police. There you can see how the police taking all these protesters to those police vans. Rapid action forces also now here. Vishnu, all of them are being detained. Several of them not willing to move from where they are. But rapid action forces also now being brought in. The police now, okay, lathis have been brought in as well now, Vishnu. So they might lathi charge these protesters. Okay, all of them being taken now to those police vans. This is a stretch of road, Vishnu, which needs to be completely vacated, both sides, before Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is brought out from the back gate. This is the main route from which, okay, so there you can see the sort of scuffle taking place between rapid action forces, the police, and protesters of the Aam Aadmi Party. Look at how they're being dragged. Vishnu, absolutely dramatic scenes unfolding here. All of them being dragged by the police, many of them unwilling to move. Vishnu, there you can see a lot of these Aam Aadmi Party protesters. These are workers of the Aam Aadmi Party, several councillors present there as well. They are unrelenting. They say that they won't move till the time they see the Chief Minister for the one last time before he's arrested. So the police dragging these protesters away. Rapid action forces also being brought in here. Look at these dramatic scenes unfolding right outside the Chief Minister's residence. An extremely busy road. This is the ISBT Kashmiri Gate Road, and it sees a lot of the volume of traffic is really heavy at this particular point in time. But look at how these protesters are being dragged, Vishnu. And this was something that the police had anticipated, which is why they had such heavy deployment of rapid action forces, of CRPF Jawans, senior police officials themselves present on the ground to make sure that the matters do not escalate. We are being told by sources within the CMO that Arvind Kejriwal is now being brought out any moment now. Till the time there's complete calm on this particular road, he will not be brought out. Because as I said earlier, it's an extremely sensitive situation. It's a sitting chief minister that you're dealing with. Okay, so there you can see those protesters unrelenting. A senior police official there dragging those protesters away. Senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party also being detained by the police. You have the mayor of the capital, Shelly Oberoi, who has been deputed as in charge of these protests and we are being told that Atishi and Saurabh will not be arriving here any time now. Because the situation, of course, remains tense. The legal team, on the other hand, Vishnu, is constantly in touch with the Supreme Court registry to sort of challenge they've already challenged the order in the High Court, and now they're moving the Supreme Court against the High Court's order today. But right now, the situation here remains extremely tense, Vishnu. All these protesters being dragged away by the police into their police vans. More and more vans being brought now, Vishnu, to make sure that this entire stretch of road is clear. You have the Commissioner of Police himself overseeing all the preparations. After all, as I said, it's a sitting Chief Minister that is being arrested. Extremely, it's an unprecedented and a turning point for the politics of Delhi. Everything, practically everything changes after the arrest of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Though he's a Chief Minister without portfolio, but he is the main face of the Aam Aadmi Party, and his arrest right ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. He's a star campaigner of the Aam Aadmi Party. Their politics completely collapses after this. Remains to be seen who they project as a star campaigner. But here currently dramatic scenes unfolding. Vishnu, all these protesters being dragged away. You have the rapid action forces marching with the police to make sure this entire stretch of road is vacated. Okay, so there's some sort of violent scuffle now taking place between the police and the protesters there. There you can see, Vishnu, these are senior leaders, even women are being dragged away by the police there. So, extremely unprecedented and dramatic how protesters, women included, are being dragged away by the police using force to sort of disperse the protests to make sure that there is calm here, because Arvind Kejriwal is now being brought out anytime now. He's in the car, he's inside the Enforcement Directorate's car. The policeman is what we are being told. Vishnu.
Yes, and this is section 144, which has been imposed outside the Delhi Chief Minister's residence, and now the supporters and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party being taken away by the Delhi police to ensure when the Chief Minister's car, which is essentially the Enforcement Directorate officials, when they take him away from his residence to the ED headquarters where Mr. Kejriwal will be spending his night. Actually, there is no more protest. There is no stopping of the vehicle per se. We are still waiting for those visuals to come out to see, whether Mr. Kejriwal is in which vehicle. We'll try and get more details from Vedant. But Vedant, it's unprecedented, unimaginable completely. What happens to the politics of Aam Aadmi Party from here onwards, it remains to be seen. What happens to, Delhi Chief Minister's position also is critical, because the Aam Aadmi Party says that they will ensure that the Chief Minister will continue to, that he will continue as the Chief Minister even from jail. He is and will remain the Chief Minister is the point that has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party. Aishwarya is where Mr. Kejriwal will be heading any moment now. That is the headquarters of the Enforcement Directorate. In terms of preparations, in terms of barricading, what are you seeing, Aishwarya?
शॉट भेज रहे हैं, ऑफिस में शॉट भेज रहे हैं ना, ओके।
It had been stated by Aam Aadmi Party leaders that Arvind Kejriwal behind the bars will be the Chief Minister of Delhi. He will continue to hold that office of the Chief Minister, and the government will run from behind the bars. 4 of the senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders have been arrested till now, including Arvind Kejriwal. Now, at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, what we are witnessing currently is the deployment of senior Delhi police officials. Top Delhi police officials have reached over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, and they have briefed the police personnel who have been deployed that how to tackle the situation of when Arvind Kejriwal will be arriving over here. Very soon he can be brought out from the residence of the Chief Minister, and then along with the senior Enforcement Directorate officials, he will be spending first night at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. We've been told that the medical examination will be done itself over here at the ED office tonight, and then by tomorrow morning again the medical examination will be done, and later he will be produced before the court. But on the other side, very important development taking place. Atishi, Aam Aadmi Party leader, has stated that the legal team of Arvind Kejriwal has reached at the residence of Supreme Court Registrar, and they are requesting for an urgent hearing in this case. Now, whether this urgent hearing will take place tonight, or whether there would be some sort of relief or a protection of Arvind Kejriwal before he reaches ED headquarters is something that remains to be seen. But yes, at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, both the roads at APJ Abdul Kalam Road and adjoining to the main road over here had been completely blocked. Only media personals and police officials being allowed to gather just outside the Enforcement Directorate headquarters.
Barricading outside the ED office, even as heavy deployment is being seen outside the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. That's exactly where Vedant is. So Vedant, most of the supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party have been taken away by the cops. What about the ministers? Saurabh Bharadwaj, who was holding press conference. What about Atishi? Where is she? Where are they? And now that they have said that Mr. Kejriwal will continue as the Chief Minister from jail, this is going to be a constitutional crisis of sorts that Delhi is heading towards.
Well, Maria, it won't in fact be a constitutional crisis, because remember, Arvind Kejriwal very cleverly had transferred all his portfolios, most of his portfolios to Atishi and the remaining to Saurabh Bharadwaj. So he's a chief minister without portfolio. So you must keep that in mind. All the major cabinet meetings were chaired by Atishi or Saurabh Bharadwaj, and Atishi is sort of the stand-in or sort of effectively the chief minister now, because she's a minister with the maximum number of portfolios. Legally, how this plays out, that remains to be seen, because he's a sitting chief minister. But as you said, most of the protesters of the Aam Aadmi Party have been detained now, but more and more supporters are trickling in. Currently, the in charge of these protests here is Shelly Oberoi, the mayor of Delhi. She has been deputed. You asked where is Atishi. So I just spoke to several senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, and they said that they have decided that Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj will not be here at the time of the arrest. They're doing the sort of the backroom planning as we speak. That the legal team is constantly in touch with the Supreme Court registry. In fact, sources within the Aam Aadmi Party also say that several of them have also reached the residence of the Supreme Court registrar to sort of make sure that there's an urgent hearing. But our Supreme Court reporters say that that is unlikely, because the hearing will take place tomorrow. But Maria, this is the main entrance of the Chief Minister's residence. Look at the number of forces that have been deployed here. Various companies of rapid action forces, CRPF Jawans, paramilitary forces have been deployed here. And basically I spoke to the Delhi police, and they say that their attempt is to barricade the entire road. This is the Kashmiri Gate Road, the ISBT Kashmiri Gate Road, which they seek to barricade entirely before the vehicle carrying Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal comes out. Because remember, I've been repeating this again and again, that he is still the sitting Chief Minister of Delhi. So it's an extremely sensitive situation that the Delhi police is handling also, which is why you have the senior most official of the Delhi police on the ground to make sure that his exit from his residence is coordinated well, because that is going to be extremely crucial, how he is taken from the Chief Minister's residence to the Enforcement Directorate office, where, as Aishwarya said, his medical test will also be conducted, and he will spend the night today.
Yes, so he's going to spend the night at the ED headquarters. But Vedant, the Chief Minister is yet to come out. The ED officials are yet to take him away from his home. But how many gates are there to his home? Because you were also suggesting that he could be taken out perhaps from a back gate, because Aam Aadmi Party workers are still very much around. They do not want any kind of protest or stopping of the vehicles. The ED wants the entire movement from his home, which is in civil lines, to the ED headquarters, which is in the central zone of Delhi, to be smooth, that entire movement to be smooth. He's a popular Chief Minister, there's no denying that. But coming to this point, Vedant, in terms of how many entrances are there to the Chief Minister's home, and now that the phones have been taken away of the entire family, is there communication at all? Has Mr. Kejriwal established any communication with his party workers or party officials?
So that's two very important questions, Maria, and let me show you the number of entrances to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. This is the main entrance, and it is clear now that he will not be brought out from this main gate. There's a ramp leading to Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and this is a gate that is here, and there's heavy barricading here, and it is clear that Arvind Kejriwal will not be brought out from this residence. You have, you don't even have ministers being allowed to cross this layer of barricading. And if Momin can follow me, I'll show you where the other entrance is. So you have this sort of deployment here, and then this road leads to the main road, the stretch of road where Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out from. And just to the left hand side of this particular road, if you go 500 to 600 meters from here, is the back gate, which is where Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out from. This is the suggestion of the Delhi. This is what Delhi police say currently, that he will be brought out from the back gate, which is approximately 500 meters away, and there's a 500-meter long stretch and he will be brought out from here, taken from that side to the Enforcement Directorate. Before he is taken out, Maria, we are being told that this traffic will be stopped entirely, it will be diverted, so preparations are being made for that as well. There are multiple, OB vans also of the media that have been deployed here, so the traffic is in a mess right now, and the police are coordinating traffic diversions as well, because that entire route has to be cleared up for the Chief Minister to be taken out.
Yes, and Saurabh Bharadwaj has just put out a tweet that he got a call from Lovely, who is a member of the Congress of Delhi, and he has said that Congress delegation, including leaders from Delhi and AICC, are reaching Chief Minister's residence shortly. ED vehicles have moved inside Chief Minister's residence, and they're getting ready to move the Chief Minister to the ED headquarters, is what sources are telling my colleague Ankit. But bringing in Sunil now. Sunil, you are putting out the explanation as to how the Home Ministry is also examining the matter, because this could lead to an unprecedented constitutional crisis if the Aam Aadmi Party insists that Delhi Chief Minister will continue to, govern Delhi from jail.
Well, just not the Home Ministry, the Lieutenant Governor, all constitutional authorities are really trying to make sense of that decision of Aam Aadmi Party not to resign. There can't be such a precedent. It is unconstitutional. It is completely unacceptable, and that can't happen. He can't continue. If you are aware, he's also a government servant. He's a public servant. That has been ruled very clearly in the Supreme Court. And when a government official is arrested, he is immediately suspended. In this case, because he's a high constitutional authority, he's the Chief Minister of a union territory which has got statehood, technically he should put in his papers. But if he doesn't, and he doesn't oblige, then they will have to take some certain amount of action which will require his suspension. How they do it, that is anybody's guess at this present. They're examining this. Legal experts, constitutional authorities are all racking their brains at this present juncture because this will definitely create a constitutional crisis if he doesn't step down.
Yes, but Sunil, if you remember, as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned, he continued to hold that designation and portfolio of being the Deputy Chief Minister even when he was in jail. Only after a few months was he asked to quit, and then Atishi and others given that responsibility. The point here is that here is the Chief Minister without any portfolio. So in terms of constitutional crisis, what is it likely to be?
No, it's a huge crisis. The Chief Minister is the Chief Minister of a union territory. You can't replace that. You can't have him in jail. There is no precedent of this nature. It can't, carry on like this. There is no way that you will be able to, function in this manner. In Manish Sisodia's case, he was a Deputy Chief Minister without portfolio. But ultimately, one saw reason, and that is why Atishi was appointed. And we have seen a series of situations. Here is a Chief Minister. Please remember, this is a serious constitutional crisis. You can't have a Chief Minister in jail and carry on as business as usual. There are certain jail protocols, there are jail manuals. As I explained to you, a government servant, if any public official tomorrow is caught for corruption or is arrested for any other issue, he's immediately suspended from service. And in this same context, they will have to look at it, because you can't look and carry on with this entire exercise at this present juncture. Legal opinion is being sought, and definitely they are the Lieutenant Governor, the Home Ministry, every key official of the government is trying to understand how to take this forward if he refuses to resign.
Yes, and the kind of support that Arvind Kejriwal is getting, Sunil, from Trinamool Congress to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra of the Congress party, all of them coming out in his support, saying that this arrest is illegal, it's unconstitutional, and this has been done to really, lower the morale of opposition in the run-up to elections. It is timed with election. They're talking about all of that, and now we are told that the Congress team is reaching the Chief Minister's residence. Do you think it's a bit of a very difficult situation for the Congress party in particular, whether to come out openly in support or not to support him? Because the nature of allegations.
No, on this case, they've come out completely in support because for this is clear political vendetta for the Congress party. They have said this a number of times. They will continue to say it. They are quite firm on this issue. It's not Arvind Kejriwal alone. It's Hemant Soren. Please remember, they're working together to fight the BJP-led NDA, in particular the BJP in the state of Delhi. And that is why they have 4-3 in terms of numbers of MPs contesting, number of candidates in the state of Delhi. So they are very clear about it. On this issue, they are very firm. There is no two opinions about it. That if he has been arrested on this matter, they always said that this is political vendetta. But yes, they have a political point to take on the Mr. Arvind Kejriwal because he was seen as Mr. Clean, not him. The RSS, the others supported him in the India Against Corruption when Anna Hazare and others, the entire nation at that time looked at him as the savior of the fight against corruption. It's ironical that today he's the same man who's being arrested for, by the Enforcement Directorate because of an alleged bribe that was given by the South Group. So it's in this context we'll have to wait and see. And the onus is now for him to prove, because in PMLA you'll have to really, it's the reverse.
Yes.
It's unlike in other criminal cases where the onus is on the investigating agency to prove. Here, the onus is on Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and others to prove their innocence.
Yes, and Sharad Pawar now coming out in support of Arvind Kejriwal and tweeting that he strongly condemns the vindictive misuse of central agencies. And I'm quoting him further. This arrest showcases the depth to which BJP will stoop for power. India, that is the India bloc, stands united against this unconstitutional action against Arvind Kejriwal. So strong support coming in from TMC to NCP to other political parties. Tejasvi Yadav and others, all of them are standing with Arvind Kejriwal here. What are you seeing again? Let me go back to Vedant. Sitaram Yechuri also condemning the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. He's saying that he's the second sitting chief minister to be arrested of India bloc, but he is the first chief minister who has said that he will not be resigning. And Sunil, in case of Hemant Soren, he had resigned and then only the arrest memo was issued and served to the former chief minister, right? And the entire legislature party meeting was also held and his successor was also chosen. So this is a very difficult situation and a different one because the jail manual also doesn't really have any provision of a chief minister to rule from jail.
Absolutely. No, the jail manual is very clear. You can't do that. It's simple and straight. You will not be able to perform your constitutional duties. You will follow Delhi jails come under the Punjab and prison rules. So it's very categorical about that. As in Hemant Soren's case, there was preemptive steps that were taken. They knew about this, not today. They knew this for a long time. The government had actually the opposition at that time had envisaged his arrest right from the time when there was an EC reference to him for disqualification. So it is not something that they weren't expecting immediately. So it's something that was long overdue, and so a lot of homework was done. In this case, here you haven't taken those needless steps to ensure that in case I'm arrested, the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs will congregate and then attempt to, elect a new leader. So that steps haven't been taken. This is definitely a huge crisis for the government, for the constitutional authorities on how to deal with this matter. This has to be legally examined. As I said, the only precedent is that a government servant is suspended immediately. Can they suspend the chief minister? It's never been envisaged, never ever happened, and that's the reason for why we have this huge constitutional crisis in case he doesn't step down.
Gandhi has also tweeted now in support of Arvind Kejriwal. Of course, we are seeing a united India. He has used some very, very sharp words again. But coming to Vedant, looking at what we are seeing right now, have most of the Aam Aadmi Party workers moved away? And has the road been cleared up outside Arvind Kejriwal's home?
Mara, it's a rather difficult task to clear up this road because, you know, 2 buses full of Aam Aadmi Party supporters have been taken to the nearest police thana. But more and more supporters trickling in. So there you can see very sort of impassioned supporters here hitting the road.
Okay, we'll try and connect with Vedant in just a bit. But as far as that distance is concerned, it's roughly around 4 to 5 kilometers, where the Enforcement Directorate headquarters is. And from there to Delhi Chief Minister's residence, Chief Minister's official home is actually in civil lines, and what we are seeing is something that has not happened ever in Indian political history. The first sitting chief minister to be arrested, and the manner of arrest is also raising questions. The ED leaving no stone unturned, moving rather very fast, Sunil, after the Delhi High Court refused to give any kind of protection to the Delhi chief minister from arrest. The ED knocking at his door. A team of 12 members entered his home around 6:45, and it's been 4 hours now, Sunil, a little less than 4 hours, and they have said it very clearly that arrest has been made. It's any moment that the chief minister can be brought out.
Rightly pointed out, this was something that was expected. You know, it wasn't something that is unexpected at all. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal himself had feared arrest. It's not taken anybody by surprise. They should have anticipated these movements. The preparation, as you rightly have been pointing out, it hasn't been taken by the Aam Aadmi Party. They want to lead this to a constitutional crisis, to say that the chief minister will continue to act and perform his duties from jail. As I said, the jail manual does not permit it. It's not possible to continue to do governance from a lockup once you are arrested, and there have been very, very clear guidelines in this matter. So we'll have to wait and see how things play out in the next few hours. These are very, very critical. Will Mr. Arvind Kejriwal see reason and step down, or will he create a constitutional crisis? That's the big question that we should actually be asking at this present juncture, now that he has been arrested. Will the Aam Aadmi Party come to terms with the fact that they have to continue with governance? They have to ensure that their promises that they made to the people of Delhi must continue, and they must continue to perform their task on the floor of the assembly as well as on the streets of Delhi. And I think that's the critical question that we must continue to ask in the run-up to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal being taken by the Enforcement Directorate to the designated court after his medical checkup.
Okay, we can see our reporters, all of them are on ground zero, manning all the spots which need to be from where the story is developing. Any moment Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out. We can see Aishwarya outside the ED headquarters. That's where he will be taken, and he will be spending the night in the ED custody. Sunil tracking all developments of what appears to be a constitutional crisis towards which Delhi is heading. Lots more news and updates on the other side. Stay with us. I would request all the reporters to continue to be with us as well.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुंच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach brands or if the brands approach you, you can monetize your posts, your stories, your reels, basically whatever content you post. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Well, अब जाके हो सकता है. You know, in the beginning, when brands just removed the accessories like chargers from the box, तो उस टाइम पे not everyone had these chargers. और sometimes हम देखते थे कि जो cables हैं वो अलग हैं, कहीं पे lightning, कहीं पे USB-C, कहीं पे micro USB. On the other side, sometimes USB-C, sometimes USB-A वगैरह वगैरह. But now with USB-C coming in place, and now that it's been 2-3 years, जब थोड़ा time हो चुका है, काफ़ी brands chargers remove कर चुके हैं, तो अब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ इसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है. For example, if I talk about myself, तो I have this charger from one of my old laptops, और ये I think 3 या 4 साल पुराना चार्जर है, and even today I use the same charger to charge all my devices. But now going forward, जब सबके पास में chargers हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इसका फर्क पड़ सकता है.
Is it okay to install a third-party battery in my MacBook?
To be honest, I won't recommend it. The reason is कि आप अगर एक MacBook की बात करते हैं, तो normally the battery should last at least 3 years minimum, you know. उसके बाद अगर आप Mac को और लंबा यूज़ करना चाह रहे हैं, which the Mac is surely capable of, तो उस टाइम पे if you install a third party battery saving a few bucks here and there, तो उस टाइम पे ठीक है आपका काम चल जाएगा, but then the experience might not be exactly the same. और
And Aam Aadmi Party has now also put out a tweet in which they say, देश सत्य के साथ है, देश अपने बेटे अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ है. So All India Trinamool Congress putting out an official statement coming out in support of Arvind Kejriwal. So all political parties that form the entire India bloc are coming out in support of Arvind Kejriwal. That is, I stand with Kejriwal hashtag as well, which has begun. Vedant, Chief Minister is still very much inside his home. We are yet to know what time he'll be, he will be brought out by the ED officials. Has the Delhi Congress team arrived? Because that's what was tweeted by Saurabh Bharadwaj some time back.
Well, they've not arrived yet, Maria, because remember, massive preparations have to be made on the ground right now here in and around the Chief Minister's residence. I spoke to a source inside, and what I'm being told is that he's already inside the Enforcement Directorate's car, but they're waiting for a go-ahead from the police outside, because remember, clearing up this road is seeming to be a big challenge, because there's an unprecedented moment, a sitting Chief Minister being arrested while he is holding the constitutional post, a never seen before moment in the politics of Delhi. And this entire road has been, traffic diversions also have to be put in place, not just here, but remember, from the ISBT Kashmiri Gate Road to the Enforcement Directorate office, traffic diversions have to be put in place before Arvind Kejriwal is brought out. What we are also hearing now, Marja, is that there's a possibility that Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out post-midnight, because remember, that is when traffic would also reduce on the roads and there could be some sort of semblance of calm outside the Chief Minister's residence. Most of the supporters who were sort of camping here outside on the road that leads to the Chief Minister's residence, they've
try and fix that line with Vedant, but Vedant, they're saying that the barricading has been put in place and all the preparations are underway for Arvind Kejriwal to be taken to the ED headquarters, which is at APJ Abdul Kalam Road, which is roughly around 5 to 6 kilometers from where his official residence in civil lines is, and that's where he will be spending the night. It's unprecedented what has happened in the Indian political history. A sitting chief minister arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, the ED cars are already inside the CM house is what we are being told at ED headquarters. The preparations are there. There is an extra deployment of rapid action force. All the roads leading to APJ Abdul Kalam road where ED headquarters has been blocked to ensure that there is no protest or similar events can happen. There is that fear because Aam Aadmi Party is looking at mobilizing its cadre. And even as we speak, politically speaking, a lot of support coming in from various political parties which form the India bloc, and to which Rahul Gandhi and others have come out in support, in which Rahul Gandhi tweeted saying that India iska muh tod jawab dega. So India bloc all united behind Arvind Kejriwal in this very moment. But talking about it from the point of view of constitution, how big a constitution crisis is it? The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi is monitoring it. The Home Ministry is looking into it. And Sunil has been speaking to several legal experts to try and understand that can a chief minister or can any official rule from jail? The jail manual is very clear, Sunil. How long will they wait for Arvind Kejriwal to resign?
Well, that's the big question. I think as we speak, they will be working on Mr. Kejriwal now that the memo of arrest has been done, whether he'll be submitting his resignation or not. Because as you saw in Hemant Soren's case, they allowed him to go to the governor's house and then submit his resignation. Okay. And then they issued
just hold on to your thoughts. In fact, a soundbite is coming from Kejriwal's residence where Arvinder Lovely has reached. Okay, we'll go back to it in just a moment. Yes, Sunil, please continue.
Well, as I was saying that in Hemant Soren's case, he was allowed to go to the governor's house, submit his resignation, and then the memo of arrest was put on him. In this case, that option has not happened. He's been arrested. And if he's going to continue to attempt to rule from the jail manual does not permit it. Right now, if he's in ED custody, there might be a slight possibility. But if he does go to TR jail, then there will definitely be a huge issue. And as we've been saying, the only precedent that can be given is that of a government servant. Members of parliament are treated like government servants. That's the Supreme Court ruling. And when you have equated a member of parliament as a public official, then when a public official is arrested, he's immediately suspended for various acts whenever he's done and taken into police custody.
Okay, we are going straight to Delhi Chief Minister's residence where Congress workers have started gathering.
Maria Atishi has reached here. Also Arvind Lovely and Sandeep Dikshit. They have arrived here outside the Chief Minister's residence. Atishi is also here. The Arvind Kejriwal's most trusted lieutenant and the number 2 currently here in Delhi. And she will be speaking. She's speaking to the media right now. And she's arrived with 2 senior leaders of the Congress, Sandeep Dikshit and Mr. Arvind Lovely. Now what we are being told by sources is that Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out post midnight because they're waiting for a go-ahead from the police outside. But Atishi is currently speaking. If we can try and cut across to her.
We are waiting for that feed. Perhaps a news agency will be sending that feed.
So I'll tell you what Atishi is saying.
Please go ahead.
So Atishi is saying that all parties, all members, alliance members of the India bloc are with the Aam Aadmi Party, and that whether it's the TMC or the Congress, they're all standing by Arvind Kejriwal, and that the timing is something which is extremely suspicious. That is what she's saying currently. She's saying multiple leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have been raided, but nothing has been found, no evidence has been found.
संविधान को बचाने के लिए लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे। लोकसभा चुनाव के जस्ट पहले चुनाव की घोषणा होने के बाद इस प्रकार से दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करना सिर्फ एक चीज दिखाता है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से डरते हैं, वो लोकतंत्र को खत्म करना चाहते हैं, वो एक एक करके सभी विपक्ष के नेताओं को जेल में डालना चाहते हैं। ये क्या तरीका है? ये चुनाव जीतने का, लड़ने का, जीतने का क्या तरीका है? इस देश में क्या लोकतंत्र बचेगा अगर चुनाव से पहले आप विपक्ष के हर नेता को जेल में डाल दोगे, आप विपक्ष की हर पार्टी का बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज कर दोगे? तो ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की एक राजनीतिक साजिश है।
पॉलिटिकल फाइट में कांग्रेस कैसे आम आदमी पार्टी का साथ देगी? देखिए, हम लोग इंडिया अलायंस के गठबंधन के पार्टनर हैं और सवाल कांग्रेस का आप पार्टी को सपोर्ट करने का नहीं है। सवाल ये है कि ये देश का लोकतंत्र जा किधर रहा है। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि चुनाव डिक्लेयर होने के बाद जिस तरीके से आप इंडिया गठबंधन के लोगों को, विपक्ष के लोगों को चुनाव से पहले उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लग रहे हैं, आप दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर को गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं, आप एक हमारी पार्टी के अकाउंट सीज कर रहे हैं, हेमंत सोरेन जी को उठा रहे हैं, तो आप जो है ये किस तरीके का लोकतंत्र है? हमारा लोकतंत्र जा किस दिशा में रहा है? ये सवाल खाली कांग्रेस और आप पार्टी की नहीं है। कांग्रेस तो मजबूती के साथ अपने गठबंधन पार्टनर के साथ खड़ी है। प्रश्न आज देश के लोगों के सामने है कि इस लोकतंत्र को किस तरफ जाते हुए देश के लोग देखना चाहते हैं। कांग्रेस शीर्ष नेतृत्व का क्या संदेश मिला है? देखिए, निश्चित तौर पे हम मजबूती के साथ इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने पार्टनर के साथ खड़े हैं और कांग्रेस ऐसे एक्शनों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कहना चाहती है कि डरने वाली नहीं है। हम पहले से भी ज़्यादा मजबूती के साथ दिल्ली के अंदर और देश के अंदर अपने गठबंधन पार्टनर्स के साथ चुनाव लड़ेंगे और इस लड़ाई को भी लड़ेंगे।
Coming out in support of Arvind Kejriwal, those are the visuals on the right side of your screens of the various vehicles of ED officials parked inside the Chief Minister's residence. Reporters now saying that he will be brought out perhaps late at night, perhaps in the midnight. They do not want any protests whatsoever. So Arvinder Lovely and other leaders, Sandeep Dikshit, all of them are there at Delhi Chief Minister's residence. The Chief Minister hasn't resigned as of now. MK Stalin, DMK Supremo and Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has also put out a tweet saying that ahead of elections 2024, driven by fear of a decade of failures and the imminent defeat, the BJP government sinks to despicable depths by arresting Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi. So the question now is, the entire India bloc, Sunil, standing firmly as expected. But politically speaking, what does it mean for them? Because it's about also not getting any relief from the courts, you know, because be it Manish Sisodia, who got no relief whatsoever. He has been behind bars in this case, and his team has approached the court multiple times, and it appears that he has got no relief as well. So if the party is not getting any relief from the court, this is what the ruling BJP is saying, that if you have an issue, approach the court, but then the court is not giving you relief.
So there are 2 points. One is the political battle and one is the legal battle. As you saw today, the political battle, Mr. Lovely putting it out very brilliantly, that this is a fight about saving India's democracy. That if you freeze our accounts, that if you arrest our chief ministers, if you are going to continue to cripple us across the country and yet break political parties, do whatever you can, that is one challenge. And we will continue to fight it, because for them and for the opposition, in particular the India Alliance, it's about the survival of the fittest, about allowing democracy to function. That's one aspect, as you've heard. The second aspect, which is the legal aspect. And I can tell you, since I cover both politics and legal now, it is extremely difficult to get relief from any court, be it the lower court, be it the high court, or in the Supreme Court, especially when you're in cases relating to the ED, because of the PMLA Act itself, where the onus has been put on the individual to prove his innocence rather than on the investigating agency. And in this case, you can be rest assured it's not going to be easy for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal to get relief. If, as you rightly pointed out, if Manish Sisodia, Satinder Jain and others, Kavita, haven't got relief, will the Chief Minister of Delhi get relief in this case? And that's the crux of the matter. That's the sense of what we are going to wait and see in the next few days as these legal attempts are made to, in terms of remedies, to ensure that that he gets bail and they are able to get away. So these are definitely huge concerns, huge issues, and it's definitely something that the opposition, in particular, the Aam Aadmi Party, is going to find it extremely difficult in this Liquorgate scam. As it unveiled
yes, and
in the last few.
For the last few months, Aam Aadmi Party has been making those startling claims in which every leader of its party, and including the Chief Minister, had been saying that attempts are being made through various agencies to arrest Mr. Kejriwal. He knew that perhaps because of the nature of allegations, this was imminent. And still what we are being told, and as we have been saying, and that there is no plan B in terms of handing over the power of the Chief Minister to any of his cabinet colleagues. So this is something which will lead to a constitutional crisis. We can see some drones as well, Vedant. What exactly are these drones being used for?
That's right, Mara. In fact, here the police are using drones to make sure that there are no protests, or there are no protesters camping on the road. In fact, Senior Minister Atishi as well as Arvinder Lovely, all these people present here, they're strategizing now as to what their next moves will be. I just spoke to Atishi and she said that their legal team is already at the Supreme Court's registrar's residence because they are pushing for an urgent hearing, but that seems unlikely, as Sunil sir has also reported. But what we're picking up right now is that Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out only post-midnight now because, there's a lot of the more supporters coming in fact, some supporters breaking down here as well. If I can ask my camera person to show you how these women supporters of Arvind Kejriwal breaking down. So of course, this is an absolutely unprecedented moment. While as you said, Arvind Kejriwal himself might have anticipated this arrest, his supporters certainly. I mean, it involves great sentiment for them, which is why all of them have hit the road already. These women supporters here of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and as you said, Arvind Kejriwal perhaps thought that his arrest was imminent, which is why he sort of transferred all his portfolios to senior ministers Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. He's a chief minister without portfolio. All his major portfolios are with them, and Atishi has arrived here sort of also trying to make sure that the supporters remain calm. She in fact went out and urged those supporters to sort of maintain calm and peace, because this is a sensitive situation right now, and that road is yet to be cleared up completely. What we are being told by the police is that they want to cordon off this entire area. This entire area needs to be cordoned off before the Chief Minister is actually brought out. And if I can show you how more and more barricades are being put out here by the Delhi police, more and more companies of rapid action forces now being brought in by the police to make sure that they are completely prepared before Arvind Kejriwal is brought out. The last I spoke to my source inside, he said that Arvind Kejriwal is already inside the Enforcement Directorate's vehicle, but they're waiting for a go-ahead from the police outside before he can be brought out and taken to the Enforcement Directorate office, which is about 5 to 6 kilometers from here, Madhya.
All right, so 6 kilometers is the journey from his official residence to the ED headquarters, where the Chief Minister will be spending his night, his first night in custody. Of course, we'll track the story and all its elements very closely. Vedant and Sunil continue to be with us. We are slipping into a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because yahan pe this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और yahan pe what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है. And what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको laptop मिलता है. At the same time, it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जो इसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time, यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very sleek form factor, and this packs a 6-speaker system as well. So let's see up close how is this Apple's latest MacBook Air with M3 chip.
The beloved MacBook Air just got a superpower upgrade with the brand new M3 chip. Ready हो जाइए for blazing fast speeds, longer battery life and mind-blowing AI capabilities. Apple claim करता है कि the M3 chip is up to 60% faster than the already speedy M1 chip. Imagine करिए कि editing videos, creating music or even casually crushing your enemies in an intense game, ये लैपटॉप काफी आसानी से ये सब कर ही सकता है, no sweat. Apple promise करता है whopping 18 hours of battery life on a single charge. That's almost a full day of work or actually even play बिना किसी power outlet की जरूरत पड़े. Talk about freedom. The new neural engine makes this the best MacBook Air yet for AI tasks as well. Think about super intelligent photo editing and much more. You can also now hook up 2 external displays, perfect for those who need a big screen workspace like for editing and all. The MacBook Air M3 is a sleek, powerful and undeniably cool way to compute on the go. If you're looking for a laptop that's
Court has refused to give any legal protection from arrest for the sitting chief minister. Mr. Kejriwal continues to be the sitting chief minister. His party says that he will not be resigning and that he will continue to rule Delhi from the jail. Although the jail manual is very clear, any official, any public servant cannot sign files and do any such exercise their responsibilities of this nature from jails of India. There are protests happening outside the Delhi Chief Minister's residence. The vehicles of the Enforcement Directorate are ready to take him to the ED headquarters where extra barricading has been put in place. All India bloc members from MK Stalin to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to Tejasvi Yadav and Akhilesh Yadav have come out in support of Arvind Kejriwal, calling this a big conspiracy against opposition ahead of elections. Less than a month to go for the first vote to be cast, and this kind of image, which is being seen as high-handedness, Sunil, what does it mean for India bloc? Can they really build this argument that there has been misuse of agencies?
They play it out intelligently. Definitely, it's something that hasn't gone down well because you can't continue to throttle the democratic exercise at this present juncture. This will definitely be seen, as you rightly use the word, high-handedness. Just to update our viewers, during that intermission, we were able to get some top officials who have explained very categorically the jail manual that is prevalent in Delhi, and that does not allow any person to sign files or act in accordance with his job, and that applies to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal too. So it's in this context that it is becoming absolutely clear that he can't continue as chief minister. If he's bracing for a constitutional crisis. He will either have to be removed or suspended. That's something that Mr. Kejriwal probably is bracing for. But having said that, there is definitely a huge issue in terms of a constitutional crisis. This, as you see, Maria, the fact that you're getting the entire opposition bloc, the entire India bloc, cutting across party lines, their differences, all speaking in one voice, and within minutes, immediately putting out tweets for a coordinated campaign to say that their voices and the arrest that has taken place is completely unacceptable, condemnable, and this is a real blot on democracy.
Okay, Vedant continues to be with us. Sunil, stay with us. Vedant, what are you seeing? Get us the visuals. Yes, Atishi is with Vedant.
Atishi, what is going to be the strategy now of the Aam Aadmi Party? Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested. I've spoken to you multiple times the past few months, and you've anticipated that this would happen, and it has finally happened.
See, it's very clear this is a political conspiracy by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Bharatiya Janata Party spokespersons come and say on television, Arvind Kejriwal is going to get arrested, Arvind Kejriwal is going to get arrested. And then soon after that, the next day, ED sends a summon, CBI sends a summon. So it is very clear that just as the Lok Sabha elections have been announced, you freeze the bank account of one political party, you arrest one chief minister, now you are arresting a second chief minister. Is this how BJP plans to win elections? Where has the democracy gone in our country?
Okay, looking at the legalities now, given the fact that he's been arrested, he holds a constitutional post, he'll either have to step down or, he may be suspended by the Lieutenant Governor or so on and so forth. Is there going to be a change of guard? Are we expecting now you to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi?
Kejriwal was the Chief Minister, is the Chief Minister and will remain the Chief Minister of Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal has not been convicted, therefore nothing prevents him from holding his constitutional office. Otherwise, there's a very simple way of ending all opposition, right? You file fake cases, arrest people under PMLA and then say now you resign. Right. So Arvind Kejriwal is going to remain the Chief Minister of Delhi. We have always clearly said that if needed, he will run the government from Tihar.
So there's no strategy in place as to a change of guard, and have you been able to establish communication with anybody inside?
There is no communication with anyone inside, obviously, because we also respect the law and order and the machinery of the ED, because obviously that it is once a search is going on, once a interrogation is going on, then it may not be appropriate to be in touch. But you can see how the people from all over Delhi have gathered here.
Are there going to be massive protests tomorrow? Have you planned mobilizations across Delhi?
See, we don't need to plan anything. People of Delhi love Arvind Kejriwal. People of Delhi consider Arvind Kejriwal a family member. They regard him as their brother, as their son. So it is not as if we have mobilized people. As soon as people have seen it in the news, they have started coming in heavy numbers.
Okay, my last question to you. Are you going to take it to the courts now and looking at the politics of it also? Before that.
Yes, we are going to court. We have already filed in the Supreme Court. Our legal team is at the home of the Supreme Court Registrar, and we were asking for an urgent hearing tonight itself.
Right. Atishi, thanks very much for speaking with us. So, Senior Minister Atishi, live and exclusive on NDTV. She's telling us that they've already, challenged the arrest, and they've gone to the Supreme Court Registrar. They've asked for an urgent hearing, but that seems unlikely now. She also continues to say that Arvind Kejriwal will remain the Chief Minister. Of course, that's a political statement to make. What is the legality, as Sunil sir was reporting earlier, that he needs to step down, or in the event of him not resigning, he could be suspended as a government official as well. But as of now, the Aam Aadmi Party maintaining that he will continue to be the Chief Minister, not revealing its strategy, not revealing its cards, keeping its cards close to its chest, because what we had heard earlier from very senior Aam Aadmi Party officials was that in the event of Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, Atishi would be taking over as the Chief Minister because she has a maximum number of portfolios as far as the Delhi cabinet is concerned. But as of now, they're saying that Arvind Kejriwal will stay on as Chief Minister. He will be brought out post midnight, most probably, Maria.
Yes, and ED has been saying that they issued 9 summons to Kejriwal, and there exists substantial evidence warranting his interrogation in this probe which is ongoing for the moment. His party maintaining that they were prepared for this arrest because this is more of a political conspiracy. The entire India bloc is rallying behind the Delhi Chief Minister. All of them are, some sharp reactions coming in from just about every member and every party head of India Bloc. But talking about what we are seeing, Vedant, just a few minutes back, the overall situation outside the Chief Minister's residence was relatively calm. It appears again that the crowd has started gathering.
That's right, Mara, and if I can just move towards, the other end of the road where more and more protesters are now gathering. Moment, keep following me as I move towards the other end of the road. So many of the protesters were detained earlier, but with the delegation now coming here, Mara, several workers, protesters, councillors of the Aam Aadmi Party, they've all gathered here. They've again sort of started, they've blocked the road again, which is why, the police decided to take Arvind Kejriwal from the other gate, the back gate. So look at these visuals here, Maria, of these protesters sitting on the road. They are protesting against the Prime Minister. They are protesting against the Lieutenant Governor. There has been this sort of full-blown standoff between the Lieutenant Governor and the Chief Minister. We don't see the police detaining the protesters anymore because they also sort of want to maintain a semblance of calm. And perhaps Arvind Kejriwal is not coming out anytime soon, at least not till midnight. And more companies of, CRPF Jawans and paramilitary forces being brought in. The traffic situation also needs to be under control completely before Arvind Kejriwal is brought out. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, these mobilizations, protests picking up yet again, and these protesters now back on the road.
We have now is from the Supreme Court registry that there was a case that was filed at 8:57 to quash the arrest by the Enforcement Directorate, which was filed by Aam Aadmi Party legal team. And they are constantly in touch with the registrar of the Supreme Court, who handles the listing for the Chief Justice of India. A decision on whether a bench is going to be constituted or not for an urgent hearing is expected soon. How soon is soon? Will it be happening any moment, or will it be a case of midnight hearing? Something perhaps Sunil will be able to explain to us in just a bit. But these visuals continue to be very, very dramatic. What we are told now is that only after midnight is the Chief Minister likely to be brought out of his home and taken to the ED custody. He has been already arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. He will be taken to the ED headquarters any moment now. But a decision on whether a bench of Supreme Court will sit tonight for an urgent hearing is only expected in some time. It has not been dismissed at the moment, so it has not been really ruled out that whether the hearing will happen or not happen tonight. So there is a possibility that a bench may sit tonight, but it doesn't look like Vedant at the moment, because no decision has been taken. But yes, as we see those visuals, it's very clear that Arvind Kejriwal's arrest in Delhi Liquor Gate was something imminent. His party had been talking about it for the last few months. He himself had been saying so, but in terms of his political or administrative responsibilities, he wasn't really prepared in terms of handing over the power.
That's right, Maria, because there was no strategy in place earlier, though, as I said earlier as well, he had transferred most of his portfolios to Atishi and Saurabh. He's a Chief Minister without portfolio. But perhaps what we're seeing outside is also symbolic, Maria, of how, the Enforcement Directorate or the Delhi Police, it's not an easy task for them. They have arrested Arvind Kejriwal, but to follow protocol, to take him to the Enforcement Directorate, to have his medical tests done there, to present him, to produce him before the magistrate's court, which has to be done within 24 hours of the arrest. All of this is going to be an extremely Herculean task for the Delhi Police. It requires, large-scale logistical preparedness, of course, as a first step before Arvind Kejriwal can be taken out and all these sort of steps of the protocol can be followed, because this mobilization is only going to pick up, Maria, because I remember when Manish Sisodia was arrested, there were protests across Delhi from Rajghat to here the civil lines area to, of course, outside the enforcement directorate as well. So massive preparations have to be made before Arvind Kejriwal is taken out, because they can't sort of risk it. They can't sort of have an untoward incident take place. He is still, as I said, still a sitting chief minister. So they have to be extra cautious. They have to go the extra mile to make sure that all preparations are underway. Atishi is constantly in touch with the legal team of the Aam Aadmi Party. She is here, but she's constantly in touch with the legal team, taking updates, because remember the legal team there at the registrar's residence, at the Supreme Court's registrar's residence. They are pushing for an urgent hearing. So perhaps, a lot of angles at play at the same time. But of course, his arrest,
for our viewers,
he's been arrested. But what follows?
No urgent hearing in the Supreme Court tonight. And Arvind Kejriwal's plea, which was filed around 8:37 as per the Supreme Court website, will be taken up for hearing only tomorrow. So there'll be no relief for Arvind Kejriwal, at least tonight. So he's heading to ED custody. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. Vedant, just give us a sense of what you are seeing at the moment, and then Ankit takes forward the story.
Right, Maria. So as I said earlier, there's these massive protests taking place here, more and more supporters gathering. As you said, there's no urgent hearing that is taking place. So indeed a setback for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party Congress delegation present here, Atishi, Arvinder Lavli, Sandeep Dikshit, all these people present here, Somnath Bharti of the Aam Aadmi Party also present here. And the number of paramilitary forces, rapid action forces that have been deployed here, that's only increasing as we speak. It's going to be a long night here, because what we are picking up from sources is that he will not be brought out before midnight. So post midnight is when Arvind Kejriwal will be brought out. But this deployment has only increased, and movement now here outside Chief Minister's residence, and more detentions will be made now because protesters are only increasing.
Right, Vedant, my colleague there outside the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now, there are two important aspects, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, we are getting these visuals at this moment from one of the gates. It seems a cavalcade of cars is leaving from the Chief Minister's residence. Is this the cavalcade in which Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been taken out and taken to the Enforcement Directorate office, where there is expectation that he will be brought, in fact, to the Enforcement Directorate office, and then, of course, a medical and all those procedures will take place, and tomorrow he is expected to be presented in front of the PMLA court. So we'll just confirm this, ladies and gentlemen. These visuals that you are seeing at this moment seems to be of one of the gates of Arvind Kejriwal. It's a big property, and one of the, in fact, gates, it seems that are leading to the road where a cavalcade has just gone out. We'll just confirm this and bring you the latest on, in fact, these visuals. But very, very important tonight, what is happening as far as Delhi is concerned. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested. We are waiting for him to be taken out and taken to the Enforcement Directorate office. We are being told that once, in fact, Mr. Kejriwal is at the ED office, post that, in fact, there is going to be medical and other procedures that are going to take place. All right, so I can confirm to you at this moment, this big cavalcade of cars that you are seeing is Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal being taken out of his residence by the Enforcement Directorate, and he is at this moment on his way to the ED office, ladies and gentlemen. There is a full, in fact, green cover, or the police has made the bandobast where Mr. Kejriwal very quickly would be reaching the ED's office. He has been taken out. ED headquarters is where he will be brought in just a short while from now. So on one hand, outside the main gate of Mr. Kejriwal's residence, there are these protests going on. These visuals being brought by my colleague Vedant, who through the evening has been reporting on this very big story from right outside Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's residence. On the other, you see these visuals visuals of this cavalcade, in fact, going and taking Mr. Kejriwal to the Enforcement Directorate office. Vedant, we can confirm now that Mr. Kejriwal has been taken out from one of the gates and is on his way to the ED office. You are at the other gate where the protests are taking place.
That's right, Ankit. I can confirm to you that Arvind Kejriwal has been taken out in that cavalcade that is now heading towards the Enforcement Directorate. So we are now making our way towards the back gate. From there, it's about 500. It's from about 500 to 600 meters from the main gate, and now he's on his way to the Enforcement Directorate. It was anticipated that he will be taken out from the back gate because the entry to that particular gate is it's absolutely inaccessible. There's heavy barricading there, paramilitary forces as well, and this entire stretch, Ankit, that I'm walking on has been completely cordoned off by the police, and it's on that particular end of the road that Arvind Kejriwal was taken out, and he has now left for the Enforcement Directorate. What we're picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party is that more and more supporters are now moving towards the Enforcement Directorate. Which is where now all the action will be. Though, remember, what the Delhi police told us is that they have made extensive preparations outside the Enforcement Directorate as well. There are 5 to 6 layers of barricading. There's absolutely no access for protesters. In fact, Section 144 has been imposed in this particular area. There's no permission for gathering. In fact, these protesters also now moving towards the back gate of the Chief Minister's residence. His cavalcade has left. Truly an unprecedented moment in Delhi's politics. Ankit, and you have covered the Aam Aadmi Party for so long. This is something that is truly a turning point for the Aam Aadmi Party's politics here in Delhi. And now perhaps traffic also moving. They've removed the barricades because Arvind Kejriwal has been taken to the Enforcement Directorate.
Vedant, stay on with me. Let me very quickly at this moment, as we bring out these visuals of this cavalcade, which has taken Mr. Kejriwal from his residence to the Enforcement Directorate office. I will take you straight away live to the ED office, headquarters of the Enforcement Directorate in the national capital, where my colleague Aishwarya is joining us at this moment. Aishwarya, just moments from now, Mr. Kejriwal's, the convoy taking Mr. Kejriwal, the ED officials have left from his residence. They will be heading to where you are. Once he reaches the ED office, what happens there? And give our viewers a sense of the security around you.
Well, Ankit, any moment from now, Arvind Kejriwal will be brought at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, and now police officials are on standby. Senior police officials have gathered over here with heavy police deployment. Entire area near the Enforcement Directorate headquarters have been blocked. Nobody has been given permission. It's just about 4 to 5 kilometers from 6 civil lines to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters over here. He will be directly brought here as cavalcade has already left from the Chief Minister's residence, and as soon as he will be brought over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, the medical examination will be done of Arvind Kejriwal, and he will be spending tonight at the ED headquarters. Tomorrow morning, again a medical examination will be done before he would be produced before the Sessions Court at Rouse Avenue. So any moment from now, senior police officials are on standby over here. Both the roads have been completely blocked, although we have seen huge protests happening at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, but nobody is being allowed to come across here at the APJ Abdul Kalam Road. Looking at the possible law and order situation, there you can see senior Delhi police officials monitoring and guiding the local the police who had been deployed over here at the ED headquarters. Remember, already ED headquarters is a sensitive zone that has been selected as far as the Delhi police is concerned, because K. Kavita is already here under the custody of Enforcement Directorate. Just few hours back, it was KTR who left the ED headquarters, and now it would be Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi sitting Chief Minister, who will be brought to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. And the police deployment, as you can see in the visuals as well, have been beefed up. There has been one layer of barricading at the main gate of Enforcement Directorate. There's another way to enter the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, which is at Motilal Nehru Marg, but mostly the ED takes anyone from this main gate, and section 144 has also been imposed over here at the ED headquarters. That certainly means that more than 4 people are not allowed at one point of time to gather over here, and Delhi police senior officials currently monitoring the situation. Any moment from now, Ankit, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's cavalcade can come over here. There you can see repeated requests being made by the Delhi police officials as well to clear the road so that Arvind Kejriwal's car can directly go inside the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. There you can see more Delhi police vehicles on the way over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, as more police officials have already on their way to reach the ED office. We've been told that senior Enforcement Directorate officials have also reached the
just
ED
stay on
office.
with me. Just hold on to that thought. Aam Aadmi Party leader and minister in the government of Delhi, Saurabh Bharadwaj, is speaking at this moment. Let's listen in.
सीधी मंशा ईडी की मुख्यमंत्री जी को अरेस्ट करने की ही थी। कोई पूछताछ नहीं थी, कोई प्रश्न नहीं था, सब कोर्ट के अंदर नाटक किया जा रहा था। मुख्यमंत्री जी के घर की पूरी तलाशी इस छापे में ली गई। सिर्फ 70,000 रुपए नकद मिले, जो कि ईडी वापस लौटा के चली गई। मुख्यमंत्री जी का मोबाइल लिया गया और मुख्यमंत्री जी को गिरफ्तार करके ले गए हैं। पूरे छापे में कोई सबूत, कोई एविडेंस, कोई प्रॉपर्टी का कागज, कोई गैर कानूनी पैसा, कोई मनी ट्रेल नहीं मिली। बात बिल्कुल साफ है। अगर अपोजिशन के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री जी किसी से डरते हैं और उनको लगता है कि उनका कोई विकल्प है भारत में, तो वो अरविंद केजरीवाल है। और मैं दोबारा यही बात कहूंगा कि वो अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार कर सकते थे, उन्होंने किया क्योंकि आज उनके पास सत्ता है, आज उनके पास सारी की सारी एजेंसियां हैं, उनको रोकने वाला कोई नहीं है। जो चाहे प्रधानमंत्री करें। अभी तक 2 मुख्यमंत्रियों को गिरफ्तार किया है, हो सकता है औरों को भी कर लें। मगर अरविंद केजरीवाल की सोच, अरविंद केजरीवाल एक आइडिया है जो हर गली, हर मोहल्ले में अब तैयार हो रहा है। हमारे वकील शाम को सुप्रीम कोर्ट की रजिस्ट्री में उन्होंने अपनी पिटीशन दायर की, इस अरेस्ट को चैलेंज किया कि ये गैर कानूनी है, गैर संवैधानिक है। कोर्ट की रजिस्ट्री ने कहा कि उन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के मुख्य न्यायाधीश को ये मैसेज दे दिया है, मगर कोई जवाब नहीं मिला। तो हमारे वकील सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रजिस्ट्रार साहब से मिलने गए हैं, उनसे बातचीत करेंगे। और हमारा सुप्रीम कोर्ट से करबद्ध निवेदन है, हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट रात को ही मुख्यमंत्री जी की जो याचिका हमने दायर की है उसको सुने और दिल्ली को, देश को और हमें न्याय दें।
आगे सरकार कैसे चलेगी, क्योंकि अब इन्फेक्टियस हो चुकी है जो आपकी याचिका है, जो गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है।
2 पिटीशन थे, ये गलत खबर चलाई जा रही है कि इन्फेक्चुअस हो गई है। नहीं, हमारी 2 अलग अलग प्रेयर थी कि मुख्यमंत्री जी की गिरफ्तारी इमिनेंट है, होने वाली है, लिहाजा उसको रोका जाए। और यदि इस दौरान गिरफ्तारी हो जाती है तो उस गिरफ्तारी के ऊपर भी कोर्ट रोक लगाए, तो वो इन्फेक्चुअस नहीं है। दूसरी बात, सरकार, हम लोगों ने सारे विधायकों से सलाह की, सारे काउंसलर से सलाह की, दिल्ली के एक वार्ड के अंदर हमने सभा की। सबका कहना था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का मैंडेट है, दिल्ली की जनता चाहती है अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार चलाएं, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल ही सरकार चलाएंगे। जेल के अंदर से भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री हैं, दिल्ली के नेता हैं।
कानूनन मुमकिन है ऐसा, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से अलाउ है सर?
के काफी नियम है जिसमें ये पॉसिबल है।
मीटिंग कैसे करेंगे आप, कैबिनेट कैसे करेंगे?
सब कैसे कर पाएंगे आप लोग?
कैबिनेट के प्रपोजल्स तो सर्कुलेशन से ही कई महीनों से चल रहे हैं। मुझे याद है सहारा परिवार के जो मालिक थे उनको बाकायदा कोर्ट ने कमरा दिया था, कंप्यूटर दिया था, सारे रिसोर्सेज दिए थे ताकि उनके ऊपर जो भी जिम्मेदारियां हैं वो जिम्मेदारियां वो पूरी करें। और ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला था। तो फैसले बहुत हैं। हाँ, ये ज़रूर है कि केंद्र सरकार के पेट में दर्द है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार ना चला सकें। वो पेट का दर्द हम समझ सकते हैं।
कोर्ट के सामने क्या सरकार चला सके, कोर्ट के सामने रखेंगे, कोई बाधा ना है उसमें।
देखिए, जो भी हमारी लीगल टीम हमें बोलेगी उसके ऊपर फैसला लेंगे। बट हमें लगता है, जितनी जानकारों से हमने सलाह की है, कि इसके अंदर कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
कांग्रेस पार्टी के तमाम लोग यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। आपको लगता है कि पूरी इंडिया ब्लॉक साथ मिलकर इस लड़ाई को लड़ेगा?
देखिए, मैं अपनी पार्टी की तरफ से सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं को हाथ जोड़ के धन्यवाद करूंगा, चाहे वो कांग्रेस के लीडर हो, दिल्ली प्रदेश के हों, ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस के हों, चाहे अभी समाजवादी पार्टी से हों अखिलेश यादव जी,
राहुल जी का भी ट्वीट है,
चाहे प्रियंका गांधी जी हों, चाहे राहुल गांधी जी हों, चाहे केसी वेणुगोपाल हों, सब तरीके के लोगों ने जो विपक्ष की आवाज़ हैं, उन्होंने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की इस गिरफ्तारी पे गुस्सा जताया है। और वो सब लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि केंद्र सरकार तानाशाही पे उतर आई है और अपने हार के डर से, आम चुनाव में केंद्र सरकार हार के डर से विपक्षी नेताओं को गिरफ्तार कर रही है।
जो स्टार कैंपेनर्स हैं, अब एक सब अंदर हैं, चुनाव कैसे मैनेज करेंगे, चुनाव कैसे लड़ेंगे, कैसे मैनेज करेंगे?
अच्छा, मैंने कल भी कहा था, हमारे नंबर 2 के नेता, नंबर 3 के नेता, नंबर 4 के नेता जेल में हैं, नंबर 1 के नेता को जेल में डालने की तैयारी है। अब हमारे 4 टॉप लीडर्स को जेल में डाला गया है। जिस पार्टी को अमित शाह जी कहते हैं सुपारी जितनी छोटी पार्टी है, उस सुपारी जैसी पार्टी से आज इतना खतरा है कि उसके 4 शीर्ष नेता आज केंद्र सरकार ने जेल में डाले हुए हैं। इससे ये बात पूरे हिंदुस्तान को साफ होती है कि क्या इस वक्त देश के अंदर हो रहा है। और मैं एक और चेतावनी पूरे देश के लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं। अभी अभी रशिया के अंदर पुतिन चुनाव से जीते हैं। 87% चुनाव पुतिन को मिला है, 87% वोट। और वो इसलिए मिला है क्योंकि जितना विपक्ष है, पुतिन साहब ने सबको जेल में डाल दिया। और जो सबसे बड़े विपक्षी नेता थे, उनकी जेल में मृत्यु हो गई। तो आने वाले समय में हिंदुस्तान में भी यही होने वाला है। सब विपक्ष को जब जेल में ही डाल देंगे तो प्रधानमंत्री जी खुद ही चुनाव लड़ेंगे। और फिर अभी तक तो 38% वोट आया है, तो प्रधानमंत्री जी भी 90% वोट ले लेंगे।
कल कैसे प्रोटेस्ट रजिस्टर करेंगे आप?
वो देखेंगे, सोचेंगे।
Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj there in a scathing attack on the central government says that this is to cripple the Aam Aadmi Party just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, also mentioning the support that he's and his leader is getting at this moment from the opposition leaders, particularly from the India Alliance. Arvind Kejriwal, those visuals that you see is the cavalcade in which the Enforcement Directorate brought out the Chief Minister of Delhi and is taking him to their headquarters in central Delhi. What we'll do at this moment, we'll take a quick break and we'll come back. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate and has been taken to the ED office. This story continues to be our top focus. We are coming back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G स्मार्टफोन्स. इंटरेस्टिंग डिजाइन, इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशन और काफ़ी फ्रेश लग रहे हैं दोनों फोन्स कमिंग स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम सैमसंग. और यहाँ पे सैमसंग इज प्रॉमिसिंग अ फ्यू थिंग्स. सबसे पहले एक काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग और प्रीमियम डिज़ाइन. सेकेंड थिंग इज अमेजिंग ड्यूरेबिलिटी बिकॉज यहाँ पे ऑन द फ्रंट एंड ऑन द बैक व्हाट वी हैव इज कॉर्निंग्स गोरिल्ला ग्लास विक्टस प्लस. एट द सेम टाइम यहाँ पे सैमसंग इज promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों फोन्स में सैमसंग ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज फीचर्स एंड ए सीमलेस एंड्रॉइड एक्सपीरियंस. सैमसंग ने इंडिया में ऑफिशियली डेब्यू किया है द गैलेक्सी A55 5G एंड गैलेक्सी A35 5G, bringing powerful performance and impressive technology to the popular A series lineup. Both devices boast stunning 6.6-inch Super AMOLED displays जो जाने जाते हैं for their vibrant colors and immersive visuals. With an ultra smooth 120 Hz refresh rate, you'll enjoy buttery transitions and log-free scrolling whether you're gaming या फिर catching up on shows. Plus, Corning Gorilla Glass Victus Plus offer करता है superior protection against those accidental drops and scratches. Capture your world with incredible detail. दोनों smartphones पैक करते हैं a triple rear camera setup with the A55 5G sporting a 50 megapixel primary sensor featuring optical image stabilization for blur-free shots, and the A35 5G भी disappoint नहीं करता है, offering its own OIS-equipped 50 megapixel primary camera with lenses that support versatility, stunning selfies and expandable storage. ये phones आपके photography game को definitely elevate करेंगे. You can now even leave your low battery anxiety behind because दोनों phones आते हैं massive 5000 mAh batteries के साथ and support 25 watts का fast charging. This lets you power through your day and recharge quickly. Even better, Samsung promise करता है a whopping 4 generations of Android OS upgrades and an impressive 5 years of security patches, a testament to their commitment to keeping your devices up to date. The Galaxy A55 5G and
All right, continuing with our coverage, Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has been arrested. Now, this has once again opened floodgates as far as political reactions are concerned. Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal getting a lot of support from the leaders of the opposition alliance. I can see a lot of movement there. Vedant, in fact, has a guest. Vedant, let me come to you. Arvind Kejriwal is on his way to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. Aishwarya is giving us the live updates from there. Just go ahead and show our viewers what is happening around you.
Right, Ankit. So here, of course, soon after Arvind Kejriwal was taken out, massive protests have started. In fact, they've sat on the road. Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj, all these people, senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, present here, and they're leading these protests here. There you can see Atishi leading the protests. So there. Okay. Atishi asking the protesters of the Aam Aadmi Party to continue the momentum for tomorrow as well. They have planned huge mobilizations. Atishi addressing this gathering of Aam Aadmi Party workers, councillors, protesters, all of these people who are present there. So in a sense to keep their morale high because they have planned huge mobilizations tomorrow also, Ankit. In fact, senior leaders I spoke to from within the Aam Aadmi Party, they say that tomorrow across Delhi there will be protests because tomorrow is when he will be protested. Produced before the court, before the PMLA court, before the magistrates court.
I think let's just cut across to Aishwarya, my colleague, who is at this moment
well, there you can see.
giving us live visuals. All right, go ahead,
Well, there you can see Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has now arrived at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. There you can see the cavalcade reaching over here at the ED headquarters. There are few cars and officials who are present here as far as the Enforcement Directorate headquarters are concerned. Police officials who have been there you can see on the other side as well. Heavy barricading being taken place. So cavalcade of Arvind Kejriwal has reached at the Enforcement Directorate office is what we have been told. It is the commissioner, Delhi Police Commissioner as well, who had reached over here at the Enforcement Directorate office and senior Delhi Police officials who have already arrived and they have entered the ED headquarters. So we are just waiting for that glimpse of Arvind Kejriwal. Because on both the ends of the road, there might be a possibility that Arvind Kejriwal can be brought as far as his cavalcade is concerned. They have left a few minutes back, but we are seeing currently Delhi Police Commissioner's car coming in, and they have also reached at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters over here, and certainly it would be very soon. There you can see senior Delhi ED officials. In fact, now there you can see on the screen, Enforcement Directorate officials have reached over here. Delhi Police Commissioner also arrived over here at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters as Arvind Kejriwal is on his way. There you can see on the other side some more vehicles coming in, and there you can see Delhi Police van as well. Arvind Kejriwal now being brought at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters over here. There you can see the main car of Delhi Police with senior Delhi Police officials over here. Delhi Police van also now arriving, which was at Arvind Kejriwal.
I apologize to our viewers. I mean, you can understand it's at this moment is a live situation where, of course, many media cameras there. So we are having some bandwidth issues with my colleague Aishwarya there. But you saw those visuals of Arvind Kejriwal being brought to the Enforcement Directorate office. He's wearing a light color shirt and was sitting, and we were able to see him in one of these vehicles, a Innova car in which Mr. Kejriwal was sitting when he crossed over the cameras of the media. This was the cavalcade that brought Mr. Kejriwal to the Enforcement Directorate office. I'll just show you our visuals. This is, in fact, that's Arvind Kejriwal sitting there in that car, and we are also, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, bringing some exclusive visuals to you. Those visuals are inside Mr. Kejriwal's residence when he was taken out from his residence by the Enforcement Directorate and taken to the ED office when he was arrested. So we are playing two sets of visuals, one from the Enforcement Directorate where Mr. Kejriwal has just arrived, and on the other hand, Arvind Kejriwal being arrested and being brought out from his residence and being seated in that vehicle, in one of the vehicles of this cavalcade that has brought Arvind Kejriwal to the residence, to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters. That's Mr. Kejriwal there in that vehicle. Aishwarya, if you can hear me, Delhi police officials, including the commissioner, is there. We can see these visuals of Mr. Kejriwal being brought to the Enforcement Directorate office. Just tell our viewers what happens now once he is at the ED office. Okay, what we'll try and do, we'll reconnect with my colleague Aishwarya and we'll get some details from him. What we have been told is that once Mr. Kejriwal, all right, these visuals, ladies and gentlemen, we'll show you these visuals where Mr. Kejriwal is being brought out from his residence and is being taken by the Enforcement Director. These visuals are from inside the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. Just a short while back when he was arrested and taken out from the ED, from the Enforcement Directorate, by the Enforcement Directorate team to the ED office. With clear visuals coming in fact, of where you can see the ED officials with Arvind Kejriwal bringing him out of his residence. So what, that's Mr. Arvind Kejriwal being brought to the Enforcement Directorate office. He was, in fact, brought in by the ED in a cavalcade. Aishwarya joins us now. Aishwarya, Kejriwal has reached the ED office. Just tell our viewers what happens now. What's the procedure? When will he be produced in the court? What happens tonight? He will have to spend the night in the ED custody. Where will he be kept? What happens from here on?
Well, as soon as Arvind Kejriwal arrives at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, it would be a team of doctors from RML Hospital who will be conducting first medical checkup of Mr. Kejriwal tonight, and he will be kept in a lockup which is at a ground floor at Enforcement Directorate headquarters right over here. And then again tomorrow morning there would be a fresh medical checkup that would be done before Arvind Kejriwal is produced before the court at Rouse Avenue. So this is a procedure that is being kept as far as any person who's been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. That's what we have seen in the case of K. Kavita as well. But Arvind Kejriwal had come over here, had been brought over here from his residence, and a team of doctors also went inside a few minutes back for medical examination, and this is a process that normally being followed. Now, as far as the Delhi Police Commissioner and top Delhi police officials are concerned, they have already entered the ED headquarters along with the senior ED officials sitting in that particular car. And I remember that officer who was seen, getting, when K. Kavita was arrested in Telangana, and when she brought K. Kavita along with her, the same officer arrived over here at the ED at the ED headquarters as well. Now before tomorrow there would be medical examination, but heavy security amid of the protests that we saw at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Although because of the possible law and order situation, Delhi police officials and senior Delhi police officials also had made a huge bandobast over here. Barricading had been put forward on both the roads which connect headquarters, and heavy police deployment. No one has been allowed to enter from APJ Abdul Kalam Road or the other road which connects to the ED headquarters, because there was also mobilization of Aam Aadmi Party cadres to the ED headquarters as well. 3 sensitive locations in Delhi currently, which Delhi police is keeping a very close monitoring of Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, ED headquarters and Arvind Kejriwal residence. But here the situation is under control, because Delhi police knows that it will be Aam Aadmi Party cadres who will be coming in large numbers, and therefore the reason perhaps both the roads were blocked. But currently at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters as well, if I can tell my camera person to show again the visuals around of the ED headquarters over here. Heavy police deployment with senior police officials on ground, because it is the sitting Chief Minister of Delhi who had been arrested. Till now, 4 senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders arrested. This comes soon after a setback by Delhi High Court today for Arvind Kejriwal, where he got no relief, and it was stated by the Delhi High Court that they cannot gave an interim relief to Arvind Kejriwal, and now he had been taken to Enforcement Directorate headquarters, where he will be spending the entire night today behind the bars, and tomorrow he will be produced before the court.
That's right. In fact, once again, one by one, not just the leaders of the opposition, those who are with the India Alliance, there are others as well, those who are coming out in support as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. At this moment, Vedant continues to be with us. Vedant, now, of course, the action largely shifts to the Enforcement Directorate office, but for the Aam Aadmi Party, from the time of inception, there have been challenges, but nothing as big as their brain behind the entire Aam Aadmi Party strategy, the man on whose face they go out and seek votes. This is possibly the biggest political challenge for the Aam Aadmi Party in 11 years of their existence.
Absolutely, Ankit, and those shouldering this responsibility now are Delhi Minister Atishi, also Delhi Environment Minister Gopal Rai, who's also present here. They address the gathering of supporters here, protesters keeping their morale high, because remember, it's also about the party cadre that can completely get crippled, that can completely collapse because of Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. Of course, as you said, he's not just a man behind the party, but also he is the star campaigner, he is the face of the party, he is the one who resonates with thousands of Aam Aadmi Party supporters now across states. So the latest information that I can give you, what Atishi just told me, is that she's asked all protesters to now disperse because they don't want to create a law and order challenge. Because remember, Arvind Kejriwal still is the sitting Chief Minister of Delhi, and it is the Aam Aadmi Party government's responsibility to make sure that there is no untoward incident, which is why they've asked all the supporters to disperse now, and they've been asked to gather at the Aam Aadmi Party's ITO office in Delhi. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. is when they will gather. They will continue to protest till the time Arvind Kejriwal is produced before the Rouse Avenue court. So parallel developments will happen tomorrow. The Aam Aadmi Party's massive protests across Delhi, at Rajghat, at the ITO office, outside the Chief Minister's residence, at the ED office. At the same time, the Supreme Court hearing that could take place tomorrow as well. Arvind Kejriwal being produced before the court tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be a hectic day. But for now, the ministers who arrived here, they've asked protesters to disperse for now because Arvind Kejriwal is now in the Enforcement Directorate.
Very important details being given out by my colleague Vedant of how the Aam Aadmi Party now plans to in fact mobilize people, their supporters after Arvind Kejriwal. The main man behind the party, the face of the party, the chief of the party, Chief Minister of Delhi, has been arrested. You can expect, in fact, tomorrow in Punjab, where the party has a government protest against the arrest of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Interestingly, from Punjab, while we are seeing a lot of support for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal from opposition parties, Sukhbir Singh Badal of the Akali Dal has, in fact, backed the BJP as far as Mr. Kejriwal's arrest is concerned. He has in fact gone ahead and said that similar process, because according to him, a similar kind of scam has taken place in Punjab, should in fact be initiated in Punjab as well. Apart from that, there are many, in fact, leaders from the Samajwadi Party, from Tejaswi Yadav of the RJD, Derek O'Brien of the TMC. Apart from that, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, the entire Congress party, including their local leaders who reached Mr. Kejriwal's residence to lend support, are at this moment supporting the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me go back and take you back to my colleague Aishwarya, who's at the Enforcement Directorate office. Aishwarya, now, two important things. One, of course, the legal challenge that Aam Aadmi Party would be throwing at ED's way tomorrow in the Supreme Court. What are you picking up from your sources in the Enforcement Directorate regarding that? At least there is no late night or midnight hearing is what is being said from the Supreme Court. So what happens in that aspect tomorrow? Because there will be two courts that ED will have to contend with. One, in the Supreme Court, where the Aam Aadmi Party will throw a challenge at this Mr. Kejriwal's arrest. And number two, at the Rouse Avenue Court, where the ED will have to justify his arrest and seek for custody.
Well, certainly Enforcement Directorate will seek custody of Arvind Kejriwal for another few days because it was Enforcement Directorate who earlier stated while they took custody of K. Kavita that there are a lot of confrontations that Enforcement Directorate needs to do, a lot of statements that needs to be recorded. What we have been told so far by Enforcement Directorate officials is that all the digital evidence and the gadgets that Arvind Kejriwal had used, they have dumped all the data with them, and now it would be questioning on their part that they will do. Certainly tomorrow after the medical examination, Enforcement Directorate will seek further custody, as today there was no respite for Arvind Kejriwal, as Atishi, senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, stated that they reached to Supreme Court registrar to seek an urgent hearing, but that did not happen. And tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. is something that we are hearing that Supreme Court might hear the case as far as protection for Arvind Kejriwal is concerned. But because the arrest has already been made by the Enforcement Directorate, what sort of relief Arvind Kejriwal can get as far as the arrest is concerned, because tomorrow definitely the ED officials will seek more custody, as they had been clearly stating that there had been a lot of witnesses that had stated Arvind Kejriwal's name, and also confrontation needs to be done with K. Kavita and the other accused who had been earlier arrested as well. So tomorrow being a very important day, but tonight it would be ED headquarters, which would be a very sensitive location as far as New Delhi is concerned.
That's right. The action now shifts to the ED headquarters in central Delhi, where Mr. Kejriwal will have to spend the night in the ED lockup at this moment. What we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a very quick break at this moment. My colleagues are on the ground giving us the latest on this very big story that we are tracking at this moment on NDTV. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam case.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुँच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach brands or if the brands approach you, you can monetize your posts, your stories, your reels, basically whatever content you post. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Well, अब जाके हो सकता है. In the beginning, when brands just removed the accessories like chargers from the box, तो उस टाइम पे not everyone had these chargers, और sometimes हम देखते थे कि जो cables हैं वो अलग हैं, कहीं पे lightning, कहीं पे USB-C, कहीं पे micro USB, on the other side sometimes USB-C, sometimes USB-A वगैरह वगैरह. But now with USB-C coming in place, and now that it's been 2-3 years, जब थोड़ा टाइम हो चुका है, काफ़ी brands chargers remove कर चुके हैं, तो अब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ, इसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है.
Continuing with our 360-degree coverage here on NDTV of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who has been arrested and taken to the Enforcement Directorate headquarters after 2 hours of questioning. Today, remember, at around 7 p.m., Enforcement Directorate team of about 10 to 12 officers reached Mr. Kejriwal's residence with a search warrant. They went inside. After a search, Mr. Kejriwal's questioning started. His phones were confiscated, and after 2 hours of questioning, he was officially presented the arrest memo and was taken to the Enforcement Directorate's headquarters just a short while back. Continuously for the last 4 hours, my colleague Vedant is reporting from outside the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, the first sitting Chief Minister who has been arrested. Remember, even when Hemant Soren, who was arrested, just about a month and a half back, he resigned and officially then was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Aishwarya, my colleague who's standing fort at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters, is also joining us at this moment. Vedant, the Aam Aadmi Party has started a huge mobilization exercise. They would want to, in fact, Gopal Rai was saying that it will be a countrywide protest, but especially in Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Gujarat, where the Aam Aadmi Party has significant presence. They would want this to take to every voter for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections.
Absolutely, Ankit. And before the voter, I spoke to a lot of senior leaders. Their focus is on keeping the organization intact. I think right now that is the primary focus, which is why all party karyakartas have been asked to gather at the ITO office of the Aam Aadmi Party at 10 a.m. tomorrow, which is where all cabinet ministers, which is what we are being told, all cabinet ministers will be present there. They will be addressing the karyakartas, not just in Delhi, but as you said, in Punjab, Haryana, Gujarat, even Madhya Pradesh, where the Aam Aadmi Party was looking to make inroads with, its star campaigner, Arvind Kejriwal, now under arrest. So, of course, the primary focus is to keep the morale high of all the workers. In fact, after that, they will be protesting at key locations in the national capital, including here at the camp office outside the Chief Minister's residence, also at Rajghat, outside the Enforcement Directorate, at the ITO office, outside the BJP headquarters at Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg. So, across Delhi, huge mobilizations being planned. The Delhi police also making preparations. But as Aishwarya was pointing out earlier, the most sensitive location right now is the Enforcement Directorate, because as we've been reiterating, Arvind Kejriwal still is a sitting Chief Minister. He has not resigned, he's not been suspended. So, the Delhi police has to be all the more cautious to make sure that it goes the extra mile to make sure that there's security arrangements being made, across the national capital. It is certainly going to be a constitutional crisis for the government here and indeed for Delhi as well. Though he is the Chief Minister without portfolio, and if you look at the internal dynamics of the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal very sort of strategically transferred all his portfolios to his most trusted lieutenants, Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. Of course, Atishi was here addressing the gathering, sort of keeping the morale high. So now the challenge is to keep the organization intact. And as far as the day-to-day functioning of the government is concerned, Ankit, that won't be impacted as much, because as we know, most of the cabinet meetings, etc., were chaired by senior ministers, including Atishi and Saurabh. Arvind Kejriwal's primary role right now was being the star campaigner and the face of the Aam Aadmi Party, taking it to new states, sort of expanding its tentacles to newer states in the run-up to the Lok Sabha poll. So many challenges ahead. For now, the Aam Aadmi Party planning huge mobilizations tomorrow.
The governance may not suffer because Mr. Kejriwal, barring a short period when he was, in fact, the water minister, he has never held a portfolio. It was Manish Sisodia who had the large chunk of portfolios in Delhi. Then, of course, after his arrest, Atishi and Saurabh took that burden as far as the portfolios are concerned. But still, it will become a constitutional crisis if the Chief Minister continues as the head. Can the Aam Aadmi Party continue, the Chief Minister continue on his post, or whether there is going to be some action by the centre through the LG? That is also going to be one important aspect of it. But at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, has been arrested, the first sitting Chief Minister to be picked up by an agency and arrested officially. We'll get you the latest tuned to NDTV. We're just coming back after a short break.
So friends, it's time now कि मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब दे दूं in this section Ask TG, and this is one of my personal favorites क्योंकि इतना मजा आता है when we connect, when we talk about gadgets, technology, directly one on one. तो आज देखते हैं इस एपिसोड में हमारे पास में क्या questions आए हैं across different domains और मुझे क्या इतनी abilities हैं कि मैं इनके जवाब दे पाता हूँ.
Hi Technical Guruji. So my question is, how can we monetize Instagram posts?
Okay, the monetization on Instagram works in two different ways. One is that you enable subscriptions and all that, but I would say the second method is much more effective, would give you much more returns, and this is when you grow at a certain level and then you do partnerships with different brands. आपने देखा होगा YouTube पे, Instagram पे, Facebook पे, all these influencers, they many times collaborate with different brands and वहाँ से you can monetize your content directly. So उसके लिए थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. You need to make sure कि आपका प्रोफाइल एक certain level पे पहुंच जाए, and उसके बाद if you approach brands or if the brands approach you, you can monetize your posts, your stories, your reels, basically whatever content you post. If you are doing this in a partnership with a brand, you can have proper monetization. Well, अब जाके हो सकता है. In the beginning, when brands just removed the accessories like chargers from the box, तो उस टाइम पे not everyone had these chargers और sometimes हम देखते थे कि जो cables हैं वो अलग हैं, कहीं पे lightning, कहीं पे USB-C, कहीं पे micro USB, on the other side sometimes USB-C, sometimes USB-A वगैरह वगैरह. But now with USB-C coming in place and now that it's been 2-3 years जब थोड़ा टाइम हो चुका है, काफ़ी brands chargers remove कर चुके हैं, तो अब मुझे लगता है कि हाँ इसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है. For example, if I talk about myself, तो I have this charger from one of my old laptops और ये I think 3 या 4 साल पुराना चार्जर है, and even today I use the same charger to charge all my devices. But now going forward, जब सबके पास में चार्जर्स हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इसका फ़र्क पड़ सकता है.
Is it okay to install a third-party battery in my MacBook?
To be honest, I won't recommend it. The reason is कि आप अगर एक MacBook की बात करते हैं, तो normally the battery should last at least 3 years minimum. उसके बाद अगर आप Mac को और लंबा यूज करना चाह रहे हैं, which the Mac is surely capable of, तो उस टाइम पे if you install a third party battery saving a few bucks here and there, तो उस टाइम पे ठीक है आपका काम चल जाएगा, but then the experience might not be exactly the same और शायद आप अपने MacBook की लाइफ स्पैन को थोड़ा सा कम कर दें. तो अगर आप एक Apple authorized सर्विस सेंटर से एक genuine बैटरी इंस्टॉल करते हैं, which number one ensures a good backup, at the same time it ensures good safety as well, because battery is one of those critical components जहाँ पे you would not want to compromise. तो
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a day of fast-paced developments in the national capital where Enforcement Directorate has arrested Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, the first sitting Chief Minister in the history of India to be arrested by a central agency at this moment. There have been a lot of reactions. And tonight, Mr. Kejriwal, we are playing out two visuals from his residence when he was, in fact, escorted out after being questioned for 2 hours. And then, of course, later, Mr. Kejriwal was taken in that cavalcade to the Enforcement Directorate office, and we showed you the visuals of him sitting in that vehicle while he reached the ED office. There have been reactions thick and fast. Protest continues by the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's listen in to some reactions.
Atish, what is going to be the strategy now of the Aam Aadmi Party? Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested. I've spoken to you multiple times the past few months, and you've anticipated that this would happen, and it has finally happened.
See, it's very clear this is a political conspiracy by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Bharatiya Janata Party spokespersons come and say on television, Arvind Kejriwal is going to get arrested, Arvind Kejriwal is going to get arrested. And then soon after that, the next day, ED sends a summon, CBI sends a summon. So it is very clear that just as the Lok Sabha elections have been announced, You freeze the bank account of one political party. You arrest one chief minister. Now you are arresting a second chief minister. Is this how BJP plans to win elections? Where has the democracy gone in our country?
Okay. Looking at the legalities now, given the fact that he's been arrested, he holds a constitutional post. He'll either have to step down or, he may be suspended by the Lieutenant Governor or so on and so forth. Is there going to be a change of guard? Are we expecting now you to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi?
Kejriwal was the Chief Minister, is the Chief Minister and will remain the Chief Minister of Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal has not been convicted, therefore nothing prevents him from holding his constitutional office. Otherwise, it's a very simple way of ending all opposition, right? You file fake cases, arrest people under PMLA and then say now you resign. Right. So Arvind Kejriwal is going to remain the Chief Minister of Delhi. We have always clearly said that if needed, he will run the government from the heart.
So there's no strategy in place as to a change of guard, and have you been able to establish communication with anybody inside?
There is no communication with anyone inside, obviously, because we also respect the law and order and the machinery of the ED, because obviously that it is once a search is going on, once a interrogation is going on, then it may not be appropriate to be in touch. But you can see how the people from all over Delhi have gathered here.
Are there going to be massive protests tomorrow? Have you planned mobilizations across Delhi?
See, we don't need to plan anything. People of Delhi love Arvind Kejriwal. People of Delhi consider Arvind Kejriwal a family member. They regard him as their brother, as their son. So it is not as if we have mobilized people. As soon as people have seen it in the news, they have started coming in heavy numbers.
Okay, my last question to you. Are you going to take it to the courts now and looking at the politics of it also? Before
yes,
that.
We are going to go. We have already filed in the Supreme Court. Our legal team is at the home of the Supreme Court Registrar and we were asking for an urgent hearing tonight itself.
भारत की जनता और दिल्ली की जनता खासकर कट्टर बेईमान अरविंद केजरीवाल की गिरफ्तारी का स्वागत कर रही है। ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल ही शराब घोटाले का किंगपिन है। दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने भी आज अरविंद केजरीवाल को कोई राहत नहीं दी, क्योंकि जो साक्ष्य जांच एजेंसी ईडी ने इकट्ठे किए थे उनमें दम था।
चुनाव से बुखला के हरकतें कर रही है। कांग्रेस के अकाउंट सील किए जाते हैं, हेमंत सोरेन जी को उठाया जाता है। आज दिल्ली के अंदर भी टाइमिंग देखिए आप, किस टाइमिंग के ऊपर जो है वो एक्शन लिया जा रहा है जब चुनाव शुरू हो गए हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से लोकतंत्र के लिए एजेंसीज का मिसयूज जो है वो शर्मनाक है। और आप पार्टी हमारी गठबंधन की पार्टनर है, हम मजबूती के साथ उनके साथ खड़े हैं और उनके साथ मिलकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे।
हमारे नेताओं के साथ भी हुआ है, दिन में होता है, सवेरे आते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, उसके बाद आप करें। इसका क्या ये कोई तरीका है कि रात को 1 बजे 2 बजे आप किसी के यहाँ जाके गिरफ्तारी करें? और जो पिछले कुछ समय से हम लोग देख रहे हैं, चाहे हमारे अकाउंट्स को फ्रीज करने की बात हो, हेमंत सोरेन के अरेस्ट की बात हो, केजरीवाल जी के अरेस्ट करने की बात हो, ये ईडी इसको केवल चुनाव के साथ जोड़ रहा है, इसका और कोई लेना देना नहीं है। और इस बात को हम कंडेम करते हैं, इसकी हम घोर निंदा करते हैं। एजेंसियों का इस तरीके से मोदी सरकार का दुरुपयोग करना अपने में सरासर गलत है, गैर लोकतांत्रिक है।
Now, this does become a big talking point, and tomorrow is going to be an important day when Arvind Kejriwal's legal team tries to get a hearing in the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Mr. Kejriwal will tomorrow be presented in front of the PMLA court at Rouse Avenue. We'll continue to track this story. We are taking a quick break at this moment. Updates continue on NDTV.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
There's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Friends, this is what I have for the next one, because यहाँ पे this sleek looking laptop coming straight from Apple is the latest generation of MacBook Air, और यहाँ पे what's packed inside is Apple's new M3 chip now. तो ये Apple ने finally launch कर दिया है. And what's amazing is that look at this profile, मतलब कितना sleek आपको लैपटॉप मिलता है. At the same time, it packs some amazing performance. यहाँ पे Apple की latest M3 chip है. It's a fanless design. That's the reason कि ये काफी आपको sleek मिलने वाला है. Quite lightweight. And this in fact is the 15-inch variant. जो इसका 13-inch variant है वो थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा छोटा और आपको हल्का feel होता है. It's even more portable. At the same time, it packs some serious power because यहाँ पे जो memory है, it goes up to 24 GB. The storage can go up to 2 terabytes. हमारे पास में proper MagSafe port है. We have a headphone jack as well. At the same time, यहाँ पे USB-C ports भी हैं. We have a full-size keyboard, a nice 15-inch screen in a very sleek form factor, and this packs a 6-speaker system as well. So let's see up close how is this Apple's latest MacBook Air with M3 chip.
The beloved MacBook Air just got a superpower upgrade with the brand new M3 chip. Ready हो जाइए for blazing fast speeds, longer battery life and mind-blowing AI capabilities. Apple claim करता है कि the M3 chip is up to 60% faster than the already speedy M1 chip. Imagine करिए कि editing videos, creating music or even casually crushing your enemies in an intense game, ये लैपटॉप काफी आसानी से ये सब कर ही सकता है, no sweat. Apple promise करता है whopping 18 hours of battery life on a single charge. That's almost a full day of work or actually even play बिना किसी पावर आउटलेट की जरूरत पड़े.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all.
We are tracking is Arvind Kejriwal. The Chief Minister of Delhi has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines before we get you the latest. After his Deputy Chief Minister, Member of Parliament, now Arvind Kejriwal arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in Delhi liquor policy case. Arrest comes hours after Delhi High Court refused to grant protection to Mr. Kejriwal. Despite setback, Aam Aadmi Party digs in its heels, says Arvind Kejriwal was and will continue as the Chief Minister of Delhi, plans massive protest. Opposition unites behind the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal. From Rahul Gandhi to Priyanka Gandhi, opposition leaders condemn the arrest. Former TMC MP Mahua Moitra booked in a case by the CBI after Lokpal order. CBI files an FIR. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has become the first sitting Chief Minister in independent India to be arrested by a central agency. He was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate after 2 hours of questioning in connection with the alleged Delhi liquor policy scam case. Remember, this happened at Mr. Kejriwal's residence in the national capital. The ED reached there with the search warrant and then started questioning Mr. Kejriwal. After 2 hours of questioning, Arvind Kejriwal was arrested and has been brought to the Enforcement Directorate office. He is currently in custody and will be produced in the court tomorrow, in fact on Friday. And earlier this evening, a 12-member Enforcement Directorate team landed at Mr. Kejriwal's residence with a search warrant. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal so far has dodged 9 summons by the Enforcement Directorate. Today, his arrest came just hours after the High Court denied him interim protection in the same case. So let me very quickly at this moment go across to my colleagues, those who have been reporting continuously on this story for the last few hours. Vedant Agarwal joins us from outside the residence of the Chief Minister, where the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, was protesting this a short while back. Aishwarya, my colleagues, is also at the Enforcement Directorate office. Aishwarya, coming to you first. Arvind Kejriwal is inside the Enforcement Directorate. What now happens? I mean, how will his night be in ED's custody, and what will happen in the morning?
Well, as I said, currently in the international capital, Enforcement Directorate headquarters remains the most sensitive location, because Aam Aadmi Party on one side had called for massive mobilization of Aam Aadmi Party cadres. We have seen huge protests outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence when he was arrested by the ED officials, and protests taking place at different locations as well. Now, tomorrow, what we are hearing from Aam Aadmi Party is that massive protest also planned at around 10 a.m. when we have been told Arvind Kejriwal will be produced before the court. Now, one thing that happened soon after Arvind Kejriwal was produced or brought at the Enforcement Directorate headquarters is that a team of RML hospital, a team of doctors have been called, and the medical examination of Arvind Kejriwal was done. Post that, he would be kept at the lockup, which is at the ground floor of Enforcement Directorate headquarters. A lot of movement still happening at the ED headquarters. All those officials who came along with Arvind Kejriwal from his residence now leaving after that formality or the paperwork that needs to be done. Apart from it, after spending a night over here, Mr. Kejriwal tomorrow would be again undergoing a medical examination. A team of RML hospital will be called tomorrow morning as well. And after that, he will be produced before the court, where Enforcement Directorate will seek further custody of Mr. Kejriwal, because ED officials have stated that they need to confront K. Kavita with different Aam Aadmi Party leaders who were under arrest a few months or years back, and also now Arvind Kejriwal, who had a fresh arrest being made by Enforcement Directorate. So on one side, also there will be developments in the courts, as Aam Aadmi Party will be looking forward for some sort of relief from the Supreme Court, as they will approach tomorrow morning, because tonight the hearing was not given permission by the Chief Justice of India, although Aam Aadmi Party reached out to the Supreme Court registrar. But on the other side, it would be the Rouse Avenue Court, where Arvind Kejriwal will be produced physically, or it could be virtually as well, looking at the law and order situation. And tomorrow morning, it would be Arvind Kejriwal who would be appearing in front of the court, where Enforcement Directorate will seek further custody. Now, this all come after a setback by Delhi High Court today, that Arvind Kejriwal did not got any interim relief, as far as what Arvind Kejriwal demanded, that he should not be at very earliest arrested, or right, he should not, and therefore the reason, perhaps after refusing 9 summons, Arvind Kejriwal today got arrested. So major deployment of Delhi police currently at the ED headquarters over here.
Vedant, more or less, the last few months, it was expected that Mr. Kejriwal would be arrested. This was in the offing. The Aam Aadmi Party time and again kept saying that this is imminent. For this imminent arrest, what is the plan that the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to draw? Because Mr. Kejriwal is not only their chief, but the main face for the party, their main vote catcher ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. The main campaigner is now behind bars.
Absolutely, Ankit. Before I come to that, let me show you these visuals here right outside the Chief Minister's residence in Delhi. There's still heavy deployment of senior police officials, paramilitary forces, CRPF jawans, rapid action forces, all continue to sort of man the entrance of the Chief Minister's residence, anticipating protests. And the immediate fallout, of course, is going to be the massive protest that the Aam Aadmi Party has planned. All karyakartas of the party across Delhi, from, councillors to party workers to karyakartas to senior leaders, all of them have been asked to gather at the ITO office of the Aam Aadmi Party, and all cabinet ministers will be present there too, because the immediate challenge is to keep the cadre together, because remember, there's a crucial time. This is the Lok Sabha polls, the run-up to the Lok Sabha polls, and they have to keep the morale of their cadre high across states, because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party in the last couple of months has tried to expand to newer states, whether it was Haryana, where it sort of pitched to fight the assembly polls alone, in Punjab, of course, even in Goa for that matter, Madhya Pradesh, where the Aam Aadmi Party sort of contested on almost all seats as far as the assembly polls are concerned. And as you said, Arvind Kejriwal was their sort of mainstay, was the fulcrum of the Aam Aadmi Party. And sort of very quickly looking at how the dynamics have played out in the past couple of months, Arvind Kejriwal, as I said earlier as well, has sort of very strategically transferred all his portfolios and even portfolios, those of Manish Sisodia and Satyendra Jain, to Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. In fact, remember, Arvind Kejriwal had not taken away the portfolios of Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia for a very long time, until Manish Sisodia was arrested and, their portfolios were transferred to Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. Now, they are going to be shouldering the responsibility of not just the administration here in the national capital, but also sort of their campaign as well. Of course, Bhagwant Mann happens to be now the sort of main campaigner of the Aam Aadmi Party, who has accompanied Arvind Kejriwal in all state campaigns. And you said that, Aam Aadmi Party, of course, continues to say that Arvind Kejriwal will stay on as a chief minister. That is a political statement to make, but the Aam Aadmi Party's legal team, I can tell you for certain, has been constantly working on this, not just for the past a month or so, but for the past couple of months, to sort of iron out their strategy. And they will, of course, the Supreme Court hearing on Friday is critical, because the Aam Aadmi Party hopes for a relief there throughout the evening today. Ankit, they've been in touch with their legal team. The legal team reached the Supreme Court registrar's office, the residence as well. So Friday is going to be crucial. Massive protests planned. Arvind Kejriwal will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court, and that key Supreme Court hearing likely as well.
Right. Before I let both of you go, Aishwarya, very quickly, when the ED takes Mr. Kejriwal tomorrow to the Rouse Avenue Court, what will be largely the argument that they will present so that they can get custody for Mr. Kejriwal?
Well, from Arvind Kejriwal's residence, the gadgets that Arvind Kejriwal had used, those data had been dumped by our Enforcement Directorate, and also the statements that have been recorded earlier by Enforcement Directorate of the accused in the alleged Delhi liquor policy case. Those statements needs to be confronted, and also those people who had been arrested, including K. Kavita very recently, as Enforcement Directorate had also stated before the court when K. Kavita was produced, that K. Kavita had to be confronted with several of the accused in this case, and that needs to be done with Arvind Kejriwal as well, because the allegations that have been levelled by the Enforcement Directorate that Arvind Kejriwal was present in those meetings which took place at his residence, and he knew all about the policy making at that point of time. So the confrontation process and the recording of statements needs to be done, and therefore the reason perhaps Enforcement Directorate can seek 7 days custody of Arvind Kejriwal. That's also the sources within the Enforcement Directorate clearly telling us at this moment. So in all likelihood, more custody of Arvind Kejriwal with the confrontation with other accused who had been arrested earlier is something that would be the future course of action. But as of now, it would be tomorrow morning when the entire route from Enforcement Directorate headquarters to Rouse Avenue Court would be very sensitive, because on that very way it leads to Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, where Aam Aadmi Party headquarters also is, and that remains very, very sensitive location.
And that is where, Vedant, very quickly, that the Aam Aadmi Party has asked all its supporters, MLAs, ministers, to gather at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg tomorrow could become the latest confrontation point between the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi police. Also interestingly, Vedant, while you were reporting and you mentioned, we saw those sound bites as well, the arrest of the chief minister. Interestingly, the Congress was the first to complain in this case, but at this moment standing behind shoulder to shoulder with the Aam Aadmi Party?
Absolutely, Ankit. A show of strength and show of solidarity there. Of course, you had Arvinder Lovely here and Sandeep Dikshit, all the senior leaders of the Congress present here, standing right beside Atishi and Saurabh as they sort of try to keep the morale high of the workers. And yes, Deen Dayal Upadhyay is going to be a major sort of point of confrontation tomorrow, as it has in the past as well, because remember, that is where the BJP headquarters also are. Just sort of very close to that is the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. So it is going to be, we are going to see some sort of skirmishes and scuffle tomorrow, because today also, remember, all those supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party were dragged away by the police, and they were all sort of taken to the nearest thanas. So tomorrow the protests are going to be massive, because the Aam Aadmi Party also has to make a point, and this is also sort of an agenda setting for the upcoming Lok Sabha polls, Ankit.
Could this become one of the galvanizing factor for the India alliance, in fact, to rise above their own political differences? That only time will tell, but a crucial day for the Aam Aadmi Party, for its chief Arvind Kejriwal. Vedant, Aishwarya, thank you for continuously reporting on this story and keeping the viewers of NDTV ahead with the latest updates. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. Updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, moving ahead for the top story, I've got not one, but in fact two different new smartphones. These are from the Samsung Galaxy A series. What I have with me is the all-new Samsung Galaxy A35. साथ में Galaxy A55 भी है. Both are, of course, 5G स्मार्टफोन्स. इंटरेस्टिंग डिजाइन, इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशन और काफ़ी फ्रेश लग रहे हैं दोनों फोन्स, कमिंग स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम सैमसंग. और यहाँ पे सैमसंग इज प्रॉमिसिंग अ फ्यू थिंग्स. सबसे पहले एक काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग और प्रीमियम डिज़ाइन. सेकेंड थिंग इज अमेजिंग ड्यूरेबिलिटी, बिकॉज यहाँ पे ऑन द फ्रंट एंड ऑन द बैक व्हाट वी हैव इज कॉर्निंग्स गोरिल्ला ग्लास विक्टस प्लस. एट द सेम टाइम यहाँ पे सैमसंग इज promising a complete awesome security suite along with awesome performance. So let's see up close कि आखिर इन दोनों फोन्स में सैमसंग ने क्या कुछ पैक किया है.
रेडी हो जाइए फॉर कटिंग एज फीचर्स एंड ए सीमलेस एंड्रॉइड एक्सपीरियंस. सैमसंग ने इंडिया में ऑफिशियली डेब्यू किया है द गैलेक्सी A55 5G and Galaxy A35 5G, bringing powerful performance and impressive technology to the popular A series lineup. Both devices boast stunning 6.6-inch Super AMOLED displays जो जाने जाते हैं for their vibrant colors and immersive visuals. With an ultra smooth 120 Hz refresh rate, you'll enjoy buttery transitions and log-free scrolling whether you're gaming या फिर catching up on shows. Plus, Corning Gorilla Glass